Hi there. A little birdie told me that you want to become a full stack engineer. Well, this video is for you. We're talking about not one, not two, not three, but four different applications which will polish your front end skills as well as your back end skills. Now, in this one, we have a variation. We're sometimes working with React, sometimes with SolidJS, but trust me, if you work on one thing, you're gonna be proficient in the other one as well because just the syntax is different, but what we achieve is exactly the same. Before we start the tutorial, I would like to thank the sponsor of this video, which is Rapid API. And you can check it out by going to codewithsn.dev/rapidapi, which is a hub of amazing APIs that you can use. So if you're thinking about a passion project or a really quick prototype, for example, for a hackathon, you can go ahead and check out their free APIs. For example, the free SMS API. You can check different weather APIs or scoring APIs even, and then you can make use of it. And what I really like about Rapid API is this UI and the UX that allows developers to quickly get started. So you get all the options for which language you're going to work in, and you can copy the code directly from there. So you don't have to be worried about how to actually work with the API and just focus on your business, which I absolutely love. I also created a video about this scoring API, and I ended up creating my own API that I actually was able to sell on the Rapid API Hub, which is an amazing thing. So if you are looking into passive incomes, watch this video and also learn how to create an API for selling it and to set it up on the Rapid API Hub. Being a software engineer is tough, whether you're working 9 to 5 or if you're an entrepreneur who's working 24/7, it's a bit difficult to kind of work on all the things and also to focus on earning money. Now, this video is about how you can earn passive income by creating an API that you can publish somewhere and it will bring you money passively. This video is going to teach you how to create a project with Express and Node.js, how to use Rapid API Hub to publish your API to Rapid API, how to validate the data that is coming to your API, how to connect to a MongoDB database, how to deploy your applications to Heroku, and how to select a plan that can make you money passively. So if you're excited about this video, so am I, and by the end of this video you will have a working API that others can use and potentially pay you for. So let's get started. So the first thing that you need to do is go to rapidapi.com/hub, and Rapid API is essentially the sponsor for this video. Now what you want to do is go there and sign up, and you can use your Google account or your GitHub account, and I have used my GitHub account to log in. Once you have done, you can try to find out any APIs that you want to work with, but this tutorial is about creating those APIs. So I'm going to show you how to do that. The first way to do that is to go to My APIs, and then you can create an API from there. We call this the provider dashboard. Now this dashboard is supposed to help you create your new API projects or to maintain your existing one. But what's interesting is that we are not going to use this one yet. We are going to use something that's not out there yet. Ooh, it's a beta function, and you are probably going to be the first one checking this out. We are calling it the Rapid API Builder. So you go to rapidapi.com/build, and you can basically create an API project right from the builder. So we are going to create a project here. We're going to call this Scorer Pro because the API that we are going to create will be a scoring API. So what the user of this API or the developer would essentially be able to add scores by providing a game ID, a user ID, and the score value. And this is why we are calling it Scorer Pro. And the description would be an API to add, retrieve, and manage scores for games. And that is pretty much it. We're going to go and select the category of gaming in this one. We're going to keep this personal and just click the Add API project. And as we do so, we are now provided with a really nice interface, which is a REST API client. And this is amazing because you might have used Postman or Insomnia before, but this right here is the REST API client that is directly linked with your API project. So now that we have created this here, if I try to go to the provider dashboard and refresh, I should be able to see my API project right here. And there you go. You can see that we now got this Scorer Pro API, which has a definition. We can see the analytics, but we are going to go into all of this later in the stage. page. Let's go back to the API client. Now in here, we can essentially add a couple of requests, then we can test out while development, and we can also manage environments. We're going to get into that in just a bit, but first we have to create this project and get started with creating the APIs. In order to do so, I'm assuming that you have Node.js installed. If you don't have it, you need to go to nodejs.org/en/download and then download the Node.js version based on your operating system. Make sure to download the LTS version. You will also need Git to be able to push this code to GitHub or to push this to Heroku when we are going to deploy it to production. Once you have downloaded those two things, you should be able to go to your terminal or command prompt and type node-version, and you should be able to see the version of Node.js that you're installing here. Now that we have done this, we need to create an Express.js project to get started. For this, the best thing to do is to go to the documentation. That's what we developers do. We go there, we find out how to make things work, we copy and paste, and we get paid for this one. So you need to go to getting started, and here you can see Express Generator. And once you come to this page, you can basically copy this command called npx express generator. Now this command has to be run in the project folder. Right now we don't have our project folder, so we are going to do mkdir and we are going to call this scorer-pro, and here we are going to hit enter. Then we're going to cd into Scorer Pro just like this, and now we can run the npx express generator. This basically generates the Express.js application for us, and now we should be able to just open it into one of our favorite IDEs. I will be using Visual Studio Code for this one, but you're free to use whichever IDE you want. So I'm going to open it directly by doing code dot, and this is because I have the code command configured already for my system, but you could essentially go to file and then you can basically select the folder that we just created and click select folder, and this would do exactly the same thing. Once you have opened into your VS Code, we are going to open the terminal within VS Code so we can see both the terminal and the code within the same window so we don't have to switch back and forth. Once you open this one, I want you to run the command npm install, and this will install all the packages necessary to run this project. Let's go through some of the things that we have here. First of all, in this project, we have some views for error, index, layout. Then we have some routes configured. Then we have a public folder with some images, JavaScript style sheet, or actually the folders of this one. And then we have the bin folder, which is essentially where this all starts. So we are going to look at some of this, and we are also going to clean up the code. So first of all, I want to run npm start within the terminal, and this would basically run node bin www. So it goes ahead and runs this JavaScript, which essentially creates an Express server, and it listens to a particular port called the 3000 port, as you can see here. So what I want to do is to go to my browser, and I'm going to open a new tab, and I'm going to type localhost 3000. And if I do so, you will see that we get this really nice message called Express, welcome to Express. So this is a view that Express.js provides out of the box with this generator that we have used now. So what I want to do is to clean things up. We don't want this view. We just want to create some APIs within this project. So why have all the additional things that we don't really want? So first of all, what I want to do is to go to package.json and see these packages, cookie parser and Jade. Jade is the view engine, so we are going to remove that, and cookie parser is also something that we are not going to use. So I'm going to say npm uninstall cookie parser and then Jade. So this will uninstall both of these dependencies from our project. You can see that they're removed from package.json now. Now what I want to do is to remove the views folder. So let's delete that. We're also going to remove the public folder. We don't need that. And then we are going to adjust some of the things. We are going to remove the users.js as well. Now what I want you to do is to go to bin, and actually I don't really think we need to change anything here. Yeah, we don't. You need to go to app.js, and this is where we are going to make some changes. I'm going to bring this a bit down so we can see more of the code. Now here you can see that we are importing the cookie parser. So we have removed the package. We'll remove this line. We're going to also remove users router because we have removed user.js. So we are going to remove that. We're going to remove both of these lines for the view engine setup. We don't need this one. We are going to remove this cookie parser usage and the static usage as well. So let's remove those. And finally, I'm going to remove this users line from here as well. Now I also want to make sure that we are not using render anywhere. And if I search render, we are going to find some usages here. So the first usage here is in the error. So I'm going to show you what this does. So whenever there is an error, this uses res.render. So instead of that, we can say something like res.send. And here we can say something something like something went wrong. And I'm going to show you what that actually means. We also have another usage of renders. That's just a comment. So I'm just going to remove this one. And now let's try to run the application again. I'm going to run npm start again, and this will basically run our server. We don't see any errors, so we are good. Now, if I try to go and refresh here, you will see that it says something went wrong. So it sends a message. Instead of sending a message, we would like to send a JSON with the error status and the message. So here I'm going to change this line. So go to app.js again, and where it says res.send something went wrong, just below the res.status, we're essentially going to do something like res.status. Actually, I'm just going to use the same thing here, res.status. I'm going to remove this line, and then we can do JSON, and here we are going to say status, and we can basically do the same thing here. Now, instead of doing this 2 times, we can simply do this const status equals error.status or 500, and then we can use it right here and then here as well. And then we can do message, and here we can say error.message, and we can remove the send from here. Now let's save this and then try this out. So if I refresh this right now, it's not going to change anything. It's going to show you the same result. That is because whenever we change our code, we need to stop the server and restart the server, so the server basically gets the new code. Now if I go back and refresh, you see that now we get particular JSON object, we get the status 500, and we can also see no default engine was specified and no extension was provided. So it seems like our project is still using engine somewhere. So let's see where that is. So if I go to index.js, here we are using res.render index. So we shouldn't be doing that. Instead of this one, we can simply say JSON, and here we can basically provide an object. We can say something like message, and we can say the most famous word, hello world. And here, if I save this, restart my server, and then check it out, let's see if that fixes it. So if I go back and refresh here, you can see that we get the message hello world. So this is a successful API call, and there is our first API call that sends back a message to the client. In this case, our browser is the client. You need to understand that when we put a URL here in the address bar, that basically calls a get method to the endpoint. And when we say this slash, that means localhost 3000 slash. So nothing after localhost 3000. And this is a get call. So this returns back a JSON object. What happens if I try some route that does not exist? So let's say doesn't exist. And if I hit enter here, you will see that the status is 404, the message is not found. So our error handling is working fine. And we can also see that the routes that don't exist return a 404. So that's good. Now we are going to solve one problem, and that is every time I need to change this, I need to restart the server, and that is not really optimal. That slows down the process of development, and it's not very productive. So what we are going to do is we are going to install a package called NodeMon, which automatically restarts the server if there's a change in the file system. So I'm going to go ahead and stop my server, and then I'm going to go ahead and install the package. So I'm going to clear this. I'm going to say npm install -- save dev, and then NodeMon. This package will be installed, and our package.json will be updated with a new property called dev dependencies. Here you can see this. The difference between dev dependencies and dependencies is that when we deploy our code to production in an optimized way, the dev dependencies are removed. And that is because this NodeMon means that whenever we change a file, then it restarts the server. In production, we are not going to change any files because it should be locked, right? So that's why this is in dev dependencies. Now what we need to do is to change the start script. So if I go to package.json, and up here in the script start, it uses node. Instead of that, I'm going to use NodeMon, and that's pretty much it. I'm going to just save this, and I'm going to now run npm start, and this will basically run the NodeMon here, as you can see. And now you can see that we have a bit more CLI messages here, which are reflecting that this process is now watching the paths with JS, MJS, and JSON files. So if I go ahead and just save this, you can see that it restarts the server due to changes. So right now, if I go to my browser and refresh, you can see the message hello world CWA. If I go back to my code, and then if I remove this CWA and hit save, and now if I refresh the browser only, you can see that we get the new message. We did not have to restart the server ourselves, which is really good. Now we are going to create our first API endpoint, and for that we need to restructure our code a bit. In the routes, we are going to create a folder. We are going to call this score, and we are basically going to add scores, receive scores, and whatnot. In this folder, I'm going to create 3 files, score.controller.js, and similarly we are going to have another file called score.service index.js. And inside here, we are also going to have score.model.js. Now you could also name this one score.route.js, but it's totally up to you on what you decide to do. Now what I will do is I will basically copy the code from index.js and paste inside score controller, and I'm also going to bring this down. So here, if I paste this code, you notice that first of all, we import the Express code or Express package, then we create a router out of it, and then we have these API implementations like router.get or basically defining the routes, and then finally we export the router from here, right? And I'm going to remove this comment, this doesn't make sense. Now that we have this, we are going to import this code inside index.js. So what I want to do now is to change the index.js a bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove all of this from here, and I'm going to basically say module.exports is supposed to be a function which takes the app, and then we are going to import the router and then use them. So I'm going to say something like import, or actually not here, but I'm going to import score router. So we are going to say score router equals, and here we are going to say require score slash, and we are going to say score.controller. Now this is the score router that we want to use. So here we're going to say app.use score and then score router. So we are basically going to pass the app from the app.js, and then we are registering this score router at /score, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to go to my app.js, and where I'm importing the index router like this, all I need to do is just to say routes, and here we are importing routes.index here, and then I just need to go ahead here and say something like routes, and here I need to pass the app. Once I do this, this app will be passed into the routes, and then we are using app.use here to basically call and register this router. And then I need to go to my app.js here and basically remove anything that is not being used. For example, here you can see that we have routes index that we have imported, but we are not using path. So I'm going to also change var to const because we are not really using or reassigning these variables anywhere. Now that this looks good, let's try this out and see if our route has changed to /score. And when we say /score, that means localhost 3000 /score. Now I'm going to go to my controller, and you see it here. So this would become http localhost 3000 and then /score, and this is the route that we are talking about here. So I'm going to save this now, and here we're getting some errors, so let's have a quick look. So it says app.use index router in the app.js, which is here. So we need to remove this line from here because now we are using routes app here. So we are going to save this now. We don't have any errors anymore. I'm going to bring this bit down, and now if we try to refresh here, you will see that this is a 404 because now there is no route at /. Although our route has changed to /score, and if I do this, you see that we get the message hello world. Now we are going to implement the API endpoints. So for that, we need to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to go to controller and define all the routes here. So have a look at the API design that we are talking about here. This is the REST API convention that we are following. So our base URL is http localhost 3000. And then the score URL or the score API stands at /score. Now you will notice that we have one get call. This call is to get all the scores based on a game ID. So in the end of this URL, we need to provide the game ID. The post call is going to be used for adding a new record in the database for a particular person. So we are going to provide the game ID, user ID, and the score via post body, and that would not be included in the URL. So we don't need the game ID here because we are passing everything in the body. You're going to look at that when we go there. Then we have a put call. This will be used for updating the score within the database. So an existing record using the game ID and the user ID will be used for updating this. Then we got the delete call, and here we are just going to delete a particular record by providing the game ID and the user ID, and that's pretty much it. Now let's design this API in the code base. So first of all, we have this one, which is essentially get scores by game ID, and then we are going to essentially use this route for this one. Then we are going to go ahead and create router.post, and in this one we are going to provide / here, and then we are going to essentially leave it as it is. Now for the first one, we decided that we are going to provide the game ID here as a parameter, and we provide the parameter as something like this. We say colon game ID, and that's pretty much it. For the post one, we don't need this parameter, so we are going to keep this as it is. I'm also going to convert this into an arrow function just to follow the ES6 convention, and here I'm going to just replace this. So in this particular case, when we do a post, we are going to create a new object. So we are going to put a comment here, add a new score for this one. And then we also would have something like this. So we would have update an existing record. So an existing score. And in this particular case, we are going to use the put call. And then finally, we'll have a delete call here as well. So the delete call would be just like this. I mentioned that for the put, we are going to have the game ID, and also for the delete one, we are going to have the game ID as well. I'm going to just remove this for now or comment this for now to show you something. Here, we are going to change the messages. So let's say this one is get scores. This one is, for example, add score. And in this one, we are going to say update score. And this one would be called delete score. Notice that right now we are using hard-coded data just to see if these API calls work. Now that we have this, let's try this out. So I'm going to go back to my browser, and if I hit refresh, this is not going to work because /score does not exist with a get method. What exists in the code is for the get method, we should provide the game ID after the /score. So if I go ahead and basically say something like game 123 and hit enter, now you will see that we get the get scores. Now we can test the get call by browser, but we cannot test the other calls via this address bar, as you can see. So we need a REST client for this one. And I already shared with you that we have this Rapid API builder, which contains this REST API client. And this is amazing because we can create the calls right here. So what we are going to do first is we are going to create environments. We would have a local environment and a production environment. So let's go and click here, then click manage. And here we are going to call add environment group. Now this one would be called, we are going to rename this and call local. Then we are going to add another just like this. So click on the group and then add environment. And then we are going to call this one production. Then we are going to create our first variable. We are going to call this base URL. And then we are going to provide the value HTTP localhost 3000. And we are going to use the same for production just for the safe side. Now that we have this, we are going to create our first request. So click this plus button and then we are going to name this request from the description. So go to description and call it get scores by game ID. And then you can provide a description here. I'm just going to leave it for now. Now you are supposed to provide here the URL. If we want to use a variable from our environments, we are supposed to press starting curly brace and then you need to click environment variable. Then you need to click environment variable and click base URL. And then you can say /score/game123. Now this is the entire URL. This base URL itself is localhost 3000, as you can see. And then we have /score/game ID. Here at the bottom, what I love about Rapid API builder and this REST client is that it shows you the code to use. You can just copy paste this code into project and you should be able to just hit this API call from your front end code. You can see we have fetch, we have Axios code, we have HTTP in Node.js, we have Axios in JavaScript example. So there are a lot of examples that you could put. Also, I think we have for Swift and also for Ruby and whatnot. So you can basically just copy paste and get this running. Now the fun part is that what would happen if I click this send button? Would it work? You can pause this video and think for a couple of seconds why this would not work. And when you resume, I can tell you quickly that this would not work because this whole builder right now lives on the internet. My server is on localhost or on my machine. My server is not exposed to the internet, so that builder cannot access my machine or my server. So if I hit send here, you will see 403 forbidden, some error code here, and this is because it cannot access my server. So how do we make this possible for this REST API client to connect to our local server? We need to expose our server somehow. For this, we are going to use a package called ngrok, and you can basically search ngrok npm, go to the documentation, and there you should be able to find how to use it. So if you go here, you will see that you need to install the package and then you can run this global command. What I would tell you is that you can basically go to your terminal and then create a new one, and then you can basically run npx. So you do npx ngrok http 3000. We are exposing 3000 port and we are using ngrok and we are using the HTTP protocol. So when we hit enter, this would essentially give us a URL that we can copy. So here you can see now that we got this URL and you can basically copy this URL. You need to make sure that this process is running, the ngrok process, and this terminal is not closed or terminated. Otherwise, the server or this tunneling would stop. So you can just copy this one just like this, and then you need to go to REST client. And in here, we can now go ahead and just go to to our environment, manage, and here for the local base URL, we can replace this with the ngrok URL. Make sure that there's no slash at the end because we add the slash afterwards in here in our address bar or in our client. Now that we have this, let's try this out. So if I hit the send button now, you can see that we got the 200 OK. Woohoo! And if I see the JSON text here, you can see that it says message get scores. So this REST API client, which is on the internet, can now access our local server, which is amazing. Now we are going to essentially create some other records as well, but I want to basically return a data that looks like the real world example. So I'm going to go to my code here and then I'm going to change the data. Now one really important thing to understand is that when we created these three files, we want to separate the concerns. We want to have the routes in one file. We want to have the functions or the place where it connects to the database or does anything with the data into a separate file. And this is the score service. That's going to be the file that we are talking about. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into score service and create a function. So we can say const get scores. And here we are providing the game ID because that's what it needs, just the game ID. And then we are going to basically return a hard-coded data at the moment. So we are going to have something like game ID. We are going to say game123. We are going to say user ID. This is going to be user123. And then it's going to be a score. So the score, let's say we have 100. So this is an array of two objects that I'm going to just use right now, just like this. We're going to change the username. So we say something like 456 and the score, for example, is 89. Now I want to expose this function from this file so it can be used in the controller. So at the very end, I'm going to say something like module.exports. And here we are going to say get score. So we are basically exposing this object that can be used there. So I'm going to go to my controller now. And here, instead of just doing rest.json, first we are going to get the scores. So we are going to say const scores equals, and then we are going to basically say get scores. As you can see, this is importing from the score service. And then that's what we need. So we are going to pass the game ID. Now to get the game ID from the parameters, you need to do something like this. You need to do const game ID equals req.params, and this will basically get out the game ID for us, and then we'll pass it into the get scores. The get scores function does not use game ID now, but it will in the future. So now what we need to do is just to return these scores in the data property. So we are going to make sure that all of our responses have this sort of data contract, which means it's going to have an object, it's going to have the data property, and the relevant data would be inside there. So I'm going to just save this now and try this out. So if I go back to my REST API client and hit send, now you will see that we get this object which contains the data property and it has an array which contains two hard-coded scores. This is perfect because now we can know what kind of data the front-end application, whether it's a mobile application or a web application or a REST client, would receive from our backend. This is amazing. Now what I want to do is to add the post call so we can also test it out. So I'm going to duplicate this call from here. We're going to go to the description and rename this to add score. In this one, we are going to make it a post call. Always make sure to check it from the code. What is the definition of this post call? Notice that it does not have this game ID parameter. So we're going to go to our REST client and remove this game ID from here. Otherwise, this will not work. For example, if I try this API call now, it will basically say 404 not found. This does not exist. But if I remove this and if I hit send, now this is a 200 because this URL exists and we return back the hard-coded data at score. Instead of using this, what we would want to do is whatever we pass as the body in this post call is returned. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this code from here and then paste it inside body JSON. So you need to paste it here. Now, one really important thing to understand here is that when we are creating a new score, we need to provide all these three things, and we are just going to return this back as a hard-coded response for now. So right now, if I hit send, it would still show this hard-coded data. So we need to code something to return this body back. So I'm going to go to my code, and then first I'm going to extract out the body from here. So I can go and say const here. We are going to essentially say game ID, user ID, and then the score, and then we are extracting it out from the request body. This is important. Then we are going to pass this to a function. That function does not exist yet. So I'm going to go ahead into the service file, and then I'm going to say const, and here we are going to say add score, and then this would retrieve the game ID, the user ID, and the score. And then all I need to do is just to return the same thing. So I'm going to basically do this. Now what I'm going to do is actually not do this, but remove this. So we are returning whatever we receive as a parameter. So the same game ID, same user ID, same score is going to be returned. And then I need to basically expose this function for usage. So I'm going to do this. And now I'm going to go to my controller. And in here, I'm going to use something like const new score, or we can call it saved score equals to add score. And then in the add score, we are basically passing game ID, user ID, and score. This add score needs to be imported from score service. So add score should be imported. And then we need to just return the saved score in the data property. As I mentioned, we need to have a constant or consistent data contract. Now let's save this and try this out. So I'm going to go to my REST client and hit send for the post call. And you can see now we get the data, we get the same object back, whatever we are passing from here, which means that we are able to extract out the body from post and utilize it. If I change this to 89 and hit send, you can see that we get back 89. So whatever we pass from here is going to be returned back to us. Now let's go ahead and create the rest of the APIs, which is the update API and the delete API. So I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to update the description. I'm going to say update score. In this one, this is going to be a put call. And this requires a game ID. So I'm going to hard code it right now, calling game123. And then in the body, we need to only have user ID and score. Why? Because the game ID is already provided in the parameters. So I can remove this from here, just pretty print it and try it out. So if I hit send now, you can see that we get the JSON text with the hard coded data update score. So let's fix that. First of all, I'm going to go to my service and create a function just like this. So I'm going to go ahead and do something like update score. This will again receive game ID, user ID, and score, and it will return the same hard-coded data back. I'm going to expose this, and then in the controller, I'm going to change the put call to be similar to what we have in the post. So I'm going to just replace this, but remember, we have the game ID already in the parameter, so it's not going to be extracted from request body. So I'm going to remove game ID from here and extract it from parent. So I'm going to say game ID, actually something like this. So it would be game ID equals request.params. And then we are passing the game ID, user ID, score to the update score method, just like this. Make sure that you're importing this from the service, and that should be it. So if I hit save now, and I'm also going to call it updated score rather than saved score, just for good readability. So I'm going to save this and try this out from the REST client. If I hit send now, you should be able to see the game ID, the user ID, and the score. If I change the user ID to 45, hit send, you can see that we received the relevant data. And if I change the game ID, we also see the game ID and the user ID being reflected. So I'm going to kind of reverse this for later usage. And now let's implement the delete call. So I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to description and say something like delete score. And then this is going to be of type delete. And then we have the game ID here. But in this particular call, we don't really need any body. So I'm going to remove this. This should not send any body at all. And now if I try to send it, you can see that we see a not found. That is interesting because this should be there. So if I go to my code and if I show you, we actually commented it out. So that's why we are receiving this 404. So I'm going to uncomment this now and try this out. So if I hit now, you can see that we get the message delete score. Now let's update it to reflect or send back whatever object we got. We just send it back just like we did in the put. So I'm going to basically get all of this or copy all of this. We don't have the body in this one, so we only have game ID. And then what we need to do, or actually we should have a body in this one, because when we are deleting a record, we don't only need the game ID, but also the user ID, because we are going to remove the score of one particular person. Otherwise, it will just remove the score for everybody in the game. So it does require a body in this case, and we are supposed to pass the user ID and the game ID into a function. So I'm going to go back into delete and bring back the JSON here, which was basically this user ID. So here we can say user ID, and here we can say user123 just to keep it here. Then I'm going to go and create a function. So just like updated score, I'm going to go ahead and say something like delete score, and then I'm going to expose this function from here. And then we are going to just receive these two things and return these two things. We don't get score, so we don't return score. Now I'm going to go to my controller, and instead of update score, we say delete score, and then we basically say deleted score here, and then we basically return this back. So I'm going to save this now and try this out. So in the client, if I hit send now, you can see that we get the game ID, we get the user ID, and we return that back. We can double check this by updating it, and you can see this updates here. And if I do this, it also updates here as well. So we are good with testing this out. And this is great. Now we have all the calls in front of us that we can test out after changing our code. So this will really boost the rapid development. And it's funny because we are using Rapid API. How cool. Now that we have these APIs, I want to bring one important part. What happens if I want to delete a score and I don't provide an object at all? What would happen? It would still return back the game ID that 200 OK still is the status, which means that everything went good, but it would not be good because it could be a disaster if we don't provide the user ID. It could have deleted the entire set of records for the particular game ID. So we need to make sure somehow that body that we are providing in these requests are actually there, and just not the body, but also let's say parameters are also there. So we need to somehow validate all of that. So how do we go about that? We are going to use a package that is called JOI, which is a validation package based on schema. So with the JOI package, you can basically define that, hey, this is the schema that we are expecting, and you can test an object against that schema. And this is really interesting because you can definitely check that, hey, do we have an object that contains a username and password, and is it required or not? So for the case of our use case, for example, if we go for this delete score, we can define a schema that says the user ID should be of a type string, and it also should be required, so we cannot miss it. So let's include this package and test it out. So I'm going to quickly go to my code here, and then I'm going to go to a new terminal. The first terminal that I'm using is serving the server. The second one is running ngrok. So I need a third one. So I'm going to just add this, and then I'm going to use npm install JOI. And this will be installed as not a dev dependency, but a dependency, because this needs to go to production. So now that we have this package installed, I want to do a couple of things. First of all, we want to create a middleware that we can easily use for validating request.body and in fact request.parameters for all of these calls. This is really important. Now that we have this package installed, let's go and do a few things. First of all, what I want you to do is to create a new folder. We are going to call this validators. Inside here, we are going to create a new file. We are going to call it score.validators.js. And here we are going to paste some code. What I want you to do is to look in the description of this video, and you'll find the link to this gist. And this gist contains the entire code for the validation. So you need to copy this code, then go back to VS Code and then paste it. I'm going to bring this down and show you what this does. So on line number 1, we are basically importing or requiring the JOI, then we import the HTTP errors function, and then we create some DTOs. The DTO means data transfer object, and this is essentially the schema of what we should expect in the body or in request.body for each of the cases. We have one for add score, we have for delete score, and for update score. For the add score, you can see that we are expecting an object which should contain the keys, game ID, which should be a string, it should be required, the user ID is type string and it is required, then the score is number and is required, which means that we cannot accept or have a payload which has even one of these properties missing. For delete score, we are essentially looking at user ID, and for update score, we are looking at user ID and score. Now you might be thinking, why are we not checking the param? Why are we only checking the bodies? Because the param itself is part of the URL. So if this is missing, the URL would be different and it would return a 404 in that case. So we are 100% sure when this function gets triggered that we are actually hitting the right URL, which has the game ID in case of put and also in case of delete. So all we need to just validate is the body. Now let's go back to the validators files and see the code further. So after creating these data transfer objects, what I have is a function. This function is the middleware function that we are going to use with our controllers or with our route definitions. What this accepts is a validator. So it would be either of these validators, the add score, delete score, or update score. And essentially it would validate using the validate async method and will validate the request.body. So it will get the request, validate the request.body, and after validation, if everything looks good, then we basically assign the validated body to request.body and pass it further in the process. So when this next function will be called, for example, if we are talking about the add score, then the next function would essentially trigger this function. So now the request body would contain everything that we should have. That is the power of validators. If there's an error, or if this validator does not validate itself or doesn't return a success, then it automatically throws an error, and we can check here if the error is of JOI, and if that's the case, then we create this HTTP error and then we basically send the message back. We're going to look at that in just a bit. If the error is something else, then we essentially just go forward in the process with the error of 500. Finally, we export all of these things. We export the DTO objects and we export the validator as well. So now we are going to first try out our add score validator in the route. So I'm going to go to my controller, and in here with the post call, I'm going to call this validator or this middleware. So we are calling this score DTO validator. I'm going to actually name it just like this because this is a function and it should start from small case. So I'm going to save this now, and now we are going to go to the controller, and in this case we are going to type score DTO validator, and you can notice that I'm just putting this whole execution just before the function. The router.post takes the URL or the path as the first parameter, and the second parameter is the function call, but we are providing another function in between which is also essentially a function call which acts as a middleware. So we can pass as many functions as we want in this whole sequence, but this one is a function and we need to provide add score DTO here, which is the validator. Now when we call this function, what happens is that it goes inside this function, which is essentially a closure function with the validator, and then when the route gets hit, it calls this nested function which is being returned from here, and the nested function contains request, response, next, just like the function that we have here. So it's the same pattern, it's the same structure of the code. Now when we get this, we basically validate this, we assign the request body, and what I explained, it just does that. Now I'm going to save this file, and we are going to make sure that we are importing score DTO validator and the add score DTO as we have done here, and now we can test this out. So I'm going to go back to my REST API client, and in the add score here, I'm going to make another call. If I hit send here, you can see that we still get 200, we still get the data back, but what would happen if I remove the score from here? If I hit send now, you can see that it says 422 unprocessable entity, and here you can see the message score is required. Now this is great because our front end, whether it's a web application, mobile application, or even just a REST API client, it knows what data it is missing. Similarly, it just doesn't tell what is missing, but also if the data type is incorrect, it would also fix it. For example, here, if I start saying true here and hit send, you will see that it says score must be a number, so it cannot be a boolean in this case. So it validates that this is required and also validates the type, because if I go back to my code into the validators, you will notice that the add score DTO has score defined as a number and as required, so we cannot have this missing and we should have this as a number. The one interesting thing is that if we say this is 100, which is a number, but rather in a string, what would happen in this case? If I send this call, you will notice that it passes with 200, and that is because this JOI library basically smartly converts this 100 into a number because it can be converted into a number. And the proof of that is that we are returning a number value here, although we are passing a string value from the payload. Now, if I change this to something that cannot be converted into a number smartly, then it would start crying and it would say that this should be a number. And this is really nice feature. For example, if you forget to pass this as a number or don't pass this as a number, but rather a string that can be converted into a number, then it would do it automatically for you. So this is great. Now that we have this, let's update the other two APIs to have this validator testing as well. So I'm going to go to my code, and inside here, I'm going to go to controller, and in here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to start with the update one. So here we can say score DTO validator, and here we can say update score DTO, and here just putting a comma here. And similarly, I'm going to go here and paste score DTO validator, and here we are going to say delete score DTO, and this should make everything work. Let's test it. So I'm going to go to my update score now and test a normal call. Looks good. If I remove the score, hit send, you can see it says score is required. If I remove the user ID, it would then say user ID is required, and the other validations would work as well. Let's quickly see delete score. So in here, we are only passing the user ID. If I hit send, everything works. If I remove the user ID in this case, then it should say user ID is required. Cool. So now we have all the API calls having validations, and these validations trigger at the time of the API call, not before we try to see what data to return or even connecting with the database. So this is good. Now the next step is very interesting. We are going to connect to a database where we will store these values and retrieve these values as well. Right now we are just using the hard-coded data from our code base, but now we are going to work with real database. So what I want you to do is go to cloud.mongodb.com, and you need to log in using your account. I'm right now using my Google account to log into this. Once you do so, you're going to click this create button and you're supposed to create a cluster here. You need to select shared because dedicated one is not free. So you could use shared at this moment. And then you can select AWS and then you can select the cloud provider and region. And you can see that this is an M0 sandbox, which we are using right now. Once you've selected all of this, just create the cluster via clicking this button. Then you need to click browse collections. And inside here, we are going to create a database. So you need to click create database and then name it Scorer Pro. So Scorer-Pro, and then you can name the collection. Now we are going to use a package called Mongoose, which is sort of an ORM that we will use for connecting with this database. And the way it works is that it basically names the collection as plural. So if we are saving a score, we are going to have to name the collection scores. So I'm going to name this scores and I'm going to just click create in this one. And now you can see that our Scorer Pro database is here and I can click scores, and in scores, we don't have any documents. As you can see, the result here is 0. Now that we have this, let's have a look at Mongoose. So I'm going to go to Mongoose documentation, or you can search Mongoose npm. Then you can see that this is mongoosejs.com. So I'm going to go to get started because that's how we work. First of all, we need to install this package via npm install. So I'm going to do that. So go to your terminal and then make sure that we are not touching either the server or the ngrok in this case, and have a new terminal where we can say npm install mongoose save. I'm going to go back to the documentation, and in here I'm going to copy this code for the getting started portion. From here I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to go back to my code, and in here we are going to create a new file. You can see that the Mongoose package installation is successful here. So I'm just going to clear this. I'm going to bring this down, and now we are going to create a new file. We are going to call this db.js, and then we are going to paste this code here. Notice that we are requiring Mongoose on the first line. Then we're calling this async function called main in case we are not able to connect with the MongoDB database. But in case we connect, then I would just console log here something like MongoDB connected, and that's pretty much it. So we get a notification or sort of a representation that our DB connection works fine. Now that we have this, we need to call this file, or we need to basically import this file into app, because right now this file just exists within our project but is not linked. The process that follows for this server is when we run the npm start command, it runs nodemon. It goes inside the www folder, or actually the bin folder, and the www file, and inside here you will notice that at the very top it imports the app file, and in here when it imports the app file, all of the code of the app is triggered. So now what we need to do is to import the db file inside the app file so the db file's code can be executed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just require the db file here. So I can simply say require, and here we can say /db, and when we do so, the db.js code would automatically be executed, which means this line would be executed automatically. Now one thing that I just saw is that in here we are using a lot of var, so we are going to replace those with const because we are not really reassigning those anywhere. So it's good to use const in that case. So I'm going to replace all of these instances, and now let's see if our server is working fine. Here you can see that our server says MongoDB connected because our database is connected. However, the database that has been connected is on localhost, and we don't want to connect with localhost. We rather want to connect with the cloud MongoDB. That's what we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually stop the server from here, and then I'm going to go to my cloud MongoDB. From your cloud MongoDB, you need to create a user, a database access user. You can click the add new database user. You can use the password option here and then just create a user according to your liking. Once you're done with that, you need to see the username and also remember the password. Then you will go into your databases, and here you're going to go to browse collections and in command line tools here. And once you go here, you're going to go to connect instructions and connect your application. Then you need to copy all of this. Now I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to my code and I'm going to just hard code it here just like this. So I'm going to just paste it here. Now what you need to understand is that we have this username colon and then password. You need to remove these angle brackets around the password and just paste your password. For example, if it's db1234, then that is what it will be. Then at the end of the URL, you will notice that you have a slash and then a question mark. Just before the question mark, you need to put the name of the database so it connects directly with the Scorer Pro database. So you need to say Scorer-Pro and this will connect with the database. Now all I need to do is just replace this password with my actual password. So I'm going to do that, and you can also replace this with your actual password. Okay, so I'm just gonna replace this, and now let's see if this works. So I'm gonna say npm start, and now you can see that we got MongoDB connected. What would happen if I messed up with this password? For example, if in the end I say 123 and hit save here, you will notice that now it says error, and here you can say bad auth because the authentication failed for this particular user. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put it back and save, and you can see that now it says MongoDB connected. So our database is connected with our application, and this is super cool. So I'm gonna bring this down now that our connection is working. One more thing that we could do is, instead of hard coding this data here, because when we will publish this to production, or if I decide to push this code to GitHub, we don't really want our code to contain passwords because that's a really bad practice. We shouldn't be pushing that to any of the repositories. So what are we going to do about this? We're going to create an env file that would live into my machine and will never be pushed to GitHub, and that would contain the value of this. So we are going to create a new file here. We are going to call it .env because this is an environment file. Then we are going to say mongo_db_url equals, and in quotation we are going to paste all this string. So I'm gonna just copy this, and then I'm going to go to env and paste this entire string. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my db.js, and instead of this string we are going to write process.env dot the variable name. So we can say process.env dot, and here we can say mongo_db_url. Now this is going to retrieve the value of this variable from the env file just like this, but for this we need a package, and this package is called .env. So if you go to npm again and search .env, you will find the package and you can see the documentation from it. But essentially what we just need to do is to install this package just like this. So I'm going to go to my terminal and I'm going to go and just say npm install .env-save. After this is installed, you can see in the instructions that we need to create the env file, which we already did, and define our variables. Then as soon as possible we need to require this into our file, and that is what we are going to do. So we are going to just copy this, go back to our code, and you know that the starting point of our application is this www. So at the very top, even before this app, we can do require.env.config, and this would essentially make sure that our variables are available. Now if you go to the terminal where your server is running, you can see that we have some errors here. So I'm gonna save this, and once we do so, we can restart the server so the env file is imported. Now you can see that the MongoDB connected because our application via this code was able to retrieve the env variables, and this db.js was then able to process it and connect via the MongoDB string. So now we can bring this down as our DB is connected via the env file, and we need to make sure that we never commit this to GitHub. So far we have not worked with anything related to Git, but when it comes to the point, we are going to do it. So just hold your horses. Now what I want to do is just focus on the MongoDB part where we are able to add, retrieve, update and delete score records directly in the database. We're going to start with the add call. So in this case, I'm going to go to routes score and inside score controller, and in here we are going to make a couple of changes. So first of all, we need to use this score.model.js to define the schema of the score entity. Score is an entity that is going to be saved into the database, and Mongoose basically helps us define a schema so we can basically know what properties are going to be saved in the database. So no one can just put different properties and weird kind of structure of this data and just save to the database. Mongoose will make sure that it only has the properties that we define as the schema. So let's see how we can define a schema in Mongoose. So for this, you can go back to the Mongoose documentation and go to schemas from the left menu, and in here you have an example. So I'm going to just copy this example from here, go to the code into score model.js, and I'll just replace the initial statement with const mongoose equals require mongoose just for consistency. Otherwise we would have to change everything to import. So let's just use this require statement. Then you can see that we extract out schema from mongoose, and then we define the schema using this schema constructor. We are going to rename this to score schema in this case, and we know that we are going to have a couple of things. First, we are going to have user ID, which is going to be type string. Then we are going to have game ID, which is going to be of type string, and we'll have a score, which is going to have the value or the type as number. Now that we have this, we can remove the rest of the things because we don't really want them. In the end, what we want to do is to create a model out of it. So we can say score equals to mongoose.model, and here we are essentially saying score with the score schema. And that is how you define a model. The schema is how it would look, or the definition of the entities that would be saved. The model itself is something that we'll use for calling the functions. We could say score.add or score.save. We could say score.findOne, score.update, stuff like that. And finally, we are going to just export this score from here. So we can say module.exports, and here we can say score. So we can use this model directly into further our code. Now that we have done this, we are going to quickly go to controller and we are going to modify it. But even before so, we need to go to service and then update the add score method. First of all, what I want you to understand is that we need to create a new score and save it to the database. The way to do that is to do something like const new score equals, and here we can say new, and we are using the score model here as a constructor. So we can say score, and this score is supposed to be imported from the file that we just mentioned. So I'm going to go to model and make sure that we are exporting this. Yes, we are. And then in the service, we can basically say score. And then here we can pass all of these three things. So we are going to pass game ID, user ID, and score. Now I also need to import this. So I'm going to import this. So at the very top, I'm going to say something like const score equals to, and here we can say require, and we can say something like this. We can say score.model, and we are having the score now. Once we have done this, we can also make sure to do something like this. We can say new score.save, and this will essentially save this to the database. Now finally, what we need to do is to return the value. Now we need to make this function async because this statement here is essentially a promise. So we need to do something like return await new score.save, and that is essentially what's going to save this to the database. Now that we have this function as async, we need to fix our controller function to also be async. So I'm gonna go ahead and update the post function, which is this one, and here I'm gonna say this is async. Now what I need to do is to update this to use this promise notation. So here add score that we are using now is async, so this returns a promise. So this would then have await. So this is an async function using an await statement that returns back the save score, and here we get it. Now that we have this, we are going to wrap this into a try catch just to make sure that when something fails, we are able to capture that error and also save that. So I'm going to save this and go back to my REST API client. And in here, I'm going to go to add score, and we are passing game123, user123, and 100 as the score. If I hit send, you will notice that we get 200, but this time something special. We get this ID and version as well in this scenario, and that is because this data has now been saved into MongoDB. This ID was generated by MongoDB, and we get it back as a response. What would be a better way to verify this other than going to the database and checking it out? So I'm going to go to my database again, and here into collections, and inside the Scorer Pro scores, and in scores we can see that here we go, we have our first record in the MongoDB database. Yay! Now let's go back to our Scorer Pro here, and here we are going to do a couple of things. Now let's go back to the REST API client and discuss one thing. Should it be possible for someone to add another record with the same game ID and same user ID? Should that be possible? If I do it right now, you can see that we get 200 and this, which means that if I refresh on my Cloud MongoDB, we will have two records of the same user and of the same game. Now this shouldn't have been possible, and that is because we can only have one record for one game ID plus one user ID because we don't want duplicate. So I'm going to delete this one for now, and let me try to explain how we can make sure that our database, when adding a new record, stops this process and says, hey, this is a duplicate error. In order to do so, what we need to do is to create an index, a compound index based on user ID and game ID that defines this rule that there can be only one record in this scores collection that has the same user ID and game ID. So there cannot be two records with the same user ID and game ID. So what we will do here is we are going to go to our code, and in the model here, and here we are going to define on the schema what this index is. So we can say something like score schema dot index, and this is a method that takes an object we need to define user ID as 1, game ID as 1, because we are selecting these two properties, and then we are saying unique true. So this creates a compound index with this combination being a unique one. So now that we have saved this and our server is restarting, let's try adding the same data again. So I'm going to go back to my REST API client and know that our database right now only has one record. If I try to do this again and hit send, what would happen? Our server will crash. And that is because you can see it says ngrok gateway error. So invalid HTTP response, but I know what happened. If I go back to my code and here you can see that the app crashed and now it's waiting for the changes. If we go up and see what was the reason, you can see it says duplicate key error. And here you can see that it has a duplicate key including user ID and game ID because we are trying to add the same record within the database. Even if the score is different, if we have the same game ID and same user ID as an existing record, this should fail. But the question is, should our server crash? Because now it cannot really work. If I go back to my client here and if I hit send here, you will see that it shouldn't work. For somehow the REST API client makes it look like this works. But if I go to localhost 3000 and hit refresh, you will see that the response would not get back because the server itself is down. So our server has crashed. What we should do about it is to handle the errors gracefully. So in our route, when we get an error, we should handle it in a proper manner. So what we can do is we can wrap this whole execution of the add new score in the route controller to try catch. So I can simply say try, and in this case, I'm going to put everything inside this try block. Then when we catch an error here, we just need to pass this error into next or the next method. So that's all that we want to do. Now, if we save this, the server would restart, MongoDB is connected. And if I go and try to add the same data again, this time we will get 500 internal server error. We get a status and a message that says duplicate key, blah, 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 but our server does not crash. If I go to localhost 3000, refresh, you can see that we get the data. So our server doesn't crash. If I go back to my server's console here, you can see that there was a 500 error, but the server did not crash. And then we just did a get call and that also resulted in a write status. So having said that, you can see that we are now not able to add duplicate records. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a few more records. For the add score, let's say the game is still the same. The user is 123444. And if I send, this should be successful because the user this time is different. Or we could do something like user1 and hit enter. And here you can see that we got another record in the database. Now let's talk about the get call. The get call should return all the records based on a particular game ID in this case. So we are going to go to our code and going to go to controller. And in this case, we are calling the get scores method. So we are going to go to get scores and we're going to update it. We're going to make this an async function just like this one. So we can say something like return await score.find game ID. And we can make this a one-liner. So I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this return as well and the end bracket as well, which is this one. And this is a one-liner now. So all we do is essentially just returning all the scores based on this game ID. The find method takes an object and in the property, whatever value you provide, it will basically return all the elements based on that criteria or based on that query. Now let's try this out in the client. So I'm going to go to get score by game ID and hit send. And here you see that we get nothing. And that is because we forgot one more step. We need to go to our controller, make this function an async function, and then put an await here because this get score is an async function. It returns back a promise. So we need to handle it accordingly. Now that we have this, let's try this out again. We're going to go and hit send. And this time you can see that we get all of the data. We get all three records that you can see here with their IDs, with their data accordingly. And this is good. We can add more scores. And every time we do so in the get call, we'll get all of the scores back. This is good. Now let's talk about update call. So I'm going to go to my code and see the put call here. And in the put call, you can see that we get the params, body, and then we call update score. So first, let's make this function an async function just like this. And then what we are going to do is go to update score. In here, we are going to say async. And in here, we are going to say return await score dot find one and update. GitHub Copilot, thank you so much. And here you can see that we get this data back. Now, we could also make this one liner, but I'm going to keep it as it is for now, just for code readability. So just do do something like this. And I want to show you something actually. In this situation, you will see that the first parameter that we have is the criteria of finding. In this case, we are using this find one and update with this query. So we are finding one element that has this game ID, this user ID, and the data we are updating is the score. So we can always update the score based on the game ID and user ID of the one particular record that we can find. This third object or this third parameter where we are saying new true, this is interesting. Let me show you what this is. So I'm gonna first remove this, save this, make sure that our put call has this async function. We use the await here because that's important. And then we also need to put try catch around this just like we did for post. So here what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually wrap all of this into a try block, and then I'm going to say catch here. The catch error would essentially just go ahead and say next error, and then I'm going to just update this one and hit save. And now let's see what happens. So first, if I go and update the score, I need a particular game ID that we already have. Then we also need a user ID. So let's say we have this user 12344 and we want to change the score from 100 to 50. So I'm going to go to update score and here change the user ID, and here we are going to say 50. If I hit send here, let's see what happens. If I hit send, you can see that we get 200, okay, but the score that we get is still 100. That's pretty weird. Why is that so? Let's try to change it to 30. If I hit send now, you will notice that we get 50. What? Didn't I just update 50 the previous time, and now I'm trying to do 30 and it sends me back 50. That's weird. And that is because by default, when we call this method, the find one and update, what it returns is the old copy of the data before it was updated. And to return the new copy, you need to provide this new true or this object with the property new true. And once we do so, our problems should be solved. So I'm going to go ahead and try this out now. Let's try this to be 120 now. If I hit send now, you see that we get 120 right away. The data that we are updating is being reflected right away, and this is what we wanted. Now let's try to update a record which does not exist. So I'm going to say user or US here, and if I hit send, what would happen? If I do this, you will see that we still got 200, but the data is null. Now this is weird, right? Because we shouldn't be getting a 200 if what we intended did not happen. We intended to update a record and it says this was successful. Now this is weird. So what we will need to do is to make sure that there was something updated. And when we get null in this case, we are going to say 404 because this null means there was not any element that we found and could update. So we are going to go to our code and make sure that happens. So in this core.controller.js, right after we have this updated score, we need to check if it was null or not. So we can check if updated score or updated score equals to null, and you need to make sure that we are not confusing updated score with updated score because there's only one letter difference. So this needs to be updated score, not update score. If that's the case, then what we want to do is to do this. We need to do res.status 404 and JSON score not found. And since we have this habit of returning the error, so here we are going to check if the updated score is null, and you have to make sure that you're using updated score and not update score because they both are very similar, and if you miss it, you're not going to get the same result. So you need to do res.status 404.json score not found, and we also need to just return it so it doesn't go to this particular statement. Now we are going to save this and try this out. So if I go back to my REST API client and if I try this call again with a user that does not exist and hit send, you can see that it says 404 and says error score not found. Now this is good, and I can now see a user that exists, and if I hit update here, in this case you can see that we get the result that we wanted. Finally, we need to implement the delete score call so it deletes the data from the database. In this case, we are going to go into our code base here, and then we are going to go to the service method, and here we have delete score. So all we need to do here is to do something like return score dot find one and delete, and in here we're going to provide the game ID, and then we are going to essentially just do this. So we are going to remove this, and this also can be a one-liner. So maybe we can just make this async here and then do await here in this case. And then we are going to essentially just go ahead, or actually we don't really need to make this async in that case, or anyone in this case, because we are using async there. So maybe we can remove this, do just like this, because we are going to have the async on the other side and we are not processing anything here. So I'm going to just remove async from here as well. And then we are going to make the same thing here, the delete score here, and we just need to return this calculation from here. Now that we have this, we need to go to our controller. And in the controller where it says delete, we are going to do the same thing as here. We're going to use try catch, and we are also going to make sure that this function is an async function. In here, we are going to wrap all of this inside a try block, just like this. And then we are going to have a catch here. And then we are simply going to do next error. And then in the try one, we are going to paste this. Now we also need to make sure that there was some data that was deleted. So how do we check that? If I go to my REST API client now, first, let's make sure that everything works. So the get call here works. If I add a new score, let's say with a user 122 and hit send, you can see that the add call also works and the update should also work. Here, I'm going to change this back to, for example, 87, hit send, it works. And finally the delete one. So if I try to use a user that does not exist, let's say you, and if I hit send, you will see that it has caused an internal server error that says converting circular structure to JSON. So here we have a problem. In this case, we are saying deleted score equals to delete score, and we are returning this deleted score here. And that is because we are not using await here. So we need to do that. Let's save this, try this out again. If we hit send now, you can see that the data here is null. And that is because it was not able to find anything that was supposed to be deleted. However, if we delete the record for game 123 and user 123 and hit send, you will notice that we get a proper data back. So what can we do here? We're going to do the same thing as update. We're going to copy this from here because I love copy pasting. And then I'm going to go here and say, if the deleted score was null, that meant we couldn't find the score. Otherwise, we are going to return the data that has the deleted score. So I'm going to try this out again. If I now hit send here, because the data was already deleted, you can see it says score not found. Now, if I try to go and get scores, and I can basically pick this user 123444, and if I go to delete now, change the user with the same game ID and hit send, you can see that we only got this data back, and that means our function was successful or our API call was successful. And if I now try to get the score instead of 3, I'm going to get 2 because I deleted 1. So all our API calls are now working with proper error handling, and they are connecting with the database appropriately. Now that we have this, we can push this code to our repository. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my GitHub and I'm going to create a new repository. I'm going to basically name this Scorer Pro, and I'm going to create this under the code with SN team. So I'm going to say Scorer-Pro. I'm going to make this public. We don't need to add any README or anything. So we just create a repository here. Then what we need to do is to use Git. And now it's the part where we actually use Git. So we are going to say something like git init. Once we do so, you can see we initialize an empty Git repository. Now, one important thing to notice is that, as I mentioned before, we don't need to put, or we should not post this env file to any code repository. And we also shouldn't be including node modules. So what we are going to do is to create a new file called .gitignore, and this should ignore any files that we don't want. So I'm going to create this. Then in here, I'm going to include the .env file and then also node modules. So once we save this, you will notice that both of these files are now gray, which means that they are not going to be pushed or included in the Git subversioning system. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do git add dot, which means that all of the files apart from these folders are added. Now I'm going to say git commit -m, and here we are going to say initial commit, and then here I'm going to push this. Now before we push this, I'm going to rename this branch to main. So we can say git branch -m main, and here you can see that the name should be changed to main here, and then I can basically copy some commands from GitHub. So if you look at your repository, you should find this command called git remote. So you need to copy this, paste it here. So you add the remote, and then you need to do git push -u origin main, and this will push all the code that we have to GitHub. And here, if I go and refresh now, you should be able to see your code, or I'm able to see my code here, and I can see all of the code apart from those files that we just ignored. Now that we have this, let's talk about deploying this to production. So you need to go to Heroku and you need to log in via your account. If you have not created an account yet, you can sign up, but I have already an account, so I'm going to sign in using my account credentials, just like this. Once you're logged in, you can create a new application, and remember that when we are creating applications on Heroku, they are on the free tier and they sleep after a while when no one is using that. So you can see here, some of my applications, or actually all of my applications, are sleeping because someone was not using them. So you can click new, create new app, and in here you can say Scorer Pro or any name essentially, and then just say, or actually I'm going to say backend, Square Pro backend. And in here, I can say create app. And in this case, you will see some deploy instructions. Now, the process that we are going to use is using the Heroku Git CLI or Heroku CLI. So you need to download and install Heroku CLI from here, and you can go through the installation instructions. If you are on Windows, you can just use these installers. If you are on Mac OS, you need to install it via Brew. And if you don't have Brew installed, you can go to brew.sh and then copy this command and then just run it on your terminal, and that should install Brew. Once you have Brew installed, you can run this command and this will install the Heroku CLI. Once you're done with that, you need to log in into the Heroku CLI by doing Heroku login. So I'm going to go to my code and here, or my VS Code, and here I'm going to say Heroku login. And once you do so, it may ask you to press any key to open browser. You're just going to click the login button here and then you should be logged in. So if I go back to my CLI here, you can see that it says logged in as my email, whatever that is. Now, once you're logged in, you can follow the instructions from the deploy instructions. So here you can see that it says Heroku login. Then you need to add this remote just like this. So we are going to copy this command. You don't need to do git init because we already did that. So you need to copy this command, go into your code and paste it there. You will see the message that it set the git remote to this URL. Then you're gonna go ahead and do this. You're going to push to Heroku master. Now, since we have different names, we have a main branch and the Heroku branch is called master. The way to do this is a bit different. You cannot say git push Heroku master. You need to say git push Heroku main master. Now, if we hit enter here, you will see that it will start pushing this to Heroku and will show us the logs as well on what's happening. It will show the whole process, installing dependencies, running the server and whatnot. So if you want to see the logs somewhere else, you can go to your Heroku dashboard and go here and go to view logs. And this is essentially where I usually see all the logs or whatever is happening. Here you can see that it got build succeeded. It tried to do something and then it crashed. And you can see it says nodemon not found, and that is because by default it tries to run the npm start command which we were using while developing, and it was then running nodemon. Now, as I mentioned in our package JSON, this nodemon is a dev dependency. This is not a production dependency or not a regular dependency. So when we deploy to Heroku, it essentially removes these. So if you try to check this whole log, you will see it says pruning dev dependencies, and so nodemon doesn't get installed at the end. So how do we tell Heroku to not run nodemon but rather node command? To do that, we are going to create a file here. We can say proc file, which is a Heroku specific file. We are going to say this is going to be a web container that would run node, not bide, but rather node. And then we are going to say bin/www. So everything that we have here, just we are replacing nodemon with node. And the quality of this proc file, or the benefit of this, is that Heroku first tries to look into proc file. And if it doesn't find anything there, then it runs the package JSON. So now that we have this proc file, we can basically add that or include or stage it, and then we are supposed to push this to Heroku. So we are going to do git add dot, then we are going to say git commit -m, and here you could say something like added proc file for Heroku. And once you do so, then you can do git push Heroku and here main : master. So we are pushing to Heroku. Now notice that we are pushing to Heroku. We are not pushing to GitHub. So we would also have to push this to GitHub at some point. In this case, if I go to my logs, you can see that there was another build that is started from my account, and then it is going to do the same thing. It is going to install the dependency, and this time it will start, or it will try to run from the proc file. And this time you can see that it changed from crash to starting. Then afterwards, you can see that starting process with command node bin www. So it didn't run with nodemon, which is a good thing. But now we got an error, which is mongoose error. And it says whatever URL you have provided to me for connecting to MongoDB database, it doesn't work. And that is because we did not push our env file to Heroku. So Heroku doesn't have this MongoDB URL. It doesn't have this string. How do we pass this string to Heroku? Because it needs it. So what we are going to do is to create something called environment variable in Heroku. So we are going to go into the settings, and inside here, we're going to go to reveal config vars. We are going to add a variable here called MongoDB URL, and the value, I just copied it. So the key of this variable should exactly be what we have here in the env file. Otherwise, obviously it wouldn't work. Now, after saving this, all you need to do is just just click more and click restart all dynos. Once you do so, you should be able to see this in the logs and you should be able to see it restarting, and now you see MongoDB connected. Yay! That means our application server is now live on Heroku, and it also is able to connect to our database, which means that if I want to just replace my client, which is the REST API client, and the URL from localhost or ngrok to Heroku, it should start working. So if I want the base URL from this, I just want to click open app, and here is the URL, and you can see that we're getting not found because at slash there is no route. But if I go to slash score slash game123 and hit enter, you can see that we get the data, and this is super cool because this is coming from Heroku and this is live on production. So I'm just gonna copy this base URL and I'm going to go to my REST API client from Rapid API, which again is amazing. We're gonna go to environments, manage, and inside here production, we are going to replace this localhost 3000 with this URL. Make sure to strip or remove the ending slash because we don't have the slash in the local one, and we add a slash manually in the URL right here, as you can see. So all I need to do is, if I need to switch from local to production, I just click here, click to production, and notice that the code also reflects the changes production URL. And if I try to get the scores from here, you can see that we still get the same data, we still get 200, okay. And if I add a new data, or if I try to do so, you can see that it says duplicate error key. So I can basically say 123 123, hit send, and that would mean that now using the production URL, we have added a new data into the database, and this has the ID CA3A. So we can confirm it by going to the database, just doing a refresh, and then just searching this value just like this. So we can search something like CA3A, and here you can see that this data was created. So now our API is live on Heroku. Now that we have published our API to production using Heroku, the only thing remaining is to publish our API to Rapid API, so we can basically make it ready for developers to consume and also to start monetizing. So let's get into it. To do so, I want you to go to rapidapi.com/hub and then go to my APIs from there. So you can go to your API settings and we can start adding information there. In here, you should click the definition, and then you can see that there's a stepper form that takes you through all of the required things. So first of all, you can see that we got a short description that we already added, and we could also add a long description. I'm not going to do that yet. If you have a website for this API that you want people to go to, you can add that here as well. And if you have terms of use, you can also add them here. I'm going to go to the next step to add the base URL. In here, you can see that we got this base URL here, and here we need to essentially just add this base URL of our production. So I'm going to click configure here, and here you can see that it says enter base URL. So you can basically copy it from here. You can click open app, and this is the base URL that we'll get out of it. So you can just copy this, and then you can go back to this dialog and just add it right here, and make sure to remove the slash and then hit save. Once you're done with this step, you can go down. I don't really think we have anything else to add here. Then you need to go to endpoints, and this is where things get interesting because here we are going to add our endpoints. So when a developer comes to our API page, they can see a documentation for all those endpoints. So I'm going to just add one or two to just show you, and then I'm going to just quickly add the rest of them behind the scenes. So the first endpoint that we are going to add here is going to be the add score. So I'm going to say add score here, and remember that this endpoint here is different from the REST API client. This REST API client is for me to test my application, but this here essentially is what is going to be shown to the developers who are going to use this API. So I'm going to call this add score, and in here we are going to say add score with game ID and user ID, and here we are going to call this a post endpoint. In here we are going to use the endpoint. So right now we know that we have our base URL, which is this one, and the full endpoint that becomes is /score. So I'm going to just add this score after here. So that's pretty much it. I don't need to add anything in here in the description, so we don't really need that. The body is going to be of type JSON, and we can add it here. Now we already know that there's going to be a game ID here, and then there's going to be a user ID. So we can essentially just say user ID here, and then we can give this the value of game123, and this is going to be user123. And finally, we need to add a score here. So we can say something like score. This is going to be, for example, 70, and this is not going to be a string. So this is just going to be a number. Now that we have the body here, you need to click generate schema so we also have the schema generated for this body. So I'm going to click generate schema, and here you can see that we have this schema generated. Now to actually see the response, or to show the developers what kind of response this API provides us, we could do a couple of things to do so. First of all, we can click this save to test endpoint, which will essentially execute this call using the body that we have provided and then bring a result. And then we can use that result to generate an example response. So why don't we do that? If I click here, you would see that it essentially does a call to our server, but that wouldn't work because we might already have a data just like this. So let's say we do it 123 123 and 123 123. So I'm going to click test endpoint now, and now you should be able to see that we get a result, right? As I suspected. Now we can click here, create example from response. And when we click here, this says example was created from the response. This is very handy for us. And if I go to example responses, I can go down here and see the data here, as you can see. So this is the sample response that we've got. And this sample response is going to be shown in the documentation when someone visits our API page. And this is super cool. Now that we have this response, we can click generate schema to generate the schema as well. Now the fun part is that if I try to click this test point again, this will again make an API call to our server. We'll try to create another record in the database, which is not what we want, because every time someone comes in, they are going to use the same body and execute the same call, and it would start creating records in our database. We don't want that. We want these to be mocked. So instead of making the actual API calls, we can use the mock response. If you see this response heading, you can go here and click mock response. And in here, you can give the status 200. And then the body can be provided just like this. This is the same body that we have in the example response. So this is pretty simple. So you can just save it here and click enable mock response. This will make sure that when someone comes to our API page and starts clicking this test endpoint, it is not going to our server, but rather this response is served as a mock response. So we basically do not create any records in our database. So you need to make sure another thing that this body is equal to what we have in example responses in here. So they should be equal. Otherwise it's going to cause some collision. So I'm going to go to mock responses again, just put it here and hit save. And this API call should now be there. Now at any time of this process, you can click this view in hub to see how this looks when some developer comes in and tries to see the page of this API. So if I open it, you can see that this is this API's page. And right now there is one endpoint that we just created. It's called add score. And in here, you can see the headers, the sample body that we just created. And also you can see the code that they can copy to use our API. They would be using this URL and will get the responses back. Now in here, you can also see that we got example responses. This is where this example response that we just saw when we were looking at it. So the example response that is in here, that is essentially shown on this page here. And finally, if someone clicks this test endpoint, you will notice that we'll get the result similarly here. And this result is again coming from the mock response that we have put here. So you can basically put the same data here and here. So we don't have to make a real API call. I hope you understand my point. Similarly, what I'm going to do is that I'm just going to copy this body because we are going to now mock the data for the get API call. So I'm going to save that. And now what I'm going to do is just duplicate this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to rename this to get scores. And here we can also name this get scores by game ID. In this particular situation, we have the get call and it says that the payload will be deleted. I'm fine with that because we are copying the post call. So I'm going to continue from here, and the get call does have a score, but it also requires a game ID if you remember. And if you don't remember, we can always go to the code. If I go to the route score controller in here, you can see that the router.get has this game ID parameter. How do we give this into the API definition? So in here, you can give it by curly braces, and you can see the message here as well that we can use curly braces here. We can call this game ID just like that. And it already adds this path parameter here, as you can see, and we can give this a default value. We can call this, for example, game 123. And as we are doing that, you can also notice that in the example cases, it is also adding this in the URL as a parameter, and this is super cool. Once we are done with that, we can go to example responses and we can add an example response here. But instead of this entire object that we have, this data would contain an array of objects, because that's what happens. If I go to my actual endpoint here and if I see this is the data that we have. So I'm actually going to copy this whole response and I'm going to mock this, because this data is just me testing things out. It's not production data or any user's data. So I'm going to quickly go and copy this entire object, or actually from the text, just like this. Then I'm going to go to this response and here I'm going to paste this. Then I'm also going to generate the schema based on this. So I'm going to generate the schema, and now you can see that this is a valid example because we are getting an array out of it. Now that we have this response set, again, we need to go to mock response. We are going to make it 200, and we are going to also paste the same JSON here, which is an array of 2 elements. We are enabling the mock response, which we wanted. And finally, we can hit save. This time we don't need to this because we already got it from our REST API client. So I hope you understand now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this get call to create the update call, and I'm going to call this update score, and here we can say update score using game ID and score ID, and here we are going to make this a put call. This is also going to have the game ID parameter, so this looks good. The path parameter would still have game123 ID. The body, however, would contain the user ID in this case. So I'm going to remove the game ID from here. I'm going to remove, or actually I'm going to keep the score here to make it say 100 in this case. And once we do so, we can basically mock the response that we have. You also need to generate the schema to make sure that we have this defined properly, that this put or this update endpoint basically requires the parameter, but it also requires the body containing the user ID and the score. Once we are done with that, we can basically mock the response that we have here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially just mock this data, and we are going to mock it. Maybe we could do it something like this. So game123 user123, just making it from a real call, let's say. So if we do 70, if I hit send, it says score not found. That is interesting. So we can maybe add one. So let's say game123 user123, and then we add 1, which is 100, and then we update the score by 70. And once we do so, we can copy this response, go back to our API, and in this we basically update this. And we also need to update the schema because this is copied from the get call. So this is using the schema from get, and we want this from the post. So I'm going to just say generate schema, and there we go. Now that we have this, I want to remove all of these headers because I don't really want them to be shown in the documentation, and we would probably have to do this with the other ones as well. But I'm just going to make sure that we have this body here, and we also have this into the mock responses. So I'm going to go to responses, and here in the mock responses, we update this as well, as you can see, and we have 200, and this data looks good. And then I'm going to hit save. Now let's remove the headers from add score as well as from the get score. So I'm going to remove all these headers. We don't really need those. We can just show what response comes rather than the headers. So I'm going to save this now. And in the get call, I just noticed that we also have these headers. So I'm going to just remove them one by one. And once we do so, we can just save this, and that's pretty much it. Now, finally, I'm going to copy this update score call and make it for delete. So we can say delete score, and in here we can say delete score using game ID and score ID. And finally, we are going to convert this into a delete call. This requires a body, but it does not require the score because we only need user ID and game ID. So I'm going to remove that. I'm also going to generate the schema to reflect that. Right now, we already have score. So if we generate the schema, the score is gone. That's cool. And for this one, we can take an example from here. So let's say if we are calling this delete score in which we have user123 being passed here. And if we send this call, we get back this data. So I can copy this one, go here, go down, update this body, generate the schema with this one, and also update the mock response. So I'm going to say mock response, and this one also needs to be updated just like this. And once we have this, we can save this. Now all of our endpoints are up to date. Now if I go to my API hub, you can see that the Scorer Pro here has the get call, the delete call, the add score, and also the update score. And all of the example responses should be there. So here we have this one for put. This one is for add score. Then for delete score, we have a similar one. And for the get score, we should have an array of data. So developers can expect what data would be returned from these API calls. And this is super cool. Now we are almost done. So we're going to go back to our provider dashboard. And the final thing that we need to do is go to plans and pricing and set a pricing plan. In this particular situation, we are going to use the freemium plan, which means that there are going to be some calls that would be for free. And then we can charge very little for an additional set of calls. So in this case, if you preview, this is our basic plan, nothing, and people could subscribe and they are unlimited calls. It's up to you how much you want to charge based on your API, based on your server cost, whatever you want to make out of it. But we are going to change this basic plan in this case. So we are going to edit this, and in this we are going to say the requests are going to be monthly limited. So you could limit, for example, 1,000 requests, and you could do a soft limit per this case. And here you can say that for extra, you could do $0.0001 per extra call. So this is very little. And once you're done with that, you can basically hit save, and that should provide the basic plan. You can also add another plan, for example, Pro. In this one, you could potentially have requests. You can say unlimited here, and then on the very top, you can change the subscription price. So here, the monthly subscription for this one would be, for example, you could say $0.5. So as less as that. You could also enable or disable rate limiting on how many requests per second anyone can make. I'm just going to keep this disabled, and you can also link your DocuSign with this. So anyone who wants to subscribe can basically have an embedded contract with DocuSign. So I'm going to just keep it like this and hit save. And now if we have a look at our plan, you can see that we have a basic one, which is 0 per month, but also 1,000 requests per month. And then there's a very low amount of what the API call would have. Or the person could go pro and have a $0.5 per month with unlimited API calls. That's super cool. And finally, once you're done with that, you can also look into docs where you can add documentation. And if you have any announcements, for example, you want to update your developers or your subscribers about any announcements, about new features, bug fixes, you can basically add them here. But that's pretty much it. If I go now back to my API or API hub, I can refresh this. And in here, you can see I have already subscribed to this, but I can manage the subscription. And that would essentially show me what plan I can pick for this particular API. So in this case, you can see that I've subscribed to the Square Pro automatically since I'm the creator, but I've also subscribed to another API called Meme Generator that I'm using. So there you go. We have our API now published to Rapid API, and you can now get passive income with this API, and possibilities are limitless. You can basically create any sort of API that does something and you can have passive income out of it. This is part 1 of the 2-part video in which we are going to build a REST API client that actually makes API calls and shows you the data, and it's going to be super fun. Now, just a heads up, what we are building today with SolidJS is highly inspired by the Rapid API Studio, which allows you to make HTTP calls right in your browser and which is very intuitive. And that also actually made me realize how much effort and work they have put into building this, because I have only implemented a fraction of this and it was really interesting and challenging on how this was implemented. So this is how it looks in the end. You can make the API calls, but I'm going to talk about that more in just a bit. So before we get into the actual video, I would highly appreciate that you subscribe to the channel if you have not already, so you don't miss the notification for the next part, which is going to finalize this video, and like the video in the end if you found this useful, and let me know in the comments what should I build next with SolidJS or any other framework that you prefer. So without further ado, let's get started. So first of all, let's have a look at the final product, and we are only going to do a part of that in this video. So we have a REST API client here, and what we do here is that we have a list of requests that you can see here. Then we can create a request just like this. For example, I could do a new request without even the URL, and I can create a new request, and the UI already switches to that. I can make the request by clicking the send button, and you can see that we get the response here. We also get the response headers from the server, and we can now explore the output just like this right within our web application. And I can also go ahead and I can delete those requests. But before that, I'm going to show you that this is actually preserved. So if I refresh the page, you can see that we still see these 3 requests because this is being stored in the browser, and that's super cool. Now I can delete this, and you can see that if I refresh again, we only have these 2 remaining. So that's pretty much it. That's the entire application. And in this video, we are going to work on listing the requests adding a new request and also deleting requests. And this is going to involve a couple of things like state management, how to use solid forms and whatnot. So let's create a new project and let's get started. So what I want you to do is open your terminal and then type npx digit solidjs templates ts, and then you're going to provide the name as solid rest client app. Now notice that we are using the TS template, which means we are working with TypeScript in our application. So we are not going into the blind and breaking things just because we don't know how things work. So once you do so, it's going to create the folder, it's going to install the dependencies, or actually it just clones it and doesn't install the dependency. So now you should open this into your VS Code. For this video, we are using VS Code because I'm going to provide you some snippets that you can use while following the tutorial, which would make things much easier for you. So open this into VS Code by typing code, and then you can just say solid rest. So essentially you can open it directly in VS Code, but you can also use this shortcut as you can see here. Now that we have this open in our VS Code, I'm going to open the terminal and now I'm going to install the dependencies. As you can see here, we don't have a node modules folder here. So you can quickly go ahead and do npm install. I have pnpm installed and I'm going to use pnpm. If you want to install pnpm, you can just run npm install -g pnpm. And pnpm is essentially a package manager, which is much faster than the normal npm. So once you have installed pnpm, you can basically just run pnpm install, and this would install all the dependencies for you. And once you are done, as you can see that this was really fast. And once you're done, you can quickly go ahead and run pnpm run dev, and this should start the Vite server for you. And this is also a very fast process and I absolutely love it. So if you go to your browser now, you're going to see this exact app, which is out of the box app from SolidJS. And the first thing that I want you to do is to work with Tailwind CSS. But even before that, you should copy the snippets that I've provided. So if you go to the link, and the link should be in the description of this video, you're going to see this SolidJS tutorial snippet JSON. You can click the raw, and here you can just right click. I'm using an extension, so if you just see the raw, you can right click and save as, and then you can save this as a JSON file within your downloads folder. Once you've downloaded this, I want you to go to your VS Code and then download this extension, which is called Snippet. This is by Devon Ray, and obviously the link is in the description of this video. So once you have installed this, you should be able to see this snippets here. Then what I want you to do is go to your snippets, or actually what you can do is in your VS Code, you type or you press Ctrl+Shift+P, or if you're on Mac, then Command+Shift+P, and then you can type snippets. And once you do so, you should be able to see this import snippets. And once you do that, you can select the SolidJS tutorial snippets. And once you double click, it should say snippets imported successfully. And now you can just refresh and see if your TypeScript React has all these snippets, they're prefixed with SJS. Now that we have this, let's implement Tailwind CSS in the project. And to set up Tailwind, you can go to tailwindcss.com, click get started, and then here you have framework guides. Inside here you have SolidJS, and these are the instructions that you need to follow. So we have already created a project, so we don't need to do that. This is where we would start. We are going to start with installing these packages, and we are then going to initiate Tailwind CSS configuration. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to go to my terminal, stop the server, and then I can run this command with pnpm. So I'm going to say pnpm install, and here I can say --save dev. I'm not really sure if the -d works, so I'm just going to run this for the safe side. And this will install Tailwind CSS in the project. Once I'm done, I'm going to copy the npx Tailwind CSS init p, and I'm going to run this in the terminal as well. All right, now you can see that it creates a file tailwind config.js, and I'm going to open this to show you what it looks like. So here you can see that it has the content array empty, and Tailwind basically needs this array to make sure that it knows which file would contain the Tailwind CSS classes. So this needs to be updated. So if I look at the guide, this is what I should have. So in the content, I should have this entry which says any TypeScript, TSX, JavaScript or JSX file in the source folder should be considered. So I'm going to go ahead and in the content, I'm going to just paste this, and I'm going to remove the comma. Now that I've done this, I need to include these lines in the index.css. So I'm going to do that. So I'm going to go to source and index CSS, and at the very top, remember this, these lines should always be at the very top of your index CSS file. So I'm going to go to my terminal and run pnpm run dev. And now if I go back to my solid app, I can actually manipulate this and use Tailwind CSS. Let's try that. So I'm going to go to my app.tsx, and here you can see that we have this p tag which says edit code. So I'm going to just go here and add a class here. And the class that I'm going to add is text, and then I can say dash, and I can say 5XL. And if I save this, you can see that now this is much bigger. If I remove the class and show you again, you can see that this is much smaller. So our Tailwind CSS classes are being applied. I could also go ahead and change the color. So I could say something like text, red, and maybe let's say 500. And if I do this, you can see that it instantly shows that. So our Tailwind CSS configuration is good. Now we are going to actually modify the font that we are using. So if I inspect this right now and show you the HTML style here, you can see that the font family by default is UI sans serif and whatnot. So we are going to use the Nunito font because I love it. So what I want you to do is go to your index.html, and here just after the title, you can start typing SJS, and you can see that it automatically tells you to use this Nunito. And if you click it or just press enter, this will add these lines of code. So we are essentially adding a couple of links here. So first of all, we are linking with the Google APIs, so we can fetch the font instantly or very fast. And then you can see that here we are using the Nunito font that we are adding with a set of font weights like 400, 500, 600, and we are using display swap, which is a new CSS property that quickly swaps or uses the default font and then swaps it as soon as possible. So now that we have added those, it wouldn't still show up in the UI, because if you can see right now, even the HTML uses the UI sans serif. So let's update that in the index.css. So I'm going to go to my index.css, and where it says font family, I'm just going to add another entry here, and I'm going to call this Nunito. And if I save this, now you can see that it should use the Nunito font out of the box. So now if I inspect this and go to computed, you can see that the font family by default is Nunito. So I can actually change this and you would see the difference. You can see how rounded these edges are of this font, and that is what I really like. And if I reset this, you can see that now they're pointy. So we are actually using the font Nunito after the change right here. There you go. Now we are also going to use the ion icons or the ionic icons in our application, for example, for the delete button and for the add button. So let's add that as well. One thing that I would like to mention is that once you have imported the snippets, you might want to reload or restart your VS Code, because sometimes you may not be able to see the shortcuts working, and that's probably because you just need to turn it off and turn it back on. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say SJS and ion icons. So you will notice that it also does something similar. So it essentially adds two things. It uses the script to include ion icons JS and ESM JS, and this is what we want, so we can use ion icons. And once you have done this, we are good with both the font and the icons. Now that we have this, we are going to implement ESLint, so our code is a bit better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a new terminal, and our server is running into a different one, and I'm going to do npx ESLint init. And this will essentially initiate an ESLint configuration for us. Once you do so, you're going to make sure that you are using the ESLint RC option. So here, I'm just going to say yes for this. And now you should be selecting to check syntax, find problems, and enforce code style, because that's what we want. And here we are saying that we are going to use JavaScript modules, imports and exports, and then none of the frameworks. And then does our project use TypeScript? Absolutely, yes, it does. And it will run on the browser. Do we want to use a popular style guide? Yes, we are going to use the standard style guide out of the box. And here you can see that which file do we really want. So we are going to use the JSON in this case. But once the file is created, we are going to change that to something else. So just say yes and use pnpm for installing it. Once you have done that, you will see that this is missing a couple of dependencies. So it's missing the TypeScript ESLint parser and another package. So actually it's just the TypeScript ESLint parser. So you should be now running this command, pnpm add save dev ESLint plugin solid and TypeScript ESLint parser. So just have a quick look at this and run this command to install the relevant dependencies, and then it will not cry anymore. Once you have done that, you should look at the file that is created. This is called eslintrc.json. This would ensure that if you have the correct extension in your editor, in this case it's VS Code, you're gonna have to install the ESLint extension to make it work with your code. And once you do so, then you're gonna be essentially seeing if there are any errors in the files that you're working with. So make sure that you install the ESLint from Microsoft, and once you do so, it should all be good. One thing that I would like to enforce here is that you have to update your ESLint RC.json in order to work with solid rules, because then you can enforce like reactivity should be there, and there are a bunch of solid rules that makes it easier for developing with SolidJS. In this context or in this video, it's not really helpful, but if you really want to work with a SolidJS application for production, these would come in handy a lot. So what I'm going to do is show you, after zooming out a bit, this is the configuration that I use. So in this, you can see that we are using the env browser true, and we are using the parser TypeScript ESLint parser that we wanted to use. The plugins that we are using are solid, and then it is extending the plugin solid TypeScript. This is very important because this is required for ESLint to actually tell you if something is not really good in your code when it comes to SolidJS. Alrighty, enough configuration, let's actually write some code. So first of all, what we want to do is we want to be able to write some header. So you saw in the beginning that we have a header at the top, and then we have a bunch of routes. So we are going to implement routing now. So first of all, you go ahead and create a new folder inside source. You call it components, and here you create a new file. You're going to call it navbar.tsx. So remember that we are using SolidJS with TSX or TypeScript. So we are going to create TSX files every now and then. And now you're going to type sjs, and here you're going to say sjs dash navbar. And once you do so, you can select this navbar tsx. Sometimes the snippet also adds what you were typing before, so you can just remove this. And now you can see that this is an import with some really basic HTML. So what we have is a bunch of HTMLs that we could use. Now, arguably, you could use divs here, but I would rather change this to header. So we are using semantic HTML and not just using divs all way long. Now that we actually have the navbar, we need to implement routing into SolidJS. So for that, we are going to have to open a new terminal again, and we are going to install a package called solid app router. So you can type here pnpm and then add and then solid-app-router. And now you go to your app tsx, and in here you're gonna add routing. So instead of all this code that we have inside this return statement in the app, you can actually remove this, and then you type here sjs, and then you can say app router. So select this one, which doesn't say final, so this one, and then you will see that we have a bunch of imports or a bunch of things working here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to import these values or these components like router, routes, navbar, because they are not there yet. So I'm going to import this navbar as well. And then we are going to import, or I can actually say add all missing imports, and this is going to import everything. Now I'm going to remove this logo. We're not using that. And now let's have a look what just happened here. We have imported hash integration, route, router, and routes from solid app router. We also have imported navbar. Now, what we do is at the top of our application, we use this router component, which uses the hash integration, which means that our URLs in the address bar would have hashes to them, which is the hash strategy. Now you can see that here we have this div, which contains the navbar, and we have routes defined here. For each route, we have a component defined directly here. So you can either provide this variable or this prop an actual component or a component function, or you can just define it right here. So in this case, we are saying, hey, the root component is actually going to display this text called home component, and the about page or about route is going to display this about component. Now notice that our navbar already has the links, which is that the logo takes you to the home page and the about link takes you to the about page. So let's try this out in the browser now. So if I go to my browser now, you can see that we have got this home page here, and we have this about page. By default, when I'm on the home page, you can notice that at the top there is the hash strategy being used. And you can see that if I click the about page, I see the about component. If I click home page, I go back to the home component, and that's how it works out of the box. Now let's actually create the home and about pages so we can see how it should really look like. So I'm going to minimize this window again, and I'm going to create two pages. So I'm going to create a folder named pages, and inside I'm going to create first the home.tsx. And then I'm going to also create the about.tsx, and these are going to be the pages for us. So first let's create the about.tsx. So I'm going to just say here sjs about comp, And if I choose this, you can see that it's a really simple component which has a div and then it also has a header. Now I'm going to go to my home TSX and here I'm going to type sjs home component. And this essentially creates a couple of things for us. So if I just save this, let's see what this entails. So it contains a bunch of elements. It has a div. Then inside there, you have a heading which says REST request. Then it has a button that allows us or should allow us to create a bunch of requests. And then it has this outlet. So we are not going to use the outlet in this video, but this is going to come in handy later on. So this is just a bunch of simple HTML, nothing fancy. Now that we have the home TSX and about, what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace these hard-coded components in the app TSX with the actual components. So what I want you to do is to delete all of this and then type sjs app router final, and whatever comes out of it, you basically format it, and then we are going to import the about and home component. So you can do add import from pages, and similarly, I'm going to import this as well. Now notice that instead of using the component property like before, so before we had something like this, we were defining the component directly here, but instead now we are providing an element and the element should contain the actual SolidJS component in this case. Notice that we have some commented code here. We're going to use that in the next video, but so far it's the same thing, but actually using the components. So if I go to my browser now, you can see that there is some change here. First of all, you can see that there is a really nice padding that you can see here. And then this says this is about. And if I go to the home page, ooh, look at that. We have some UI that should essentially work. So in this case, you can see that the REST request heading is there. If I click this button, I just see a message to be implemented, which this is. And that's pretty much it. A simple layout for a not so simple application. Now comes the interesting part. In order to work with the requests here, and requests are obviously objects, and you know that JavaScript essentially is an object-oriented language, so everything is considered an object there. It may not follow the traditional OOP concepts, but it has all of the OOP concepts that you would require, especially when we are working with TypeScript. So in order to define or talk about a request that you are making to a server and getting some response, we should have some types or interfaces for the request and also the response. So let's create those interfaces now. So we are going to go to source, create a new folder. We are going to call this interfaces. And here we are going to create a new file. We are going to call this rest.interfaces.ts. And inside here, you start typing sjs. You're going to see this REST interfaces and you just hit enter. Now, if you have a look, I'm going to close this one because these two are very important and these two are the only ones that are exported from these files. So we have two things here. We have the iREST request and we have the iREST response. And these requests and responses are what we are going to deal with. So each request that we create in our REST API client has an ID, has a name, has a description, and also has a request object. We're going to have a look at that in a bit, but each request is differentiated by its ID, has a unique name and a description. And similarly, we have the response. It doesn't have to have a unique name though, but the ID should be unique. So for the response, we could have any sort of data that comes from the server. It could be a JSON, it could be in HTML, anything at all. Then it should have a status that could come from the server, and then it should be a lot of headers as well. And I believe you could either use any here or a record of string. It's up to you. I'm going to keep it simple for now. So the request object here is what contains the actual stuff. So each request that we are going to make to the server contains a method. It would be get, post, patch, delete. I've kept it a string for now, but if you want to go one step beyond, just use the specific types like get, post, and patch and delete. And in here, you have a URL that's going to be a string. The body can be essentially anything. And then we have a bunch of headers. In this example, we are not going to go through the headers because it makes things a lot more complicated, but we are going to work with these three quite a lot. Now that we have the interface defined, it's time to actually work with some data. So we should probably create some dummy data that we can work with. So I'm going to go to my home TSX, and in here we are going to create some dummy data. So right after the component function where it starts, you can type sjs and you're going to go ahead and you're going to say dash requests array. And when you do so, you're going to see a lot of code that pops up here. So make sure to import this interface from the REST interfaces. And now let's have a look at the code. You can see that each request item here, or each request object, because this request is an array of the requests that we have. And here you can see that each request has exactly what we had in the interfaces. So it would have an ID, a name, a description, and then a request object. So it has an ID, a name, a description, and a request object. And the request object looks like the iRequest interface, which contains a body URL method essentially. So it contains a method, URL, and it doesn't contain a body because this is a GET request. But if you look at the POST request, it contains a body, which is a stringified value here. So you will notice that we are also using headers in this example. But as I mentioned earlier, we're not going to use it in this video. Perhaps the next part of it would contain this. So now that we have these requests, let's actually render them in the UI. So what I want you to do now is right after this button where we have this flex justify between py4, I'm going to just go right after this, and then I'm going to type sjs request list element. Once you do so, you're going to see that we are essentially having a div, and then inside, or this list essentially has a for loop that's running. So I'm going to actually import everything that we have. So the for and the link here, and let's study what's happening here in this case. So the for component, which comes out of SolidJS, basically takes an array. You pass the each prop, or you pass the request as an each prop. If you don't have a value of the request, then it runs this fallback, and whatever you provide here as an element or the HTML, it is going to render this if the requests do not exist, or if there are no requests to render. For example, if you have an empty array, then this is what you would see. Then inside we are running a loop. So this is how the SolidJS syntax work. So inside the for, you basically run this JavaScript, and you essentially provide a function which gets each item or each request one at a time. So for each item, for each request, we create a link tag. So when you click a particular request, you navigate to its page. This is not going to work in this part or this video, but it will work in the next video. Then you can see that we just have a div wrapping inside, which has some styling. Now this class list here essentially dictates if the current list item is the active request which is being viewed right now. So if I go to the final app here, if I go to the detail page here, this is what happens. So it turns everything into purple. And if this is the active item, then it is highlighted automatically, and we are handling this via the class list. Then it just shows the name and the request method and the URL. So now if we save this and try it in the browser, you can see that now we get the list right here. So if we have a look at the final UI, this is how it looks. It's quite close to what we see here. It doesn't have the delete buttons, but still the list is right there. And it doesn't right now take care of the detail page. If you click it, it goes to a particular page, but it doesn't really know what's happening there. So we're going to implement that in the next video. But for now, you can see that we got a list of requests that we can see right here. This is good. Now, what we really want to do is to be able to also store this into the browser. So if we end up creating more requests or deleting requests, then we can persist that within the browser, because here it actually does that in the final UI. And right now, if I go to my inspector and if I go to application and in local storage, you can see that there's nothing here that is currently being saved, unless I talk about this one. So in the final application, if I go to my application right here and go to local storage, you can see that we have these requests which are being saved in the browser just like this. And for this, we are going to use something called solid primitives, which is a set of really good SolidJS examples and also packages. So in here, we have a lot of primitives that we could use, but we are going to use the storage primitive, which essentially is sort of a persistent layer which creates a storage. It uses the available persistence like local storage, IndexedDB, and provides a local storage type layer for us to save things in the browser. So without going into too much documentation about it, let's actually install the package and use it. So I'm going to go to my terminal again, and now I'm going to add the package by just typing pnpm add solid primitives storage. Once you do so, you're going to have this installed, and you would require to actually restart your server. So you can go to your first terminal and then stop it and then start it again. Now what I want to do is I want to have a file which interacts with the storage and that handles everything when it comes to saving things to the store and also managing the state within the application, because we are going to be navigating to different routes, getting a lot of value. So we really need a store here. And SolidJS has something called signals that are very reactive, and that is sort of the selling point of SolidJS as well. So the solid primitives not only save things into the storage, it also acts as the signal that you can work within your application for state management. So for that, what we are going to do is inside the source folder, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it store.ts. And inside here, you're going to start typing sjs and you can see rest store here. So it would paste a bunch of things, but if I kind of collapse this, it's actually very simple. Let's have a look at what's happening. So first of all, we are importing the create storage signal from this package, which is creating the storage, but also creating it as a signal so we can use it within our application for state management. So how you create it is quite similar to if you have used React. It is sort of similar to the use state hook, but the syntax is a bit different. So what you do is you have exported a const, which is a REST request, and this is a function that you would call to get your data. And then this set REST request is also a function that you will provide the value to update it. So here you can see that we are using the create storage signal with a generic, which is a generic, and this requires this type. So we are telling the create storage signal that we want to create a storage for REST request or iREST request. Then we are naming it. So when this saves to the local storage, this is the key that it is going to use for saving to the local storage. And then we provide this an initial value as the second parameter. So this array is going as a second value. And then the third parameter is a function that we can use to serialize or deserialize it, because you can have multiple type of objects, but this one is pretty simple. For example, when we use the deserializer, which means that we are getting the value from storage and we are providing it back to our application. So what we do here is that once we got the value, we parse it and send it back. And if there's no value in the storage, then we return an empty array. If you have worked with to-do applications in the past, which I hope you have, then you might have used a similar syntax, but in a different way. In this case, it looks like this when it comes to deserializer. And then when we save to the storage, we essentially take an array of value or array of REST requests, and then we just stringify, because in the local storage, you save strings. You cannot directly save objects. So we are converting this whole array into a string, and then we are saving that into our storage. And that's what the store looks like. So when looking at the code and understanding how it really looks, I think it makes much more sense on how this works. Now that we have these requests here, instead of using a hard-coded request array here in the home, we are going to rather use the signals. So I'm going to actually remove this, as you can see. And then instead of this request, which I've just removed, I'm going to rather use the requests signal. So I'm going to say requests, and here, or actually this is called REST request. So I can use REST request, and you can see that we are importing this from the store. So as you can see here, I said that this is a function or an accessor. So you need to call it via the parenthesis, and this would either provide with an array or null, depending on whatever is there. So now that we have this, we can just save this and try this out. And I'm going to remove the REST request from here because we don't need it at this moment. So I'm going to save this. And now if I go to my browser and refresh, you can see that not only we see these on the UI, but we now also have them within our application. And this is the app that we have worked on, and this one is the final application. So now both of them actually have the request being saved. And if I change anything here, this would also reflect in my storage or in my local storage in this case. So we have a really nice package that is binding our front-end state that we are using within the app on runtime, and also storing that within the storage, so we don't have to do a lot of efforts, and this is super cool. Now we're going to do some fun things. We are going to implement a form that can actually create a new request and show this on the UI. So I'm going to click this button and it says to be implemented. Super cool. So to implement this modal that we have in this final application, we're going to have to create a modal. So let's create that. So I'm going to go to my source folder, and inside components, I'm going to create a new file called request_modal.tsx. Once you create this, you're going to go ahead and type sjs and then dash request. And here you're going to use the request modal init snippet. And once you do so, we're going to have a look at what this really does. So if you have a look at this, it imports a couple of things from SolidJS. One of the most important one is this show. This show basically tells SolidJS whether to render this or not. And as you can suspect, we only show this modal when we have to create a new request. And once we are done, we close it. And that's what we want in this case as well, to be able to show or hide that based on a condition. For this, we are using a prop named show. And when declaring this component or when defining this component, we are using the request model props that we have just created here. So we are telling SolidJS that, hey, create a component which will receive these props. And in the props, we are defining the show variable, which is going to be a Boolean. We are going to provide a function or a prop that we need to call when we hide the modal. So it sort of hides the modal. And then we are also using a request here. And this request is right now there to basically identify if we are editing or adding a new request. And in this video, we are just talking about adding a new request. So if I save this file now, I can go ahead into my home TSX and start seeing this or start seeing the usage. So I'm going to go to my home TSX, and then right after the first div, we are going to create the request modal usage. So you can type here sjs request modal and then usage. And once you do so, you're going to see this snippet that we are going to use. So we are going to import the request modal. We're going to create a bunch of properties here so we can work with them. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to create a signal here. So I'm going to say const, and here we can say show modal and then set show modal. And here we can say something like create signal. And this is going to be imported from SolidJS. And by default, we are going to provide the value false here. Now we need a way to actually show this modal. So here you can see that we have a button. So here on the button, we can say on click. And in here, we can provide a function that just calls the set show modal to true. And that's pretty much it. Let's save this and try this out. So I'm on my app now. And if I click this plus button, you can see that now we show this modal. And if I click anywhere, it closes it. Why does it close it really? Because in the home TSX, right here, we have this div that's wrapping the request modal, and that div has this on click that sets it to false. So essentially what we are trying to do is whenever you click anywhere on the modal, you just close that right now just for testing purposes, but we are going to replace that later. Now what I want to do is I want to be able to create a button that is reusable and doesn't look like this. Because right now, if I mouse over, you can see this is how the button looks. But if I go to my final application, and if I show you how it looks here, you can see that it's different. So first off, it uses the ionic icons. And then secondly, it is very reusable because I would also want in the future videos to be able to use them here on the header. So I don't want to repeat my code, and I can also use it like this as well. So to do that, I'm going to create an icon button component so we can start using that. So I'm going to close these files and I'm going to go to components, create a new file. I'm going to call this icon button.tsx. In here, you type sjs icon button tsx. Now there are going to be a couple of things that you would need to understand. First of all, it's creating a component with the icon button props. And if you have a look at the icon button props, you're going to look into a couple of things. First of all, which is the icon for this button? What is the type of this button? Is it reset, submit, or button? Because a button can have multiple types. And when we are using this to submit within the form, it should be submit. And respectively, it would be others for different cases. Then we have a label that we are right now using as a titles. And then we have an on-click handler that we can use to trigger click actions or to manage what happens when we click this. Now, when it comes to the HTML of it, it's a simple button which essentially assigns all of these things right there. But you will see that the TypeScript is not really happy with the ion icons. And this is essentially the first time that we are using the ion icons. So it doesn't work. And the reason for this is that SolidJS does not know what ion icon means. And especially in the TypeScript context, because it has no idea. So in order to make the linter or TypeScript happy, we are going to have to add the types for this. So in order to do that, we are going to create a new folder called types inside source folder. And inside here, we are going to go ahead and create a file called solid-js d.ts. When we say d.ts, we are essentially defining the type. So they are type definitions. And in here, you paste this code. So we are importing from SolidJS. Then we are declaring a module SolidJS for the types to check that. And then the namespace JSX is what we need because SolidJS does not understand by default that you're using JSX, but what is an ion icon in JSX, it has no idea. So we are defining an interface as in intrinsic elements, and in here we are defining ion icon. And now you can see that TypeScript is happy, so it has no issues whatsoever. So that's the fix for looking at everything green rather than red line. Now that we have this, we're going to go to our home tsx, and where we have this button, we're going to replace this with the ion icon. So we are going to delete this and type sjs, and then we can say icon button usage, and when you do so, you're going to see this code here. So we are essentially getting the icon button, providing the on click as it was before. The icon is going to be called add, and the label is add request. So I'm going to import this from the components. Let's render this. And now in the browser, you can see that we've got this button, and it looks like the final result that we wanted. And if you mouse over, you can see that it now says add request, which is good. So we can see that our component is working fine. And if I click this, you can also see that the request or the request modal is opening and closing as it was. So we are going in a good direction here. And now comes the fun part. We are going to look into solid forms, which for me was probably the toughest challenge for this whole application that I just created. And it's hard because there are so many form libraries out there that you can use, but then you would have to see which one do you understand the most, and not all of them are very much readable. And in fact, the one that I've used, it takes a bit of time to understand those. So let's get into it. So first off, what I want you to do is to install the solid forms package by running pnpm add, and you say solid forms. Then make sure that you're restarting your server so we have all the packages and the bundles being ready. And now we are going to create some form elements, or actually some text fields that we can use. So just for styling purposes. So if I go to my final application, you can see that we've got these text fields, which you can see right here. And then also they are here in the detail page as well. As I said before, we are not going to look into detail pages yet, but for this form, at least you can see that we have a bunch of things that look similar, and then also we can reuse them, of course. So to create this component that takes an input and acts as a text field, we are going to create a new file inside components folder. We're going to call this text field.tsx. And inside here, you go and type sjs text field, and you will see a lot of code here. So let's actually see what's happening here. So at the top, we are importing the iForm control from solid forms, and that's pretty much it. For the solid forms, we are defining that this text field will receive a control, and that control basically provides us different functions to set a value to this text field, get the current value from text field, and also listen to any changes that might happen to this. So we are going to receive a label, placeholder, type, rows, ID, class. And as you can notice here, the rows is basically for the text area, but for the input element, it doesn't make much sense. But we are using this text field for both of those things. If the type of the element is text area, then we render a text area with all the properties that you can see here. If the type is not text area, then by default we fall back to input, and we provide all the values there as well. Now you would notice that it also contains the class property and value updated. So we're using this value updated to notify the parent element whenever the value changes for this. And we are doing this on blur. So you are going to notice that on blur, on both of these components or these elements, text area and input, we call the onBlur method, which essentially provides this value up the hierarchy of whatever component is using this one. And that's how we roll. And then also you're going to notice that here, whenever the input changes, we are using the control API to mark as dirty, because that's how we can render the UI differently. For example, we know if the user has interacted with the input when it's dirty. We can also see if the input is valid or not by looking at the properties from here. So these forms, the solid forms, make it much easier for us to actually see how the user behaves with this input or the text field, and how we should render things differently based on different scenarios. And we're going to have a look at that in a bit. Now that we have rendered this, we are not going to use it right away, because we need to create a form right now. And in the end of all of these tutorials, you're going to notice that we use the form at two different places. We use that in the request form model. So you can see name, URL, headers, method, but you're also going to see that in the detail page because it's exactly the same form that we use in both places. So right now we need to create this form so we can reuse it in both places. But in this video, of course, we are going to use it right in the request model. So to create the form, I'm going to go to the components folder, create a file called rest client form.tsx. And inside here, I'm going to say sjs rest client form start. So this is the snippet that we are using out of the box. Let's have a look at what this does. So by default, we are importing the interface and we are importing the component, and that's pretty much it. So this form gets a couple of things. First of all, it gets two functions on when the form is submitted and when the form is updated. In this video, we are more concerned about the form submit because we open the request model and we submit it, and that's pretty much it. This request is also not going to be used here because this is used for the detail page, so you can ignore that. But the form submit is the most valuable thing here. And then the action button text is essentially deciding what do we show the text on the button or the submit button. So in this case, once we get the props, we are rendering a simple form element. You can see that on submit, we don't do anything at the moment. We have a classless object with conditional classes. We don't have that, but we are going to have that later. And then we just have a bunch of divs with labels and inputs. So these are very standard inputs that you see right here. And then in the end, we just have this really nice submit button that is used to submit the forms. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to just save this REST client form here. And now I'm going to use it. So I'm going to go to the request model because we need to have this form inside the request model. So right after the H5 here, we are going to use SJS and here REST client form usage. And that essentially adds this snippet here. So I'm going to import all of the things and let's see what is happening here. So first of all, we're using a REST client form here and we are providing two things that I mentioned. First, the action button text, which is save. So it shows the save text on the submit button. And then we have a form submit. So once you submit the request form, it is going to create a new ID for this new request that we are creating. And then it's going to just add that request just like this into the request list. So it gets the REST request and then it just adds on top of it. And then it closes the modal. So it tells the parent to close it, and that's pretty much it. Now, if I see my app, you can see that we already have all of these inputs there. Now, the functionality where if I click anywhere, it's going to close the modal, it still exists there. So if you want to not see that happening, you can just go ahead and remove the line from the code. But right now I'm just going to keep it. So here you can see that we got the labels here, but these inputs are obviously not looking beautiful because they're not our text field. So we want to use our text field in order to actually use everything. But even before using the text field, we need to create controls because guess what? Our text field actually accepts this control, and this is how you would make sure that the entire form is working fine. So you can work with states, if the button should be disabled or not, and a bunch of other things. So we're going to go to our REST client form and we are going to use the solid forms to create a new control factory. So how do we do that? Just after the imports, you type SJS and here you can say control factory, the form control factory. And once you do so, you're going to see that this is a function that takes a bunch of things. So I'm going to get all the imports so we can see this in a better form. And you can see that here we are getting two functions, create a form group and create a form control. And what this is doing is that this says, hey, this control factory is a function that returns a control group. Now this is really important, and it creates a form group that has these sort of controls. So the first control is name, and the second request parameter is actually another group. So it's a nested group. So we have something like a form group dot name, which is pointing to this, but then we also have form group dot request dot method, which is a form control. So you're going to differentiate between these things. So we have individual controls and then we have groups that sort of merge together as a group. I think that's how I can explain it. So in this case, you can see that the name control that we would have, which is going to be this one, is supposed to be required. and it would also have a validation in that case. So if I look at this, we're creating a form control. The value of this form control, which is name, is going to be of type string. This is going to be the default value for this form control. So if I go to my final application and if I hit this plus button, you can see that I get this new request automatically filled from here. If I remove this, you can see that we have this save button disabled, and that is what we want. We want this value to be required. And that's what we are doing here. We are defining as the second parameter an object which contains this configuration. We are saying, hey, the required in this case is true. So this is going to go ahead and go into the text field. And in here, it is going to take the props control required or the is required property and directly bind it with our text area or with the input when we are rendering this. Secondly, we are defining the validators, and this is really important. If we want this whole form group or this whole form to become invalid, if any of the controllers is not valid, then we need to have this validators function, which essentially takes the value whenever the user updates that. This function is going to run, is going to check, hey, do we have a name and do we have the length of it, which means that we have a value for the name. So if we don't have a value, then we return this object which sets this as an error. So on this control, we are going to have an error is missing true. If the value is perfect and we have it and it's valid, then we just return null. So we return null in case of being valid, and we return an object with the key and value set to true. In the request form group, we have just three things. We have a URL, which is a form control of type string. Default value is empty string. We have a body with the same value, and the method by default would have a value of get. So if I open my final app, you can see that the get is already filled here. You can, however, use a select box here rather than an input, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm just using this. Now that we have this form created, we need to see what we do with this. So instead of creating this form as a component or a solid component, we are going to create this as a form that uses this form control or the control factory. So you go after this control factory and then you say SJS form, and here you use REST form with control factory. Once you do so, you're going to see a snippet being pasted. And as you can see here, we have a bunch of things happening. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the with control from solid forms. And that's pretty much it. Now, if you have a look at this, we have, instead of using a component, we here have a with control function being used, because this is the entire function body, as you can see. And this is the entire function body. And we're using this function. Then it returns an object. And then inside there, we have defined this control factory that we are using from here. And then in the component, we get props. So when we use this with control function, the solid forms provides us all the props, which contains these controls. And now we can use these controls to pass them into our form or our text field, because we have this rendering function here. So what we want to do now is to go down here, cut all the form from here, and then I'm going to remove this REST client form from here and then replace this form. So if I save this right now, it's going to work exactly the same. We don't have any reds here. Now, instead of this form that we have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete it. And then I'm going to use SJS form with text fields. And if I hit enter, you're going to see this whole snippet. And we are now using text fields in the wild. So I'm going to import this, save this, and let's check it out. So now if I open this, you can see that now we're using the text fields and all of this actually works. We have a default value for name and get. And if I remove the value from here, you can see that the button got disabled. Even though if you try clicking here, you're going to actually exit from here, but you can use the tab to actually reach this input at some point and try this out after doing a removal. But the form actually works in this case. Now let's have a look at the code and see what really changed. So in this case, I'm going to close this return function. And now let's have a look at what's happening at the top. So by default, as I mentioned, this creates, or this factory creates a form group. The way you get any control of your form group is by using the controls property. So in this case, you're going to see that, hey, we are saying, hey, get the props controls. And this controls property essentially contains the value of name or the name control. So I could do something like name here, as you can see, and then request. So I'm taking out the control group here. And then for this request form group, I'm doing the same. So I'm going to take this controls.request.controls. So I can now get these method, body, and URL, and I can try it here as well. So I can do dot, and here you can see body, method, URL, but I'm just creating some variables so I can use them easier afterwards. Now, what changed in the return function is, first, we have all of these class lists that are being applied. So we are making use of this props.control, and we are checking, hey, is the form valid? Remember that we are not talking about any individual control. We're talking about the entire form group that is returned from here. So we are checking, hey, is the form valid? Is it invalid? Is it touch, dirty? And these classes would be applied directly in there. And I'm going to show you that in just a bit. Then afterwards, if I go down, we're making use of the text field element here. And then we are providing the control for each of them. Now remember, the name is part of the actual form, which is the create form group, and we have taken that into the control group variable. So we are saying, hey, the control group.name control is going to be passed for the name one, but the method URL body is actually in the request control group or this form group. So in here, if you go down, you're going to see that for name, we use this control group. But for URL, we use request control group.url and request control group.method and body. So we are using the correct form controls for each of those text fields. Just the body text field is of type text area. The rest of them are just input. So we don't provide any types to those text fields. And that's what's happening. Finally, you're going to notice that we are using this disabled on the button or the submit button, and this is going to be when the form itself is invalid, and that's what happened. If I change my name and if I remove the name, this validator is going to run and is going to set this error, which basically makes the entire input invalid, and then we get this as disabled. Now let's actually have a look at these classes and see how they work. But in order to do so, I've got to remove the on click from home. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just remove this on click from this div in the home TSX. I'm going to save this. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this and now show you in the inspector. So if you have a look at the form right now, you're going to see that it says is valid, is untouched, is clean. So these are the classes that are being applied here. But if I click here and then if I blur, you're going to see that this is untouched is going to change. And now you can see that it says is touched and is clean is valid. But if I remove this value, you're going to see that now it says is dirty is invalid. So when we change the input, it marks it as dirty. And then since the value is not valid anymore, you're going to see that this says invalid. But if I type even one letter inside, you can see that it's valid and the button below also becomes enabled. So yeah, our form is actually working pretty good. But now how do I close this model if I needed to cancel anything? And that's what we are going to work on next. We're going to implement our first directive within SolidJS. And a directive is something that can manipulate the UI by interacting with the DOM. And in this case, we want a directive that only closes the modal if we click outside on this background and not anywhere inside the request form at the moment. So let's create a directive. So I'm going to close all these files and I'm going to go and create a new folder. I'm going to call this directives. And inside here, I'm going to create a new file. We're going to call it click outside directive. So click-outside.directive.ts. And in here, you type sjs close outside directive. So you select the first one. So we are getting two things from SolidJS. The first thing that you will see here is the accessor, and accessor is something from SolidJS that gets the value of a signal. So we have an accessor and we have a setter. So in this case, the accessor is the signature of this directive, and this really means that we are checking is the directive is still existing on the UI. So what happens is that as soon as this directive is applied, we bind a click handler on the body. So we're saying that, hey, just when the request modal is opened, you quickly bind a directive and you add an event listener to the document. And then when the document sees, hey, there was a click, then you just essentially close it. But we also have this condition that, hey, this would only happen if I'm not clicking inside the place where this directive is applied. So ideally, I should be applying this directive in this request modal, not the background or not the backdrop, but this modal. So if I click inside here, it wouldn't close it. But if I click outside of that, it would close it. And that is being checked right here. Now, you would also notice that each directive has a life cycle, and we are checking this on cleanup. So when this directive is being cleaned up, or when you navigate to a different page, or when the component destroys, we basically remove the listener on the element, because as soon as we close the dialog, the request modal goes away. It goes out of the DOM, and that's why we want to remove the listener so we don't keep adding a lot of listeners in the UI. Now that we have this directive created, we want to use it. And to use it, we're going to go to our components inside the request modal, because this is where we want to add it. So right after this interface, what I want you to do is to type SJS, and here you're going to say click outside usage. Now you're going to see a couple of things here which may seem weird as syntax. So just cut this one and put a semicolon after this. Now, the problem with directives is that if you want to use them on the UI, you have to create this variable somehow. And let me show you what I really mean. So if I go ahead and go to the second div here, so the first one is essentially the backdrop. The second div here is the request modal. So what I'm going to do is right after the class, I'm going to create the usage of click outside. And now I can actually import this here. So if I do something like import click outside, and here I can say from, not format, but from, and here I can say directives, and then click outside directive. Now if I try to use this click outside here, and if I use it here, you would think that, hey, SolidJS should actually make it work, but it really doesn't. First of all, the TypeScript is complaining because it doesn't understand that, but even if we fix that, it's not going to work. So let's actually see that in the wild. So in this case, it has the same issue as Ion icons, and that is that it doesn't understand that in JSX, you could use a use click outside. So we need to go to our types here, and inside the SolidJS DTS, we are going to add another entry. Here, we are going to say directives, and then we are saying click outside, and we are defining this as void, and that's pretty much it. Now, if I save this, you're going to see that the request modal here is happy, which is good, but let's see if this actually works. So if I go to my app here now, and if I open my inspector, go to console, and try clicking the plus button, you're going to see click outside is not defined. And this is actually an issue with how the directives work in SolidJS and how TypeScript works around them. So if I click this link that you would have got from just the snippet, you're going to see the issue that was created for this. And the issue is that if you create the directive within the same file, it would work. But since I have this inside another file and I'm exporting it from there, it doesn't work. So the easiest way to actually make it work is that you basically import it with a different name and then you assign it a different name. Unfortunately, that's the case. So you're going to go ahead and you're going to rename this import to outside directive, and then you change it here to say click outside, because in the HTML we want to use click outside and the types also say click outside. That's why we have changed the import and not this const that we are using. Now it feels a bit weird to me, but I'm going to still let it go that we have a const that is not being used, and this would probably be caught into linters and whatnot. So you're going to probably have to say, hey, ignore this. But essentially, if I do this now, and if I go back to my app, click this plus, you can see that now it works. And now if I go ahead and click anywhere inside, no problem. And if I click outside, it closes. Yay! So our modal is being opened and closed with the directive in SolidJS. Now the final thing that's remaining for this video is that we would like to delete the requests so we can also remove them from the UI. But even before deleting, shouldn't we really add a request? So let's actually try that. If I click the plus button, provide the values here or even don't and hit save, you can see that we got a new request here. And if I go to my application and see the local storage, you can see that we got the new request here with the ID and the request and whatnot. And now if I refresh, you can see that we still get those values right out of the box. So I can see them working and I can add as much as I want. So I can add 1, 2, and 3. And if I refresh, they're still going to be there. Now let's talk about deletion. How do we delete, or how do we do this? So you can see that we have a delete button that appears when we mouse over each element, and then when we delete, it's going to delete it from the UI, from the application, and also from the storage at the same time because it's synced. So for the delete item, I'm going to just close all of these, and now you need to go to the home page, and inside the for loop for each element that we are rendering, just before this closing link tag, we are going to add a delete button. So we are going to type sjs delete, and you can see here we have a request icon. So you just click this, and in here, you're going to see this snippet then. Now, what we want to do is to import this set rest request from the store. And we are going to just comment this one for the moment because it handles something with the detail view. And you can see that we are using an ion icon here. In here, we're using the stop propagation. And in here, we're checking if there are requests to delete, which I now realize that this is probably stupid because we are deleting a request, which means there should be requests to delete. But let's say we get the requests, then we filter out the request based on the ID that we want to delete. So we are deleting the particular element here and we are setting it via the signals, and this should essentially show up on the UI as well as on the storage. And then we have this condition. I'm not going to talk about that, but then we just have some stylings that are happening right here. Now, if I go back to my application and refresh, you can see that out of the box, we get a lot of buttons, but they're all in this place. And for some reason, if I refresh, sometimes they are on the right place, but sometimes, yeah, I see them on weird places. I don't know what's happening. But if I mouse over on any of one of them, and if I click delete, they're going to be deleted. So let's actually try to go to our application so we can actually see that in real time. So in this case, you can see that we've got 6 items, with the last one being new request. And if I hit delete here, you can see that it got deleted from the storage as well as from the UI. And now the final thing we want to do is to not show them all the time, because yes, I don't think that everyone wants to delete the request all the time. So it should only be shown when you are hovering, so the user has an option, and not on every item. So for that, what I want to do is to create a new file here for styles. So I'm going to say home.css here. And then in here, you type sjs home css and hit enter. Now we're just styling a couple of things. We are hiding the icon by default. When we hover over the item, then we essentially show that. And then we just have some text or color stylings when it comes to active or non-active. Now that we have this, let's actually import this into home.tsx. So I'm going to go ahead here and then I'm going to say import. And from here, I can say simply /home.css. And now if I go to my browser, you can see that we don't see those delete buttons anymore. And if I just hover over this, now we see them. So super cool. And you can see that all of this is persistent. First of all, let's have a look at how the application looks right now and what do we want in the end. So far what we have done is that we have a home page which shows a list of requests. I can actually click on a request, but it does nothing. But so far we can add a request via this form. For example, if I go ahead, I could just add a request and this is persisted. So if I refresh, it will still be there because we are saving this into local storage. We are also able to delete a request. For example, if I wanted to delete the one that I just created, I could quickly do that. And now it's going to be removed. If I refresh the page, it's going to still work. But when we look at the final application, what this entails is much more. By default, we see this message to select a request from the left panel. If you have not already done that, then I can actually click a request and I can see an editable form that I can use to update this request. And I can also make API calls via this whole parameters, and I can see the results as well, as you can see here. So we do show a couple of things. We show the status code, we show the response headers, and we show the response JSON that we have retrieved. You can also see that if I go ahead and do something like this and update it, it automatically updates updates on the sidebar, and if I refresh, it's going to be persistent. So we need to add all those features, but we are going to do that step by step. And if you have followed the first part of the video, you already know that I provided this gist, and the link should be in the description, which was the SolidJS tutorial snippets.json. But this time we have a new one because this is part 2. So I have some more snippets that I want you to work with, and obviously this is going to be used with VS Code. So if you have not already done that, you're going to install this extension called Snippet by Devondre, and this is going to basically help us working with the snippets. So if you see on the left side, we have this snippets window, and here we can actually see all the snippets that I've created, and you can add them in the files by just clicking on them or just by typing. So it's really easy to follow. In order to use this file, what you're going to do is you're going to click raw, just like in part 1, and then make sure that you can right click this, save this, and you're going to download this. Once you have downloaded this, as you can see, I've already done that, but I can just replace this right now. Once you have done that, you're going to go to your VS Code, and then in here, once you have installed the extension, you can just press Ctrl+Shift+P or Command+Shift+P on a Mac and click import snippets. Once you do so, you can basically go ahead and select the file that you just downloaded and just select it, and all would be there. Well, now that we have that sorted out, let's work on the first feature, and that is when there is no request selected, we would want to be able to show this message to select a request from the left panel. So what I want you to do is to go to your VS Code, and in here you're going to go to pages, and inside the pages you're going to create a new folder called request. Inside here you're going to create a file called index.tsx. Once you are done with that, go to snippets and find this shortcut that says SJS request page index. When you click it, you're going to see a very simple and elegant template that I worked on. And you can see that this is just a bunch of divs, an ion icon, and that's pretty much it. So it's a very simple HTML that centers the whole message that we just saw. Now, notice that we are calling this request index. We are going to create another component, but let's talk about it later. Now that we have this component here, how do we use it? How do we make sure that we are on the home page, nothing is selected, and we are able to see that? We do that by looking at our app TSX. Inside the app TSX, you're going to see that these are all the routes that we have. And the second route, that is slash, basically has this home. Now, if we want to show something else on slash, which means on the default route, we're going to have to use something called outlet from the router. Now, if I go to my home page, you're going to see that if I scroll down all the way, we have this outlet that we are using, and this essentially comes from the Solid app router, as you can see here. So this outlet allows us to use nested pages using the same routes or with additional parameters. So if we talk about how this entire code looks like, essentially what we have is this request modal, which when we click the plus button, it opens. Then on the left side, we have this div, which is the sidebar that contains all the list of requests, as you can see right here. And then finally, we have the right side where we want to show this message, which comes under this outlet. So if I go to app TSX, this line is what I'm going to uncomment and use. So I'm going to actually cut this and paste this here. And this is renamed to request index. So I'm going to import this from request index. And here you can see that we have already imported it now. So I'm going to just save this and let's see what happens on the UI. So if I go to my browser, you can see that already this is working. And that is because we configured the route to say, hey, if you are on the home page, obviously you gotta show this home page, but we also have a nested route that should also render when it's the home page, and that is this outlet. So if I go and inspect this, I can actually show you how the HTML looks like. So if we have a look here, you can see that this div inside main is flex and has 3 different things. There's one div here which is supposed to get the request modal when we open it. So if I click this, you can see that this div just got filled with the request modal. Then the second div is essentially the left sidebar, as you can see right there. And then the right one is where we are rendering this request index page, because here it says flex1 manage full as 2 classes. And inside here we have this entire content which contains the message select a request from the left panel. So as you can see right here. Now if I go to my code, you're going to see that if I go to home TSX, this outlet has exactly the same classes, or the parent of the outlet has exactly the same classes. So instead of this outlet, we actually get our index.ts rendered right in there. That's how the routing works in this case. Now, if you have a keen eye for design or for UI UX like me, you're gonna notice something if you compare our current application with the final application which we have, or actually just see the screen and you can find the difference. If I keep switching them really quick, what do you notice apart from this selection? So let me click outside. So now if I do this, you're going to see that everything looks exactly the same apart from this movement that you see on the left side. And that is because we have an additional div in the flex that we just looked at. So if I go to this div, which is a flex, you're going to see that there is a div which causes this space on the very left side. That should not be there. So we're going to go to our code and remove this div. So we only have a request modal, and that only shows when we want it to, and that doesn't take space within this parent div. So yeah, no more spacing. So I'm going to go to my app TSX, or actually that was the home TSX, and you can see that our request modal is being wrapped by a div. So I'm going to actually take this out of it, and I'm going to remove the div. So if I save this now and go back to the browser, you're going to see that now if I start comparing those two, there is no spacing difference because we got rid of it. And if I open the request modal, that doesn't affect the UI at all as well. So we are good here now. Now what we are going to do is to implement the request detail page. So if I click a particular request, I should be able to see the route for that request with the ID and with also the data of that particular request. For example, here you can see we have the get random users filled in the input. Here it says add score. And as you can see, everything works perfectly. So now we are going to create another route that reacts to the ID. Remember that right now the route is /, which is the home page. But as soon as I click this request, it goes somewhere and shows nothing at all because there's no route configured for this ID scenario that we have. So what I'm going to do is actually creating a new request with this API random user me. And now if I click this new request, we have an ID that's auto-generated. So I'm going to be working for this one right now. So what I want you to do is to go again inside the pages request folder and create a new file inside. We're going to call it id.tsx, but the ID is supposed to be inside these square brackets. And this is for a particular reason. We want the ID to be dynamic, and we want SolidJS to get the ID from the URL, from the address bar, and then provide into our code so we can get the particular request in our code and render it. This is all the magic of this dynamic routing concept that has now been introduced in almost all the frameworks that we work with today for web development. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to snippets, and here you have the next snippet, which is SJS request by ID page. So you're going to click this, and now we have some more code. What I want you to look at closely here is that we have this div inside which we are using a flex, but inside here, we're using a switch condition. SolidJS provides this switch component or wrapper, which essentially can use some match conditions, and it only shows one of these based on the when clause. So right now we are just hard coding and saying, hey, always show the loading text here or the loading div here, because we are hard coding it to when true. And then we have some blocks or some placeholders for two things. We have the REST client form, and then we have the response here as well. Let's go back to the app and have a look at the final app. So if you see right here, we would either show the loading message or we would show two things. One, on the left side, we have this request block or the form. And on the right side, we have this response. And that is what we have the placeholders for. One for the form and one for response. Easy peasy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this. And notice that the name of this component is request by ID. So now that we have this component created, we're going to go and register this for a route. So I'm going to go to app.tsx, and inside here, you can see that we have some code. I'm going to just uncomment this, and I'm going to rename this REST client to request by ID. And I'm going to remove this data fetch for now. So if I go to my app right now, you're going to see that we don't have something selected. But if I select this one, you can see we see loading. So that means our newly created route at least works. And we see loading by because we mentioned in the code that when it's true, you're going to just show this. And when false, then yeah, you're going to render it, but this is not going to work right now. So how about we work on a tiny little thing on the UI that we probably missed or will miss if you don't, if you don't focus. So one of the things that you would notice is that if I go to a request here on the sidebar, nothing changes visually. But if I go to the final application, you can see that if I switch, it actually reflects the change on the UI by showing this selected state for the particular request. So I, or the user or the dev who is working with this REST API client, knows, all right, this is the request that I'm looking at right now. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna work on the code to make that happen, obviously. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to home and show you something really nice. If you look at line number 35 right here, there is some code to apply a class list based on a condition. So this link that you see is actually the request on the sidebar, on the left sidebar. And for each link, we have this class list or a conditional class list that is going to be applied if the location path or the URL contains the item ID. And this logic would work, but it doesn't. Why? If we go to the browser, we're going to inspect it really quick, but I do want this video to not be a debugging course or a debugging tutorial. So I'm going to go through this very fast. So in here, if I go to home.tsx and if I put a breakpoint right there in here, and if I refresh now, you're going to see something happening. Here you can see that the location has no path name, although here we are expecting the path name to be 2, which is the ID of the request. If I go to the other request, for example, right here, this should be in the path name and this is not. So if I refresh again, you're going to see that the location.pathname is still empty. So why is that so? Because this location that we are working with right now is something that is provided by the browser. And the implementation would differ from browser to browser, or could differ from browser to browser. So Chrome could have something different and Firefox could absolutely blow your mind. But what we want to use for location is actually something from the Solid router. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the home component, and just below this show modal, I'm going to create something. I'm going to say const location equals, and I'm going to use this use location hook from the Solid app router. When we use this, the location being used here becomes the location from Solid router, and that essentially helps us getting the path name because Solid internally resolves that. So if I go back and refresh with putting a breakpoint, you're going to see something interesting. You can already see that on the left side, we can see this being active. I don't know why I can't put breakpoint because I added a new line. So in this case, the location that you see here has a couple of things now, but if we look at the path name, we get it. And then we can compare it with each item, and the one that's active essentially gets to be active and really cool purple, as you can see. Now that we have made this more visually appealing, I want to talk about performance as well. For example, we would want to make sure that if the user has low network connectivity or a device that has a low CPU, for example, a mobile device, we want to save the user's assets or the user's expenditure. So in this case, we are going to talk about network call and network expense. Imagine that the user comes to this app and tries to explore around and doesn't even click any of the requests. Should we then load all the assets for the request detail page or the route? Maybe not. Let's see what happens right now. So if I go to inspect and if I go to network, I'm going to actually remove all the breakpoints. So I'm going to remove this. And if I go to network, I'm going to just filter this by request. So I'm going to say REQ. And if I refresh, let's see what happens. Right now, you're going to see that we get 3 different files downloaded. One is the request model, which obviously is triggered when we click this. So obviously we need it when the app loads. Then we have the id.tsx, which is the one that you would see when I click a request. And then we have index.tsx, which is this one that shows this. So I have not clicked any requests so far, but I still have this id.tsx imported. And the reason for that is if I go to my app.tsx, when we are actually assigning this request by ID right here to a route, by default, it has to know what that component is and it has to load it. And that's why we load all the assets. So how can we go about that? We can lazily load this by just doing something like const request by ID. And then here we can use the lazy function from the Solid app router, which essentially takes a function. And inside here, you can say import, and import basically can get the pages, request, and then the ID. And if we do this and remove this one, it will automatically be lazily loaded. So I'm going to save this and show you what happens. So if I go back to my browser and refresh, let's see what happens. By default, you can see that now we don't get the ID TSX because we have not yet clicked on any of the list items or the request items. And as soon as I do it once, you can see that we immediately got this request, and now we can look at the code, and also this works obviously. And if I switch now, obviously it's not going to be loaded again because we already have it. So this makes it really easy for us to build performant applications at scale. Now let's talk about something important. We are going to now render the request data or a part of it on the UI now. So we need to make sure that we have a way for fetching the request that we are looking at right now. And we do that by something called asynchronous resources that SolidJS provides. So let's go into the code and implement something. So what I want you to do is to go to source folder, and inside here create a new folder, call it data-functions, and inside here create a new file and name it fetch selected request.ts. And this is a singular request. When you go there, you're going to go to Snippets, and you're going to find the shortcut called SJS request data function. You click it, and now you're going to import all the dependencies. So just click this and then import all missing imports. Now let's have a look at the code. So what this is essentially is just a function which creates a resource and returns it. So that's the simplest way of understanding it. You can see that this request or the create resource function comes from SolidJS. So this is something native to SolidJS, not with the app router. So a resource is something that SolidJS provides because we want it to be changed on some dependencies. So what this create resource accepts is two arguments. One, what does it have to look at in terms of changing? So in this case, we want to say, hey, whenever the params change or the ID change, then you should do something or you should get the new resource. And the second parameter is the function that gets the resource. So the first one is what this is based on, and the second one is the fetcher function. So this fetcher function right now is a very simple one, and also a bit hacky because I want to show you something. So this one returns a promise, and obviously when you're going to fetch resources, you're either going to have an API call or something, or you might be doing something asynchronous. So it's good to use promise in this situation. So what I'm doing right now is that after 500 milliseconds, I actually get the requests from the store, so a list of requests, and based on the param ID, I find the one that I want, and then I just resolve it. Now notice one thing, that if you want to work with errors here, it's not going to work because for some reason create resource does not allow to catch errors. So that's a different topic, but I'm going to link the issue in the description, or the GitHub issue in the description, against the SolidJS GitHub repo that is having this discussion, and it's a bit weird, but it's still, it is what it is. So what's happening right now here is that we're creating a resource, providing what dependency is of this resource on which it should always change. So if we have a new request ID, it should get the new request automatically and provide it as a resource to us. And then finally, we are just returning this resource that we just created. We're calling it request right here, but you can name it anything that you want. Now, you would also notice that here we are importing route data function arguments. This is essentially what we can use to fetch out params. So this function is supposed to work with Solid App Router to get the params and get the ID, because we are using this ID TSX, right? So when a person goes to a particular request, we already have the ID. This ID would come inside this params object, and then we are going to take that ID, and then we are going to get the particular request from there. Now that we have this function created, we want to be able to use it, right? So I'm going to go to app TSX, and inside here, we are going to add a new attribute. So I'm going to add it just before this closing bracket here. So I'm going to go ahead and say data, and here you can provide the data fetching function. So here I'm going to say fetch selected request, and we're importing it from the correct folder. Now, if I save this, this is going to trigger every time we go to the particular page. Now that we trigger it, we also want to retrieve it inside our IDTSX because we want to be able to render it, right? So in here, I'm going to go and say const request. So I'm using the same name, but you can use anything that you want. And this request is going to be of type resource, because remember what we did, we actually used the create resource function. So this is going to be of type resource. And what kind of resource is it? It's the iREST request type of resource. And then I can say something like use route data from SolidJS app router. So I'm using the use route data hook, which will trigger every time this ID is changed or I'm clicking a different request. And once I get the latest route data, I can essentially get it inside this request. And that means that I can now render it. One really good thing about request or essentially a resource from SolidJS is that you have things like request.loading, which means that you can show some UI while the request is being loaded. Remember that I said that I put something hacky in this function, that I'm resolving it after 500 milliseconds. That is exactly because I want to show you this thing working, that the request is loading and this shows for 500 milliseconds. Then once you have the request, you can then show the data. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say if we've got the request, which we get it via this accessor, and you would know that if you have followed the first part. So now if we got the request, then we are going to essentially render the data. So instead of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a pre-tag here. And then inside here, we're just going to stringify this data and render on the UI. So request is going to be here, null and 2. So we are formatting this, and this is supposed to be json.stringify and not JSON. So stringify. Now let's save this and try this out and see if everything works. So in my application, if I go and click any of these, you can see that it shows the loading and then it shows the JSON of that particular request. So if I move around, you can see that for every request, it goes ahead and fetches the information and shows us the data. And as I mentioned before, this is not going to be a debugging tutorial, but what I would encourage you to do is to open the inspector, the Chrome inspector or the Firefox debugger, and then put breakpoints on every place in the fetch function, in the component where it uses the use route data and fetches it. So you can see how the flow goes and how do we get this data really quickly. But I'm going to move very fast in this tutorial to not make it too long and boring. Now that we are rendering this hard-coded data or this very ugly UI, how about we actually render something like this, which is the form that we can use to click send button and make the API calls, but also to update this request. So if I say, okay, click outside, notice that this updates right here as well as soon as I blur. So I can remove this outside and you can see that it updates itself. So now what we are going to do is that instead of this pre-tag, let's actually use the form. And the beauty of this whole architecture is that we already have a REST client form, which we use when we click this button. And I've made it so that this same component can now be used here, but also on the details page. So it's the exactly same thing, but with more features. So what we are going to do is instead of this we are going to use the REST client form. And inside here, we need to pass a couple of things. So first of all, we can pass the request parameter because it already accepts it. So we are going to call this request resource, and then we are going to give this an action button text, which we are going to call here send, because if you see the final application, this is called send. And in this add scenario, this is called save. So there's a difference between those two situations. So finally, we are going to also say form submit, which is supposed to be a function which is supposed to be called when we click the send button. And in here, we are going to make the API call, but let's keep it really simple like this for now. So if I go back to my app right now, you can see that upon clicking these requests, we can see the form. Yay! But there's a problem. And the problem is that if I click get scores, I see new request. Why? Because we are passing the request, but this form does nothing with it so far. And this only shows what you show exactly on creating a new request. So when we create a new request, we put the default values to new request and the method to get. And this is exactly what's happening right now. So what do we want to do? We want this client form or the REST client form to see if it has got a request as a prop. And if yes, then fill the form values, and it should also change the values or re-render when we have clicked a different request, for example. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the REST client form. So let's go to REST client form.tsx, and inside here we are going to look at the props. You can see that we accept a request. We also accept a form submit, a form update, and action button text. We're going to talk about the form update later, but look at the request. This request is not used when we are creating a request, but this is used when we are going to update a request. So in this case, you can see that we are taking out the request right here. So what we can do is that we can create an effect, and that effect would look at this request, and as soon as the request changes, it's going to update this form group, the control group. And if you have not seen the part 1, you're probably not going to understand it much, but essentially we have a form group for 4 different things. We update the name, we have the URL, we have the method, and we have body. So these 4 things are going to be updated when something changes in this request or when the request changes. So in this case, what I'm going to do is just go and create a new line and then use this shortcut called SJS RCF effect. Here you're going to see that we are creating an effect. So just import it from SolidJS. This is something that's native to SolidJS, and this essentially works magically with all the signals that you put inside it. So if I'm just using this code and kind of, excluding everything else, what it's going to do is it's going to still render or run this whole code if the request changes, because SolidJS automatically handles signals behind the scenes. Think about all the reactivity that this is bringing to the table. So here we have 3 different cases, and in most of the cases we want to return the ID of the request that we are working with. In the case if we don't have a request, which I would be very cautious about, because in the case of creating a request, this does not exist. So in the case of creating a request, we are returning null. Then the second case is if we have not switched the request and updating a particular value in the request, updated the request, but we are still having the same request on the view, then we just return the request ID because it's the same. But if we have a different request that we are seeing right now, so for example, I clicked on one request, but then I clicked another one, then this code is going to execute. It's going to go ahead and take out the value from the request. So it's going to take out the name, the body, the URL, and the method, and it's going to set the values in the form automatically, and then finally return this ID. Remember that this is really important to return the ID so that we know how the effect is going to behave. So if I go to my browser, you can see already that if I go to get scores, you can see the values being put here. If I go to add score, you can see the body, JSON body here. You can see the URL name, and all of this looks really good because one effect is doing everything magically. Now let's have a look at something. This is supposed to be a form, right? And it's also supposed to change when I click outside and update this into local storage. So if I go to inspect right now and go to my application, inside my local storage, you will see that this last request that we have, which should be this one, it still says the name is new request, not new request 123, and it also doesn't reflect right here if I change it. So I could say something like this, click outside, it should have been updated, but it doesn't. And that is because we have written no code whatsoever to achieve this. So let's try to do that. So for this, what I want to do is to go to REST client form. So REST client form.tsx. And inside here, we're going to add a code for each text field. If you followed the first part, you already know that the text field contains this prop that is called value updated, and we call it automatically as soon as you blur out of the input. So we are not doing it on every input change because that's probably useless. So in this case, as soon as you go out of the input or click outside, we call the value updated if it has been provided. So we can leverage this prop to pass the value, the updated value from text field to REST client form here. So we'll get it. But what we really want to do is to save the new value of the request into the store and on the UI as well. But we should not be doing it into REST client form because this REST client form is a dumb component. It doesn't know anything about state, where the data is stored, or where the data should be stored. Always the parent component would be responsible for performing actions. The parent component performs actions when you submit the form. It performs action when the value is updated. But this form does nothing but just rendering the form and then passing the value to the parent, in this case the ID TSX, but in the case of creating a form, that's the home TSX, where it essentially passes the value differently, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a value updated to a couple of text fields. So let's select all of them. Now what I'm going to do is add this particular code there. So notice that we are providing the value updated prop, which text field actually accepts. And inside here, we're passing a function for every text field. As soon as that function is called, what we do is we call props.formUpdate if we have that in this particular situation. In the case of adding or creating a new request, we don't have this. But in the case of updating or viewing a request, we have this function. So that's why we are using this question mark as well, because it could or could not be provided. So when the value is updated, we are passing the entire value of the form. We are not passing individual values of name, body, URL. Whenever any of these fields change, we pass the entire form control because we want to save the request in the store. And since we have sorted this part out, let's accept these values in the parent. So here we're going to add another thing. We're going to say form update, which is a prop that the REST client form accepts, and we're going to pass a function here. This function is just going to log the values that are coming in. So here I could say something like form control value here. Just for the sake right now, I'm just going to put any here. Please don't tell anyone that I've put that here. It's not good for my reputation. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and say console, or not constant, but console.log. And here I'm just going to say form control value. So I'm going to go to my browser here, and then I can click here. And then I'm going to go to console, clear this and say 1, 2, 3, click outside. And you can see that we got this form control value, which is essentially a proxy that SolidJS uses like everywhere. So in this case, if I open this, you can see the value in the target is the new value, which is new request 123. But here you can see that it's neither reflected on the left side, nor it is reflected in the local storage because we have not updated it, right? So now let's actually update it and save it into the store. For that, what I want you to do is to go here, add a few lines here, and then use this shortcut called SJS request update on form. If you click it, you're going to get this code, and then all we need to do is to import the set REST request from the store. So let's see what this really does. Whenever the form value is updated, it would actually expect a REST request coming in, which means that it is going to expect the name, the URL, method, body coming in. And then what we are doing here is that we are calling the set function on the store, and then we are getting all the previous requests via this function. We are looking at, hey, which of these requests is the one that I'm updating right now. So we are finding it by matching the ID, and then we are using this REST operator to update the value. So we are using all the previous values from the object, but we are updating what we just got from the value or from the form. So here you could name is like formval if you wanted, if that makes things easier for you. Let's say formval here, but we are essentially updating all the form values against what is already there. Now I also want to tell you one thing. Here we are going to put a bang. And why do we want to put it? Because in TypeScript, this means that, hey, TypeScript compiler, don't worry about this. I know that this request is always going to be there. So this is a way to tell TypeScript that don't worry about this. This value can never be null or undefined or a falsy value. And we know this because right now we are on a request page, right? And if we have this form value being updated, that means we have a request. It cannot be the case that this request doesn't exist and we have reached so far as we have updated an input and now we are working with the values. So we can put a bang here. Now that we have this, we are going to copy this on form val update and we are going to replace this hard-coded function with the any, as you can see. So I'm not going to keep it for production. So I'm just saving this here, and now let's see what happens. So if I go back to my browser now, I'm going to go here and say request 1, 2, 3. Pay close attention to the local storage here. As soon as I click out, you can see that the local storage automatically got the new request 1, 2, 3. And we also can see it on the left side, which means that now if I change anything right here, it's going to reflect on the left side. So how about we do something like this, results equals to 10 maybe. And then if I do this, can I press the 0 button? Yes, I can. And now you can see that it reflected here. And now it's also reflected right here in the local storage. So now the persistence layer of editing the form also works for us. And now there's one thing I want to really do. And that is if I go to the ad score and if I look at the body, this actually hurts my eyes. And that is because this is a JSON and I want prettified, pretty code everywhere, wherever I want to see it. So in this case, how about we format it whenever you click outside of it. So we are just going to make it pretty, and then that's it. Not much of work. I'm gonna go to my code in this case, and now what I want to do is to go to REST client form, because I want to do it as soon as this text field with the value body or with the type text area gets updated. So now you can see that this is working with the request control of body, and in here we are just passing this form update. So we are going to create another function to first make it pretty and then pass it to the parent, in this case the IDTSX. So in this case I'm gonna just add a few lines, and now what I want you to do is you want to use this shortcut called SJS RSCF body update func. So you click it, and here you can see that we have some code here, and this is really nice to understand because you're now working with forms. So we have a couple of conditions. First one is if we don't have a value in the body control, we say that this is not counted as an error. So we set the errors to null, not an error. So this is still valid. The form is good to go. The second case that we have is that if we have a value, then we want to parse it first. Then we're going to stringify it to make it pretty. And then we are going to assign this value to the form control, the body form control. And then we are also saying that this is okay, no errors whatsoever. But if we did have a value and we also failed parsing it, which means it's not a valid JSON, then we catch the error and then we set the body control and we set the errors on it saying this is an invalid JSON true. You can essentially put any key here, but as long as this set errors has an object that says true, that means that the form will become invalid. And we are going to have a look at that. Finally, in either case, we are just passing this value to upwards to the IDTSX in any case. So now let's use this function instead of the one that we are using on the text area. So I'm going to go ahead and replace all of this with this function. Let's save this and try this out. So now if I just click inside and click outside, you can see that boom, we have this formatted pretty JSON right there in the body input. Now what I also want to show you is that if I add something weird here, click outside, you can see immediately we have this button disabled, because in our REST client form, we have written this code in the first part of the video that if the form is invalid, this thing becomes disabled. And this is really cool. But if I remove everything, then we have written the code right now that it's okay. So you can see that it becomes enabled. So you either make it empty, don't pass anything, or you provide a valid JSON, and that's how it's going to work. So I can make it disable, fix it, and now it's all good. Now let's talk about actually making those API calls, right? Because we want to see the response. And to make the API calls, we are obviously going to install some packages. So we're going to go to our terminal right now, and inside the project, we are going to run pnpm install axios and pnpm install savedev types axios, because types are for development environment. So we are installing axios, which is a really famous package for making API calls, and it's really handy to use that. Now that we have installed the package, what I want you to do is to go to your code. You can close all the files that you have so far, and inside here in the components, you're going to create a new file. You're going to call this REST client output.tsx. So we had a REST client form. Now we have a REST client output. And this is going to be the component that renders on the right side. This one, it should contain the response status and the UI for it, then the response headers, and also then a results view where we can basically inspect the JSON. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to snippets, and you need to use the one that says SJS RCO. So SJS REST client output. So in this code, we have three sections, as I mentioned before. The first section is the one that shows the code or the status. So here you can see the code. Then we essentially use the response.status. And in here, we say, all right, if it is 200, then we show a green background. Otherwise, we show a red background. So as you can see, in this case, we see the green one. If I make this API call right here, you're going to see that we get a red one. Then this next section is essentially going through the headers. So if we have got response headers, we're using this loop or the for loop against all the keys of the headers, and we are rendering those headers right there. And the final one is the response. And as you can suspect here, we don't know what JSON viewer is. So we're going to install another package. So do run pnpm I, and then we have this Alina KSU and then JSON viewer. So install the package right now. Cool. Now we have the package installed. Now notice that if I install this package, that doesn't still tell SolidJS this is a component. And we have had the same issue in the first part as well with ion icons and other things. So what I'm going to do is now I'm going to go to solidjs.d.ts. So you can quickly go to that file within the project, and then after ion icon, just add a new entry, and we are going to call this, hey, this JSON viewer that we are talking about is actually okay, so please be happy about it. And here you can see now if I go to the file, SolidJS and TypeScript are happy. So we're good here. Now that we have actually put this here, we're going to talk about how do we render this and where do we render this. And we're going to render this obviously in the ID file. So I'm going to go to my pages, request and id.tsx. And in here, we already have a block, as you can see, or as you already remember, that we have this block where we need to show the response. But in order to show the response, we first have to make an API call, and then we should have this response to work with. But in order for having a response, we are going to create another resource, because what we want is as soon as we have some changes in the form, for example, if I go to my code and change the URL, and if I hit send, I want another resource. So I want a different resource in that particular case. So what we want to do in this case is we're going to create another resource, and that is going to be based on the parameters or the form that we're going to work with. So in here, what I'm going to do is you can go to snippets, and in here, you're going to select SJS response resource. So click this now. Now you're going to see that we are creating a resource here. So let's import from SolidJS. But now we are also doing one more thing. We are creating a signal. So what we are doing in this resource is that we are providing two things as the previous time. We are providing what is this resource going to be changed on the basis of, and this is the API call parameters that it would keep observing, and if they change, it's going to then make an API call and then fetch the new ones. So it's going to automatically do it. Then you can also see that we are creating this signal, or this as a signal, and this is supposed to be an Axios request config. So we are going to look at how that looks, but you should import Axios, or you should first import this type from Axios, and then also we are going to import Axios from Axios, and I think we have imported everything that we wanted. So notice what the code does. If the API call parameters do not exist, we return null, no biggie. If we got API call parameters, then we essentially make the request. So we are making the Axios request, which means that we should provide the body, the URL, and the method of the request so it can make the HTTP call. Once we have got a response, we essentially send it back. If we got an error, then we just say we could not process the request. So now that we have this response as a resource already here, let's talk about how do we trigger it. When we submit, or when we click this send button from the REST client form, then we make the API call. So that is the exact point where we would want to update the API call parameters, which should in turn get the request response and then assign it to the resource, and we can then render it. So what we're going to do is that we already are using the REST client form here. We have the form submit function here, but we want to actually update the API call parameters when someone submits the form. So here, just add a few lines after this resource and use this SJS request on form submit. So you're going to use this one and then just use this function instead of the hard-coded one that we provided like this. Now notice what happens in this function. It's very simple. It takes the request object, or the REST request object, which means our request that we created on the left sidebar, and then it takes the request object out of it, which essentially is an iRequest type. So if I go to the iRequest, you can see that it contains header, method, URL, body. And if you have a look at the Axios request config, it's also URL and then body and all of the things that we just talked about. So the method is here as well, and you can pass it as the Axios config object. Now that we have talked about it, you can see that once we get the request values, the method, the URL, the body out, we assign that directly as the API call param, the body, URL, and method. And as soon as we do that, it's going to trigger this resource method, and then it's going to take the values from the API call param. Remember that this is a signal. The way you get the values from a signal is by calling this accessor method. So if you have a look at what this essentially is a signal. So now you get it, and you can see that the Axios request is made, and then you get the response out of it. So the only thing that's remaining is to actually render the response, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into this response place, and here we are going to render the response. So we have a couple of situations here. One, the API call could be in progress, it could be loading. And the second is that the API call has finished and we need to show the response. So what I'm going to do is put this code here and look at what's happening. I'm going to import all the missing imports and now look at what's happening. If loading is not happening, which means the API call is not in progress and we've got a response, then we render the response using the REST client output, the component that we just created. If we have the loading happening right now, we show the loading message. So if we save this right now, we can try it out. So save this, go back to your browser. And now if I go to this new request, and this is the app that we are working with, if I hit send, you can see the loading, and then you can see instantly that we get the code 200 and this value. So when the API call is happening, you can see the loading message, and then it instantly brings the response. Let's try this one as well. If I hit send now, you can see that we got a 401 and we got the response headers. But hey, aren't we missing something? If I go to the final app, you can see that in the case of failure, we do see these messages, right? And if I go with this one, when it's successful, I actually see results. So where are those results? Didn't we install JSON viewer? Did we install the package? Didn't we tell TypeScript and SolidJS to basically work with it and not worry about it? Well, we have installed the package, but we haven't imported that anywhere into our application. So our application doesn't have any idea what JSON viewer is. And the right place to put that import is where we want to show it. And that is the REST client output TSX. This is where we use the component. So this is where we are going to go and import the JSON viewer. So I'm going to go and say import, and here I can say Alinaksu JSON viewer, and that should be it. So I'm going to just save this now. So now if I click any request, you can see that we get this, and if I click send, you can see that we get the response back and we can see the results. Super cool, right? And you can see that we can expand all the details here, and the fun part is that you can actually style this as well based on your preference. So here, let's suppose you're looking at the string value, which is green. You can actually make it red. And to do that, all you need to do is to go to the index CSS file, and in here, go to snippets, go to the CSS ones. So you're going to go to CSS, and in here you go with SJS JSON viewer CSS. If you add this here, you're going to see this string color, which is right now green. So we can actually change this to red. So how about we click this and then we change it to red like this. And if we save this, go back to the browser, now you can see that it is changed to red. And as such, you can customize how it looks really. So I'm going to revert it back. I like green more. And now let's talk about some of the edge cases that I want to implement before we finalize this application. For example, now that we see these results, what happens if I actually switch to another request? You can see that the request updated, but we still see the response from the previous one. And that's not really pretty. No one wants to see that, right? So as soon as we switch to a different request, we should be getting rid of this response. So we are going to do that really quick. We're going to go to the REST client output, or actually the ID TSX. And inside here, we're going to create an effect. The effect would essentially say that if we have a change in request, we are going to call this mutate function for the response resource with null, which means that we are mutating the response manually, and we are not really relying right now on the API call params. So we are manually mutating this to null. So here we're going to say create effect, and then we are going to call a function. And inside here, we are just going to put this code that says request. If there's a request and we use the ID, then we do mutate, and then we are providing a value of null here. And then I'm going to put a bang here as well, because that should always exist. Now, what this really means that if we have a request, then we want to make this response side null, which means that this is then not going to render, because we use this show, which has to have this response. Otherwise, it will not render the output. So if I quickly go to the browser and show you how it works, if I hit send, you can see that we get the results. But if I click something else, see what happened? It actually stays there for a while unless the request changes. And the fun part is that since we have that 500 millisecond delay in our request, as long as the request doesn't change, or we don't navigate to the other page, or actually we navigate to the other page, but the data has not been retrieved, it still shows there. And that is not really cool. So what we want to do is probably that as soon as we click something or a different request, this should go away. And to really handle that, what we are going to do is to put a condition here. So here for the response, we are going to say show the response if we have a response, and we are not loading the response, but also we are not loading the request. So I'm going to say request dot loading should also be false in this case. So no request is loading, no response is loading, and we have a response. Then we show it. So if I do it now, let's see what happens. So I'm going to click this, click the add score, and boom, you can see that as soon as I click this, I navigate, go into the fetch cycle, and then the request or the response is actually gone. So that's what we wanted. Now let's talk about another interesting use case. If I add a new request, let's call it the newest request here, and then we add this here and hit save. If I go here and then if I hit send, we have a response, we have a request, but what happens if I go and delete this request, right? If I delete this, you're gonna see that we still have the request on the view, which is stupid. But if I go to a page and then come back, I see nothing. So there are two different weird cases here. One, when we delete a request, we should not be on the same page because it has been deleted. You should go away to a different situation. And then if I'm coming back to a request that's deleted, I see nothing on the UI, no clue to the user or the developer on what's happening in this case. So what we are going to do is handle the first case right now. So if you go to the home page where we have the delete trigger, not the home CSS, but rather the home TSX. So home.tsx. If you go down to the ion icon, which has the name trash, which is for deletion, you're going to see a commented code there. So you're going to uncomment it. This basically says that, hey, look at the URL on the browser when you're deleting a request. If the location contains the same ID as the item I'm deleting right now, which is basically saying that we are deleting the currently request being viewed, then you navigate to the home page. So this navigate doesn't exist. So we are going to use a hook from the Solid App Router that's called use navigate. So here you can go ahead and say const, and then you can say navigate, and here you can say use navigate. Once you do that, you are able to essentially fulfill the use case. So if I go to the browser right now and go and create another one, another request in this case, I'm going to click plus, and here I can say newest, click save. And now if I go here, it seems like I actually broke the app. So let's actually see why that happened. In this case, if I go to my console and see cannot read properties, undefined reading ID. All right, so it's not able to get the request in this case. All right, because the create effect also triggers when there's no request. Makes sense. So in this case, we can go to TSX and fix this by putting a question mark here. So if there is a request ID, then we mutate null, otherwise we don't. So I'm going to save this, go back to the browser and see it happening. So I'm going to refresh. Now you can see that this works, so we are good. So now if I delete this newest request right now, you're going to see that we immediately go to the home page. And here you can see it says select a request from the left panel. You can also revisit the URL, which is slash right now. So we are good in this case. We also have this use case where we said, hey, if I go back now, you can still see a blank page because it tries to show you something. So how do we handle that really? We're going to go to our code and put another condition for that in the ID TSX. If we don't have a request, then what we do is we are going to put another match condition here, and I'm putting it here, but I'm going to tell you a gotcha when we are doing this. So in here, I'm saying, hey, when there's an error in the request or the request loading, or we don't have the request at all in this case, which would be the case when this fetch function would trigger, because if I go to fetch selected request, it's going to try to find the request and will not find it, and the resolution would be undefined in that case. So in this case, we're going to come to the ID TSX, and in here, we're going to say, hey, we don't have a request. Then we just show request not found. And that's okay, actually. So I'm going to save this and show you what happens. And here you can see now that if we have a request ID that doesn't exist, it's actually going to show us request not found, which is okay. But we have a problem. If I try to go to another request right now, you're going to see it still said new request not found instead of saying loading, right? So if we get to a point where we have a request not found, going to a correct one does not show loading in that case. It keeps showing the request not found. And the reason for that is it really matters what sequence of match statements you have. It goes and sees, hey, right now we don't have a request, so I'm going to show this actually. But we are also loading the request, so it doesn't show it because we're using this match. So what you would want to do is, instead of putting it here, you're going to put it at the end. So if we have a situation where we don't have a request, then we show it. If the request is loading, in that case, we're going to show loading. So let's try the same situation out again. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another one. I'm going to say newest request. I'm going to put this here, save this, go here. And now you can see that I can make an API call. Now, if I delete this, I go to home, I press back, it says loading and then request not found. But if I now go to this one, you can see loading now. So it shows loading because that's the first match condition. So it's really good to know when you're working with SolidJS. Now there's also one weird issue, and I think it comes in the category of providing really good user experience, or in this case, maybe dev experience. So if I click this plus button, add a new WES request and click save, in order to view this or actually make the API call using this request, I need to have another click here, because right now I still have the previous request selected, or whatever I had before is the selected one. So wouldn't it be great if we add a new request, it automatically switches to that, so we can make the API call without having to have another click here? That would be awesome, right? So let's do that. So I'm going to go to the home TSX, and in here where we have the request modal, you're going to notice that on modal hide, we have this parameter here, but we're not using that. So if we go to request modal, you're going to see that we have this props, and in this prop, we have on modal hide. If we look at the on modal hide, it's either called with null when you close the modal, or if you end up creating something, then you get the ID of the created item. So we know in home TSX that if we have got an ID, then we got a request created, a new request. So we can simply put here a condition: if we got an ID, then we can say navigate, and then we can essentially go ahead and do this. And we are already using the navigate hook here, or the use navigate hook here. So this should be a piece of cake. So I'm going to just save this and try this out. So we're going to say newest request for 2023 and then add this here. And if I hit save now, you can see that it does nothing. That's interesting, because we are not using the ID. We're going to homepage. Oh, that's stupid. So I'm going to actually change this right now to this. So I'm going to say slash, but then the ID right here. Let's do this again. So I'm going to go and create another one. So here I'm going to say, why am I stupid? And in here I can click this, save, and you can see that now it automatically selects why am I stupid. And then you can make the API calls as well with this one. Now, the final thing, the final edge case that we have before wrapping up this video is an interesting one, and you may or may not have thought about it. Let me know in the comments if you thought about it or if you observed it already. So what happens if I delete all the requests? Then we see this guy loading. Why? We don't know. Actually, I know. But this is stupid. We shouldn't have loading being here. We should have something like no request, or maybe nothing at all, right? So if I go to the home TSX, you're going to see that in the for loop here, or in the for component, we have this fallback that says loading. This is actually what we are seeing. So this could be handled by two things. One, you remove this whole thing, and that would essentially not show it anything at all like this. Secondly, you could provide a better alternate, or maybe an action item on the list as well. So what we are going to do is, I'm going to use a new component for this. So you go to TypeScript React in the snippets, and in here we have this SJS no request button. So if you click this, it's going to add this button. Make sure that you're adding this inside this fallback curly braces. So we have all of this working perfectly. So there's a button. This button also basically triggers the show modal or the set show modal, just like the request modal button, the plus button that we have. And it does exactly the same thing, but it looks much beautiful. So if I save this now, go back to the browser, you can see it says no requests, click to add. If I mouse over, it changes to this. And if I do this, you can see it does exactly the same thing as before. You can add a new request, make API calls as this, save this into your local storage, keep adding, keep deleting, keep updating. It would work great. Now let me know in the comments if there are more features that you can think of that I should be adding into this video, or maybe create a bonus video that I can talk about more features. One thing that I already know actually is in the final app, you would actually notice that we have these headers as well. And in this app, the final version, you're actually able to add a couple of headers. You're able to delete the headers before making the API call. And this goes into a really interesting point of view of using the solid forms by working with form arrays. And that's a complicated topic to talk about, but let me know in the comments if you think that I should be making another video about form arrays, and I'll do so. And having said that, that's pretty much it about this video. Wearing these headphones actually make you not realize that you're speaking so loud, and my throat hurts now. So I hope that all the effort that was done for this video tutorial was worth it. I hope that you enjoyed the video. If you did, let me know by pressing the thumbs up button and also subscribing to the channel. Make sure to share this video so more people can learn about this reactive approach and SolidJS in general. That really helps the channel grow and also helps build the community as well. As always, happy coding. I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to work with Node.js, Express, Redis, MongoDB, and we are going to make sure that we create a couple of APIs with a working applications, which is a full stack application, and we are going to implement cookie session authentication in that. We are going to have protected routes. We are also going to deploy this to Heroku and use cloud providers so our application is live and everybody can use that. Now, there are a lot of small bits and pieces throughout the video which teach you a lot of things which I cannot explain right now in this intro. So go through the entire video and let me know in the comments what was the best part of this whole video. And one big part of this video is how do we make sure that we don't leave Visual Studio Code while the entire development. And for that, I want you to go to codewithsn.dev/rapid API-extension. And once you go there, you're going to install this. This is an amazing extension and I absolutely love it. Let me show you what it does. So it allows you to create APIs within your VS Code so you don't have to leave it. You can avoid context switching because you don't have to switch windows in this case. And what I love about this is that you can manage different environments like development, production, have variables that you could use within the API so you don't have to write them. And also it works amazingly good with the themes. For example, if I wanted to switch a theme that could look pretty cool, for example, the shades of purple, you would see that it would affect the entire extension and it would look exactly how my code looks, which is super cool. After it, you can also copy the code from here that is generated for fetch, jQuery, Axios, and just see the code or even copy it to your project. So it has a lot of features and it's going to benefit you a lot. Now, having said that, we are going right into the video. But before that, I would highly appreciate if you can like the video and subscribe to the channel if you have not already, because I know that a lot of people want to learn this stuff and it would be amazing if we can share all of this together. So without further ado, let's get started. So the first thing that I want you to do is to install a couple of extensions, because the whole idea of this video is to leave Visual Studio Code as less as possible. So we are going to start with the Rapid API extension, which we will use for building REST APIs or actually testing REST APIs right in VS Code. So you go to codewithsn.dev/rapid API/extension. When you go there, you can find this Rapid API client, or you can just search it over Google and then install it. I have already installed this, so I don't really need to do it again. And you also need to install the MongoDB extension because we are going to use MongoDB as the database to store our users and the languages. Apart from this, we are also going to use Redis Explorer because we are going to use Redis for storing our authenticated sessions or our sessions in general. So once we have installed all these extensions, we can now go ahead and see how the final application looks like. So if you see my screen right now, you can see that we have this login page, we have this sign up page, and then I can sign up or log in right here. For example, if I log in with an existing user, I'm taken to the home page where I'm shown my favorite language, which actually is JavaScript, of course, and you can mark your language as favorite, and that's pretty much it. It's a really simple application and multiple users can log in and mark languages as their favorite language. I can also log out and I can register and I can play around with the application itself. Now that you have seen the final application, there are a few things that you need to get started. First of all, you need to have Node.js installed in your machine. So just Google Node.js download and then install accordingly for your operating system. Then you also need Git because we are going to push our code to GitHub. You also need VS Code, of course, because we install all these extensions into VS Code. And we are going to scaffold or start our Node.js backend project using something called Express.js, which is a Node.js based framework. And in this one, we are going to use the Express generator without any view engine. By default, Express comes with Jade, I believe, as the default engine, but we are going to use the no view option here, so we don't get any view engine and we just get simple plain HTML files. So now we are going to generate the Node.js project. So open your terminal or command prompt. You need to make sure that you're in the folder where we need to run this Express generator command. So first create a folder, and I already have a folder, so I'm just going to cd into it. So I'm going to do cd node redis auth, but you could run mkdir node redis auth to generate the folder, or you can use File Explorer or Finder, whatever suits your operating system, to create a folder. Then you cd into the node redis auth folder, and then you run npx express generator, and here you supply the no view parameter. You will notice that this generator creates a lot of files within the folder, and all we need to do now is to open this into VS Code and basically run npm install, and then we can start the server. So I'm going to run this code command so we can open this into VS Code. Now that we have opened this, you can click terminal and new terminal, so we don't have to even leave the VS Code window for terminal or command prompt. So you can see I've already opened this here. Now you need to run npm install so we can install the packages that are dependent for this project. So once you run npm install, you can run npm start after it, which will essentially start the Express server. You can see that we don't get any error here, and by default when we run the npm start command, it goes to package.json, and then here it picks the script start, which runs node bin www. If I open the bin www, here you can see that we have a bunch of JavaScript code which essentially runs the server, and that's how it's working for us. Now that we know how to start the server by npm start, we can check this server out into our browser. So I'm going to go to localhost 3000 now, and if I hit enter, you can see that we see this really nice message saying Express, welcome to Express. If we go back to our code, you will see that if I open app.js, there is a bunch of code here, but what I'm trying to take you to is this slash or app use slash. When we hit this particular route, this means localhost 3000 slash, or just localhost 3000. When we talk about this users route, that would mean localhost 3000 slash users. And then we also need to have a look inside this index router, which we are importing from routes slash index. So if I open routes slash index, there we have other definitions of what's happening. By default, you can see that it says router.get slash, and you can see that it says rest.render blah blah blah. Then you also see that we have this users.js, which has a similar approach. Now you can see that those two are quite similar. We have router.get slash and then router.get slash. Don't they really look exactly the same? Well, the reality is that it is combined with this definition here. So essentially, when we are talking about users router, any route that we define inside here would have the user's prefix with it, which means that this route that we are looking at right now, this is actually localhost 3000 slash users. If I define another route here with something like this, maybe if I say something like users slash me, then that would mean that you're talking about this localhost 3000 users slash me. So it basically combines this route with the parent one, or with this definition that we are providing right here. So if I just go ahead and put some code there, for example, for me, I could say something like I am me, and here we have respond with the resource for users. So I'm going to just save these two, and then if I go to localhost 3000 slash me or slash users, you will see that it says respond with the resource, which is good. But if I now go to users slash me, you will see that it says cannot get it. Why is that so? If I go back to my code, you can see that we do have this slash me defined here, but the fact that this doesn't work is because we need to restart, stop, and start our server every time we make a change now in our file. So I need to stop it, do npm start, and then if I go back to my browser and refresh, you can see that now it works. So this is a bit troublesome because I would have to restart my server every time I make a change. So to avoid this, we have a really nice tool called NodeMon, and we can install it and use it rather. So we can do npm install, and here we can say NodeMon, And then once this package is installed, we can go to our package.json, and here instead of node, we can say nodemon and hit save. Then I can run npm start, and you will see the change or the difference that instead of node, now it runs nodemon, and we got a bunch of logs here. Now, if I go and just hit save or Control S here, you will see that this will restart the server. So if I hit Control S, you can see that it's restarting whenever I'm trying to save these files. So if I go back here, you can see that this says I am me. If I go back to my code now and change this to I am Asan and save this, you will see that I don't have to restart my server. I can just see the change here. So this makes development much more easier. Now that we understand this, let's talk about some interesting scenarios. First of all, this users is going to be called auth because we are going to have login and register and log out as well. So this is going to be called auth. So we need to rename our users router to maybe auth router. Then we also need to change this here, or actually this is changed already. So I need to use auth router right here. And this should rather be auth instead of users. Now that we have these changes here, I'm going to actually remove these and hit save. So you can see that now we don't have any errors. So this should work fine. I'm going to convert all these vars to const because this express generator, it looks like it never updated those. And I would hate to see var all the time. So now I'm just saving it. Now you can see that we got some routes here, but we are going to change them to, for example, login and not login actually. We're going to change them to post call, but let's do that later. Now that we have these things, let's talk about what we can do next. We can start with identifying how to store sessions in our application, because for authentication, we are talking about having a session of the user. There are different sort of authentication. We have token-based authentication, session-based authentication. In this video, we are talking about session-based authentication. So we are going to use cookie sessions to maintain the state. And when we talk about session, it's not just only for authentication. We can essentially store anything in a session that is just restricted to that particular session. For example, I'm a user. And for example, if I as a user want to just see how much time I spend on a particular site, I could keep that in session. So I can have multiple devices having multiple session. Even though it's a single user, it could have multiple session and it could save those things within those sessions. Now, let's talk about how do we create a session in Express.js. To use a session, we need to install a new package. So I'm going to do npm install, and we have express-session as the package that we need. Once we get this, we can start using this into our app.js. So we can go ahead and say const session equals require, and here we can say express-session. Once we have this, we can go ahead simply and say something like app.use. So we are going to start using those sessions. So we can say app.use here, not unsubscribe, app.use. Here we are going to provide session, and this takes an object of options. So here I can say resave, which is set to false. When we say resave set to false, that would mean that if a particular thing does not change into a session, we do not resave the session. So we are not saving the same object every time. Similarly, we also have save uninitialized, which means that if a user tries to use our application and has not done anything that is supposed to be saved in a session, we don't save the session. For example, if we set this to true, that would mean that even if the user is not logged in, we create a session. So we don't want that. We only want to create a session when the user is logged in, which means that when the user logs in, we are going to save something in this session. And that's when it is initialized. Finally, we have a secret that we can use here. So we have different ways of saving the secret or actually defining it here. The easiest way is to just put it here, but this is a bit risky because that would mean this file goes to GitHub, for example, goes public. My secret would also go public, and we really don't want that. So instead of this, this should be in your env files or environment files. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another package called .env. So we can use env file for our secret. So I'm going to create a new file here. We are going to call this .env, and here I'm going to define a variable. Here we are going to call something like session secret, and then here I could say my secret, for example, and then I can use this session secret variable here. In our app.js, we also want to now require, so we can say something like require and then .env, and here we can say .config. Once we do this, we can essentially use the config right away. You can see that it essentially returns the .env config output. So in this particular situation, you should also be able to get it. So we can do something like const config, and here equals to this whole thing. Now that we have got the config here, I can go ahead and say something like process.env.secret or session secret. So then I don't really need this particular config here. And finally, I could also check it. For example, if I go ahead and paste this here, we could say something like session config equals this, and then I could maybe just log it for now. So I could say something like, first of all, let's pass this. Then I could also say console.log, and here I could say session config. Now, if I run npm start, we should be able to see this in the log. So here you can see that session config is actually getting my secret, and my secret is not defined here. It is defined inside this env file. So we are getting this and we are applying this and using this just to make sure that we are getting this right. Otherwise, we don't really need this console log, and you should not be logging your secrets into console on production specifically, but also in development as well. Now that we have got this env situation working fine, let's talk about something. Let's create a new route where we could say hello, for example. So I could say app.use something like this. So app.use, and in here we could define hello as a temporary route. In here, we're going to see how many times the user comes and views this page or this route. And here we are going to say res.send. And in this case, we are just going to send a string with the view count. So we could say view count is, and here we should have a variable that essentially has the view count. So in this case, we should have a view count variable. Now, how do we get this view count? By default, we are going to initialize that with 0, but we are going to increase it every time. So by default, we are going to check if the current session contains a view count or not. So we can say if request, and the request should come here, and we should have a response here as well. So we could say something like request.session.view count. If we have a view count, and we can actually check if it is undefined, which means that this has not been initialized yet. So if this is not initialized, then we do 0. Otherwise, what we do is we just do an increment there. So we can do something like this, plus plus. And what we do in the end is just use this request.session.viewCount directly here. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to save this now, and I'm going to go to my browser, and I'm going to go to the hello route. If I hit enter, you can see that it says view count is 0. If I refresh now, you can see that the counter increases every time I refresh this page. So we are hitting this route every time, or this API call, and we get the view count. Now, an interesting thing is that if I go to a new tab in an incognito window, which basically simulates a different browser, and hit the same URL, you can see that here it says view count is 1. So if I keep refreshing, you can see that this basically keeps a track of the view count differently because it's a different session compared to this particular browser. So if I keep refreshing, you can see that this is maintaining its own count, and this one is maintaining its own count. But we have a really interesting situation here, and that is if I stop the server and start it again, let's see what happens. If I go back to my browser and refresh, you can see that the view count is 0. If I go to the other instance as well, you can see that the view count is 0, which means that if we restart our server, the whole session, everything is destroyed. And that is because all of this is being saved in memory. So we are not using any persistent storage to store the session. Now, this is just a view count, but we are talking about a user session which would have users data, at least the user ID, so we can use it into different API calls. But if we don't have a persistent storage, restarting the server will lose all that data or all the sessions. Imagine hundreds of thousands users using your application, and you restart the server or have to restart the server, and then everyone gets logged out. That's what we are talking about here. So we need a persistent storage, and for that we are going to use something called Redis. So to install Redis, you can just go to redis.io, and then you can go to get started, and then you can basically land on this page if you are on Windows. If you're on Mac, then there are different instructions, but since I'm on Windows, I'm going to talk about how to use this on a Windows machine. So first of all, you need to install or enable WSL2, which means that essentially we are telling Windows that we want to use a subsystem in Windows, which is the Ubuntu subsystem or a Linux subsystem. And once we have done that, we are going to start the Redis service within that system. So once you install or follow all of these instructions, finally you need to run sudo service redis server start, and you should be able to do that. Another way is that once you have Ubuntu installed in your machine, you can just open it. And then you need to run all of these commands. You need to run this one, and then this one, this one, this one, and this one. Notice that first we are installing the Redis repository into Linux or our Ubuntu. Then we are trying to update the Linux packages which might be outdated. And then once we are done with that, we are installing the Redis server package. Once that's done, we are running this command to just restart or essentially start the Redis server. For example, if I go ahead and first let me see if I've started it already. So I'm gonna basically run this. So I'm gonna just paste it here, and then I can say stop. It's asking for my password. Rather, what I want to do is to do a restart. So I'm gonna just say server restart, and you can see that it's stopping the server and starting the server, and I should now be able to connect with Redis right now. But I'll not do that at the moment. Once you have this service ready, we can start talking to this Redis server and storing our information into Redis. To work with Redis, we are going to need a few packages more, unfortunately, but we do need some sort of way to connect our node backend to Redis. So how do we do this? We are going to install two packages. We are going to run npm install redis and then connect Redis. So the Redis package basically talks to Redis or creates or helps us create the Redis client. And then the connect Redis is essentially connecting our Express.js framework with Redis to populate that session automatically and save it in Redis. Now that we have this, we are going to do const, and here we are going to require from Redis. So we can do require Redis, and here we are going to essentially require create client from Redis. Then we are going to do const connect Redis, and here we can essentially say require, and here we can say connect Redis. After this, we are going to create a Redis store. So we can essentially go down here and we can say const Redis store equals connect Redis, and we can provide the session inside there. So notice that we are using the connect Redis, and we are essentially providing this session object here, and then that session is being used afterwards in the app as well. So this is all connected, so to say. Now that we have this, we need to change our session object a bit. So instead of this configuration, we are going to paste this one, and notice what has changed. First of all, we are using the Redis store that we created here. We are providing the Redis client that we created before that. Actually, we haven't done that, so we need to do that. We can say const Redis client equals create client, and here we can provide legacy mode to true. So we need this Redis client. So we are using Redis client here. Then we have the secret here, so we can use the same thing, process.env. What was the variable again? It was session secret. So we can say session secret. Then we have resave false, save initialize false, and then we have cookie here. Now this is important. We need to understand these properties. When we say secure false, that means that any HTTP call, which is not HTTPS, and it doesn't have SSL certificate, can access our cookies or can access this app in general. So when we say secure false, it's bad. So you should not deploy this to production setting this as false. This should always be true. Secondly, we have HTTP only set to false. When this is set to true, the web page cannot access the cookie in JavaScript. But if you set this to false, we are able to access it. Then we have the max age, which basically kind of expires the cookie after a certain time. So this is in milliseconds. So this is just saying 10 minutes in this case. Now, if we save this, we are going to see if this connects with our Redis store or not. So now that we have changed this, the only thing that is remaining is we need to connect to the Redis instance by using something like Redis client. So we can do it here. So we can say Redis client dot connect, and then here we can say catch, and then we can say error, and here we go. We can simply say console.log, and here we can say could not connect to Redis, and then we can also show the error in this case. So I'm going to just save this and I'm going to try it out. If I now run npm start, you will see that we do not get any error, which means that Redis is connected, but this is kind of risky. let's see if we can get an error when Redis server is down or when we are not running the Redis service. So I'm going to go ahead into Ubuntu and I'm going to say sudo service Redis server stop. So it should be stopping the Redis server. But sometimes from Ubuntu, it doesn't really stop the service. So what you could do is you could run Windows and R command, and then you can type services.msc. Then you should be able to see all these services. So you click here, press R, and here is Redis. So you stop this service and that should be good. Now, if I go back to my code and start the server, let's see what happens. You can see that here we got an error, could not connect to Redis, and then connection refused. And that is because the Redis service is not running. So we are going to go back again to Ubuntu, and here we need to start the service. So we can say start. And now if I run the server again, you should be able to see that we are connected. We don't get that error, which means Redis now is connected. Now remember that we also installed an extension for Redis, which is the Redis Explorer. So if I go here down, you can see that I can click it. And here I can add a connection. So I'm going to actually close this so I can show this to you. So if I hit plus, you can see that here we have a nickname. So we can say something like local server. Then you hit enter. Then you type localhost for the host server. Then you use the default port and then no password. Once you do this, you can see that we have this local server here, and it doesn't have anything. So I'm going to expand this a bit so you can see the name here, and it doesn't have anything at the moment. So if I open this, we don't have anything. So now that we have this working, let's talk about the API calls. So here in the app.js file, we use this hello route in which we create or we assign a value to the view count, which is in the session. So now if I do anything with the session, that should essentially go to the Redis cache or to the Redis database. So I'm going to go to my browser and hit refresh. And now you can see that the view count is 0, but this now is in Redis. How do we know? We can go back to our VS Code and here we can just refresh. And here you can see that now we have this session information in here. You can see that we get HTTP only false, secure false, path, and also the view count, which is right now 0. Now, another thing that we can do is start using Rapid API. So I'm going to go and click Rapid API here, and then we are going to start creating our first request. Now in this particular case, you would just add a request, but before that you can see the environments. By default, I believe it only has development or production. I'm not entirely sure, but you can essentially click here, the groups, and then you can manage it. You can see that we got two different groups, production and development, and we can also assign variables here. So imagine this variable not being here, but right now since it's here, so I'm going to just say it's here, but you can essentially define multiple variables here. I'm calling it base URL, and you can see that I've defined this as HTTP localhost 3000. Now in production, this is empty, but you can use your production URL as well. Now that we have defined this, when we create a new request by just clicking this plus, and notice that I'm using the development mode as selected right now. When I click this plus button, this will essentially create a new request for me. You can see that I can now put the method here, the URL here, and also I can go ahead and do further crazy things. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say hello, and in here I can say get. But here I can use the environment variable. So if I press the starting curly brace, you can see that there is environment variable. I can click this, I can click this again, and now I can click the base URL. Once I'm selecting this, you can see that it shows the value here, which is localhost 3000, and I can just type /hello here, and that should be good. Now I don't have to type localhost 3000 in every different call, which is super weird. So we don't really want that. Here, I'm also giving this name hello, and this is being reflected here as well. So I think we are good. Now, if I hit send here, what would happen? You can see that we get the response back. If I send this again, it's going to keep this as 0. Why is that? Because this is not a web page. So this is not really capable of handling cookies. It will get cookies as a response from the server, but this will not store it anywhere. So there is no session being created in this case. However, if I go back to my Redis server from Explorer, and if I hit reload, you can see that every time I click this, I send this a call, it creates a new session on the server. However, on the browser, there's no cookie stored, or not on the browser. However, in VS Code, there's no cookie stored. So that's why it cannot keep track of the same session. I can click all of these and you will see that all of these have the view count as 0. So in this particular situation, I think we're going to keep it at this. But a couple of more things that I would like to highlight about this whole extension as an experience, and that is how this adapts to the theme that I'm currently using. For this, I'm going to use a really good example. And instead of just returning this as a text, I'm going to change this to a JSON. So I'm going to go ahead here and just respond back as a JSON and do res.json. And here I can say something like a view count or message. Both are fine. And I'm just going to send this back as JSON. You can see that I just switched from a REST API client to my code even without leaving VS Code. And this is what I'm talking about. This is a really good experience. Now, if I hit send here, you can see that now we get back this data as JSON. And if I kind of extract this, something like this would look a bit better. And now you can see that I would have another session here. As you can see, one more added. But what I was talking about this extension is that if I go and change my theme from preferences, color theme, and select some other cool theme, for example, shades of purple, you should see that now this whole extension reflects all the cool colors that my VS Code has. And this is super cool because it so feels natural to me to see the same fonts similar to how we have in package.json, for example, or in my app.js. So this is super cool. This is one more thing that I really like about this whole Rapid API extension or the REST API client. Now, if I want to go and see headers, I could also do that. I'm going to first go ahead and change my theme back. So I'm going to go back to this one. Dark blue, no italics. Now that we have a good example of session done already, and this is being stored in Redis, I'm actually going to clear all these sessions. So I'm going to delete them all. Now that we have this, we are going to start writing some routes for static pages. So in here, you will notice something interesting. So if I open my files here, you can see that in the app.js, we are using this slash, which is going towards index router. And then we have this route, which is returning index. Now you would imagine that this index is actually the index HTML inside this public folder, which says welcome to Express. So if I go to my browser again and go to localhost 3000, you will see that we see this message, right? But the fact is that this is not really linked. So if I go ahead and remove all of this, what would happen in this case? So I'm gonna remove this whole thing, hit save. The server is automatically restarted, so I don't really need to care about it. And now if I hit refresh, it still works. How does it work? It works because in the app.js, we have this line of code which says express.static, and then we are saying that the public folder should serve static files. By default, when you provide a route and we have index.html inside, it doesn't have to show index.html here, and it loads it right away as the default web page. Now I could also say slash index.html and we will get the exact same result. So if I'm doing this like this, and if I go ahead and say slash login, and if I had a login.html, would it exactly be the same? For example, I could copy this and I could paste this file inside and I could rename this to login. So let's actually go ahead and rename this to login.html. Now, if I refresh this and try to go to slash login, what would happen? You can see that it doesn't work. Why doesn't this work? Because there is no route in our application with slash login. But hey, how does this work then? As I mentioned, if on a particular route there is index.html, it doesn't have to know, or we don't have to specify index.html, it automatically gets it. But if I want login.html, then I would have to say login.html and then it would show. Now you can see that this is the same text, but this URL works. So if I go ahead into login.html and say something like or login user, for example, and remove, or actually let's do this. And then if I refresh here, you can say login user. So on home page, we have Express. On login page, we have this. So how do we go to login via routing in this case? For this, we need to create some routes, and we are going to do that in index.js. So in the routes/index.js, where we had this route before, I'm going to specify a login route here, and I'm going to say that it should send back the login HTML. And we do that by saying res.send, and then here we are going to say index.html, and then this object gets changed into this. So we are essentially joining the paths by saying right now, whichever directory I am in, and I'm right now in routes, go one step above and then look at the public page and find the index.html there, or actually this should be rather login.html, and this should work in that case. Now I can change this function to an ES6 function or an arrow function. I can remove next, I'm not using it, and I'm also not using request, so I can basically say underscore here. And now you will see that we are sending back login.html with this really nice code. So I'm gonna require path, so I'm going to say const path equals require path, and now I can change these vars also into const, and now I can save this. Now if I go back to my browser and if I only use login like this, so I can go and say slash login and hit enter, you can see that we still got something wrong. So I'm going to go back to my code and see what's wrong. Yeah, this should rather be send file instead of send. So I'm going to save this now, hit refresh, and now you can see that the login route shows the login page in that case. I'm going to do the same thing for register. So I'm going to copy this, paste this here, and then I'm going to rename this and I'm going to call this register. In this case, we should have a register user. So I can save this now. Obviously, I would have to create another route inside index.js, the same for register. So I can say register here, and I can also say register here. Now you will notice that we are duplicating this whole object 2 times. So I'm a big fan of reusing things. So I'm gonna just make this a variable. So I can say something like public root config, and here we can just say that, and then I can use this right here and then also right here and just hit save. Now this should render register HTML. So I can go back to my browser, refresh, and go to register and refresh, and you can see that this works flawlessly, so we have no issues. Now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go ahead and copy the code, the actual code or HTML CSS for the pages from this gist. So you need to go to gist.github.com/snirs, and you can basically find this link in the description of this video. Once you go there, you can copy index.html and then login.html and then register.html from here. So this is the index.html. So I'm going to copy this code into the index.html file, going to save it. Then I'm going to go back to my browser for the next one, which is login.html, and similarly for register.html. So we have replaced now all the files. So I'm going to go back to my page here in the browser, and if I refresh, you can see that we have the code for register. If I want to go to login, you can see that I can go to login as well. And if I go to my home page, you see this. This is the application that we have. So here it has logout button, but nothing else. So we are going to write some code for it later on. Now that we have this, let's talk about how we can authenticate the user using cookies. So we already have had some routes here, but we are going to create the login and register one inside now. So I'm going to close everything else that we have here, close others. And now let's talk about having some routes for authentication. So I'm going to have one for login, and notice that we are inside the auth file at the moment. So one for login, and then we are going to have the same for register. So I'm going to just write code for this one for now. So in this particular situation, let's suppose we had a temporary DB. So we can say something like const temp DB here, and then here we have an array. So what we are going to do is that when anyone registers, we are going to save them here. And then once they log in, we are going to check if the user already is in this temp DB. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to expect that we get the username and password here, and then we are going to take it from there. So we are going to assume that this call would take a username and a password, and we are taking this out from req.body or request body. Then what we are going to do is, actually, let's talk about register first. So register. Then what we are going to do is we are going to check if this user already exists in the temp DB. So we can say something like const existing user equals temp db.find. So since we are running a find on an array, we are going to essentially get a user every time in this case. And then what we do is we say user.username equals the username that we have got from the request body. If we get an existing user, then we stop right here and we can say return res.status
and here we can say 400.json, and in this JSON we are going to say message user already exists. If the user does not exist, then we are going to push this data into the database. So we are going to say something like tempdb.push, and then we are going to push the username and password, or an object with username password. So this is essentially the user that we are talking about. So we add a user to the database, and then we do res.status to 100 and then .json. And in this JSON, we essentially send back a user with the username and password in this case. So that's what we have done. But we forgot to do one little thing, and that is we also need to assign this into the session. So we can say req.session.user equals, and here we are going to use the same thing. We are going to put this here. Now again, we are doing a lot of same thing, username password a lot of times. So we can say something like const user equals, and here we can take this into one object, and then we can use tempdb.push user. This is going to be user, and then I can remove all of this. So the code becomes much smaller and clean. Super cool. Now that we have this, we are going to do the same for login, but first let's try this call out. So I'm going to open Rapid API, and here I'm going to create another call. So I'm going to call this one a register. So I can first get the env variable, and I can say this is going to be base URL /register. Then we are also going to make this a post call. We are going to call this user or register user in this case. In the headers, we need to have a couple of things, otherwise our code will not parse it. So we should have something called content type, and then here we can say application /JSON, and then also we can define accept, and then we can say application /JSON in this case. And now we also need to define the body. The body is going to be a JSON, so we are going to say username. This username is going to be SN, and the password is going to be something like demo123. I can close this so we have a better view of this. Now you can see, and I can also pretty print this anytime, just like this. So I absolutely like it. Now that we have this, let's try this call out. So one really good tool that I also like about Rapid API extension is if I want the code out of it, if I want to run this from somewhere else, I can just go ahead and click this code button, and this would show me how this would look, for example, for JavaScript. Similarly, I can get code for NodeJS, PHP, Python. Let's try this from Python then. And here you can see we have got code for Python for this one. So I really like this, that Rapid API automatically provides us all of this. Anyways, now if I hit send request, let's see what happens. So if I hit this send request, you can see that it says cannot post register, and that is because the URL is incorrect. This should be auth/register, because this is auth.js, which has register in it, and we have the app.js saying that we should have /auth. So it's /auth/register. So here we have defined this correctly. Now, if I hit send now, you can see that we get back the user with the username and password. Super cool. We also get in response this session ID that you can see here. Now, if I try to do the same thing, which is registering the same user, do you think it's going to work? So if I just go ahead and hit send again, now in the response in the JSON tree, you see that we get a message user already exists. So if I hit send again, you can see we see 400 byte request, user already exists. So it's not creating that user anymore. Now that we have seen this, and in the complex scenario, we are also going to use the debuggers, but now we have seen that this registration works. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this request. So I'm going to go to Rapid API, and here I'm going to duplicate this request right here. And then I'm going to use this one for logging in. So I'm going to go ahead here and say auth/login. And then the body is exactly the same here. So if I hit send, it's going to work. No, because we don't have this route defined yet in our code. And I again like this, that I don't have to switch context. So I can quickly go to auth.js, and then I can just copy the code and paste it here. Now there are going to be some changes, of course, here. In this situation, we are not really registering a user. We are rather checking the login. So in this one, we need to find this existing user. If we don't find this existing user, then we should say something like user does not exist. So does not exist. So what we are doing in here is that first we get the username password from request body, then we check if there is an existing user. If we don't have that, then we send this message back. Otherwise, we need to compare the password in this case. So in this case, we are going to check else if the existing user.password not equals to the password that we got from our request body in this case, then we are going to do return and then res.status 400. We could also have send 401 in this case, or actually 404, not found, user doesn't exist. So we could also do that. Otherwise, we could just say 400. It's up to us. Maybe 404 is better. And then I could do JSON here. And then here I could say something like message. And here we can say password is incorrect, for example. Notice that we are using the return statement, so we don't have to have another if condition here. So if those conditions do not meet, then we are going to run the rest of the command. So in this case, we are getting the user name and password, but we shouldn't rather be doing that. In this case, we already have the existing user here. So if we already have that, then we should be assigning the existing user into request.session.user. We don't have to push this. We don't have to have this code. And the returning user is just this existing user. Or you could have request.session.user. It really doesn't matter. Now, if I just save this and if I try this out, let's see what happens. So in this case, we have register user copy. I should have changed the name as the first thing, but I did not. So in the description, I should name this to login user. And now if I run this again, let's see what happens. So if I save this, you can see that the user does not exist. What are we sending in the body? SN and demo123. Now notice that every time we restart the server, all of this goes away. And that is because this is in memory. This temp DB is created or is created with an empty array every time we restart the server. So without restarting the server, I can now create my user first. So I can hit send. You can see that we got the user back with a 200, which means this user was created. Now I can try the login. So if I hit send now, you can see that we got the user back, which means this is a success. If I try another user that doesn't exist, you can see that it says user does not exist. Super cool. If I try a wrong password, what happens? It says password is incorrect. So we've got our conditions correctly there. And if I basically pause the right thing here, you can see that it works flawlessly. Now that we have this done, let's do one more thing. If the user is already logged in, we don't need to go to the login page. If the user is not logged in, then we should not be allowed to go to the home page. And now that we have the request session.user already populated, we can actually handle this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my routes/index.js, and in here we are going to put another route here, which is going to be / for index.html. And in here we are going to check if the request session exists. So here we can check if req.session.user. If we have the user, then we send this file, which is index.html. If that's not the case, then we essentially send back the login file. So we can actually reverse this by doing something like this. So if we don't have the user, we do res.redirect, and here we redirect to login in this case. And then it would just take us to the login page because we already have the route defined here. Similarly, if we are on the login page or the register page, or if we try to go there and we are already logged in, then we should go to the home page. So I'm going to change this to req, and then I'm going to put the same condition here, but reversed. So if someone tries to go to login page and already has a session, then they should be redirected to /. Otherwise, they are going to get to login HTML. Similarly, if someone tries to go to register, we are going to have the same condition. If we already have a session, then go to home page. Otherwise, go to register. The one thing that's remaining is you also need to put a return here. Otherwise, the next line would be executed. So we need to put return here, here, and also here. So let's save this now. So if I refresh now, you can see that I'm on the home page. If I try to go to login/login, then it should have actually redirected me to home, but it didn't. So let's see what's going on. So instead of running npm start, I'm now going to start with a VS Code configuration so I can debug this. To do so, you need to go and click run and debug, and then click run and debug. And in here, you need to click NodeJS. Once you do so, it would run this in debug mode, and you can see that it is running node.exe bin www, and now you should also see this here. And this means that now I can put breakpoints, so I can click here and then here and then also here. And now let's see what happens when we go to the browser. So now I'm gonna just refresh this, and you can see that here it's just loading because we now have this breakpoint activated. So if I go to my VS Code here, you can see that in here we have the request. So I can go request.session, and this session is having no user property, right? So if I'm on login, this user is undefined. So this is supposed to not go there, which is fine. And this is now redirecting us to login, which is also good. Now let's see if we go to home, what happens. So I'm going to go and just hit enter. And in this case, you can see that it didn't really go to our backend. And that is because if I go to my app.js, I believe our static is being passed before the other ones. Yes. So what we need to do is to remove or to cut this static command or express.static from here to put it after the routes, so just before the app right here. So if it doesn't find any of these routes, then it's gonna go and serve the files accordingly. So I'm just gonna restart the server because we are running node here with the debugger and not nodemon. And now that we have restarted it, I can go back and hit refresh, and now you can see that we have a loader running here. So if I go to VS Code, now the breakpoint is triggered. And now I can go forward. So in here, we don't have request session user. So it's going to take me to the login page. And now if I hit play, you can see that it goes to login page and then it goes forward and then serves the login file. So if I go back to my page now, you can see that if I go to home page, it redirects now us to login, which is super cool. Now that we have this, we're not going to be using the front end anymore. We're going to mostly use VS Code, and we're going to essentially implement all the API routes that we have. We're going to start with login, but with the database. So far, we are saving everything in just here in the temp database in the auth file right here, but we actually need a database where we can store this user information. So we are going to now connect to our MongoDB database, and to do so you need to install MongoDB first. So what I want you to do is to go to mongodb.com, and there you're going to essentially go to community server for installing it. So you can go to products, community server, and then here you can find the available downloads based on the platforms that you have. And then once you download, you can essentially install that. Once you're done with that, you can go to your terminal and just try to create a new one. So I can create a new one here. And then what you can do is just run the command mongo sh, and essentially this would start the Mongo service. And then it also connects to the databases that are available at the moment. So here you can see that we are connected to the test database at the moment. What I could do is I could say show databases, and here we would see all the databases that we have. This best language is the database that we are going to create and use. So first of all, I'm going to just say use best dash language, and then you can see it switched to it. And then I could basically say show collections and see if there's anything there. I have my data from the previous one, so I'm just going to do db.drop database right now. Actually, this is weird, so I can do this again. So db.drop database now, and then this is dropping the database. So you don't need to do this, especially not when you're working with production databases, but essentially I can now go ahead and use some other database. You remember that we used an extension for MongoDB, right? We can actually utilize that. When we run the mongo sh command, it also shows us the connection string. This is running on localhost 27017. And then we also need to specify the databases as well. So I'm going to copy this from here. Then I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. So I'm going to close this Redis Explorer. And then I'm going to go ahead and close all of the files as well, just like this. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this dbconnect.js. And then I'm going to essentially write some code here. But before that, I'm going to go to env. And here I can say mongodb URL, and here I'm going to paste this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a package called Mongoose, because that's what we are going to connect our backend to MongoDB. So I'm going to do npm install mongoose, and then what we need to do is this. We're going to say const mongoose equals require and then mongoose, And then once we are done with this, we can basically say mongoose.connect, and then we can say process.env.mongodb/url, and then here we can say catch e. In this case, we can essentially go ahead and say something like console.log could not connect to MongoDB. Now, if this fails, we are going to get this error. If it doesn't, then we are not going to see any error at all. But this is a different file. This is dbconnect, and we are not using this dbconnect anywhere in our code base at the moment. I'm going to stop the server for now. And now what I can do is I can go and in the app.js at the very top, I can essentially import this file. So I can say something like require, and I can say slash or /dbconnect, and this essentially exports a function. So we should be saying something like module.exports, and here we can essentially provide a function and run this inside here. Now we can also return this actually to make it a promise. So now that we have this, we can go to app.js and then just run this like this, and we are good to go. Now, if I run the npm start command, if I see any error with MongoDB, then that means we are not connected with that. One more thing that we are going to do, as I mentioned before, is we are going to use this connection string to connect with the VS Code extension. So I'm going to go ahead. Actually, did I change something? Yeah, I did. So I'm going to copy this from here, save this, and then I'm going to go to the MongoDB extension, just like this, click add connection, and here I can say connect. You can provide the whole URL here. So I can say this, hit enter, and now you can see that it says connected to localhost 27017. If I click here, I can find all the databases. So here I can click local, and then we have the databases here as well. Now that we have the MongoDB connected, we are going to save our users once they sign up into the database. So now we are actually going to get into the fun stuff. So in this particular situation, we are going to first create a folder. We are going to call this models. And then inside here, we are going to create a file called user. So imagine that in SQL, we have a table for a database. In MongoDB, we have a collection. Mongoose basically helps us to have sort of a model which defines the schema. By default, MongoDB is a document database, so you can essentially save anything, anyhow, or any way you want. The same collection or table in SQL, when used in MongoDB, for example, if you're using a collection or talking about a collection, can have two different kind of objects, different kind of properties. This doesn't usually happen in SQL, but it's possible in MongoDB or document databases. But this Mongoose basically helps us create a schema so we are checked and we don't make stupid mistakes. So we are going to start with saying const mongoose equals require, and then we can say mongoose here. Then what we are going to do is to create a schema. So we can say const user schema, and then here we can say new mongoose dot schema, and then here we define the schema for this user. We already saw that the user contains the username and password only, so we are going to use those. So username is going to be of type string. The second field here would be required. So required should be true, and also unique true. So we don't have multiple users with the same username, and they should be unique. Then the second one is password. So this is also going to be of type string. And then this also should be required. And then we shouldn't have anything else in this particular case. Finally, if we want our schema or our model to have timestamps, for example, created and updated, we can say timestamps, and here we can say true. And this would essentially add a couple of metadata whenever we save a new object or a new user. Now that we have this, we can create the model. So we can say something like const user equals, and here we can say mongoose dot model. And now you can define the model. You have to use the name like this in Pascal case, and also make sure that you're not using plural here, because it automatically converts this into a plural. And the second thing is going to be schema. So you're passing the user schema. So you're telling Mongoose to create a model named user using the user schema that we have just defined. And finally, you need to do module.exports equals user. So we are exporting the user model that we can now use anywhere. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead into Auth.js, and instead of saving this into the temporary database, we are going to save this into real database MongoDB. So for registration, we are going to go ahead and first check it into the database. And then also if it's not found, then we are going to essentially pass this there. So I'm going to basically mark this function as async, and I'm also going to use an arrow function here for the ease. So I can do something like async. And in there, we are going to use, instead of tempdb, we can say something like await, and then I could say user. And notice that we are importing this from the right folder, which is models/user. And once we get the user here, I could basically say user.find, and in here I can find it by the username. So I can basically say user name, and if we find a username, or if we find a user with the username, then we essentially get the existing user, and I could actually use find one instead of find. If this is an existing user, we find it, we send this message back just like before. If not, then we go ahead and we try to save or create a new user. So to do that, we could say something like new user, and here we can say something like new user, and here we can essentially pass the username and password just like this, as you can see. Then what we need to do is we need to use the user.save method. So here now we can say try, and here we have to create a new user. So we can say const new user equals to await and new user. So we are using the same user model to create this, and we are now passing the username and password right here. And if all goes okay, then we do something. Otherwise, if there's a catch or if there's an error, essentially we send back that particular error in this case. So in the case of success, what we would do is we are going to do the same thing. So in this case, we are going to say request.session.user equals to this new user that we've got. Then what we are going to do is we are going to return back the user as it is. We should not be sending back the password, so be mindful of that. But before sending this, I can basically say delete new user.password. So we don't really send back a user that has a password in this case. Now that we have this, let's talk about the error. In the case of error, we should essentially say res.status. In here, we can say 400, and then the same thing that we just did. So we can say something like .json, and here we can say something like message e.message. Okay, so the error.message, or you could also say error.message. Now that we have this, I think we are good to go. So I'm going to just save this now, and then let's try this out via Rapid API. So I'm going to go ahead to the Rapid API, and in here, I'm going to go to the register user, and let's try this out. So if I hit send now, you can see that we get the user, but with a unique thing, that is the ID. And this ID essentially tells us that now this has been saved to the MongoDB. How do we know? Well, we don't have to leave VS Code thanks to the extension. So I'm going to go to MongoDB now, and in here, I'm going to just go to local, and here, let's see if I can find it. I may have to just right click and refresh this. So we get this test database, and then here we have users, and inside the users, we should be having the data saved into the database, but we're not really having that. If I hit send again, you can see that I can save this as many times as possible, which means that this is not being used in the database. Let's see what's missing here. So we got the username here, password here, both are required, timestamps are true, but this is not being saved into the database. So I'm going to go back and do live debugging here. Let's see if I can go to the DB Connect here. So we got Mongoose here, we're connecting it. And then we got the auth.js where we are getting the user from the model. Oh, now I see what's missing. Instead of just relying on the user, we also need to do .save so we can save this into the database. We did not use save. So I'm going to just save this now and then try it again. So if I hit send now, you can see that now we not only get the ID, but the created ad and updated as well. We also got the V here, which is the version. And now if I try to hit send again, it's gonna cause some problem. One more thing that I want to do before we go even further from here is that I want to specify the database name. So in here, I can create a variable called MongoDB database. And here we can specify it as best-languages because that's what we are trying to do in this case. So MongoDB database, and I'm going to save this, and then I'm also going to restart the server because it has to get this env file. So if you don't restart your server, it's not going to get the .env files anymore, or the new variables essentially. Now that we have this, I can go to DB Connect and I can essentially also just do this. So we can say something like Mongo const database URL equals, and I can essentially do this. So I can say process.env.mongodb URL, and then here I can say slash, and then we can also specify the name of the database. So process.env.mongodb database. So if I save this now, we are going to connect to a different database, and once we hit register user, we are going to have a new database. So if I hit send now, I'm going to close this, hit send. This says user already exists, and that is because we are not connecting to the right database, most likely. Let's see if I can. Oh, because I did not use it. So I have to use the database URL instead of all of this. I'm going to save this, and now I can try this again. So I hit send, and now you can see that we got the new user. If I go to MongoDB here and hit refresh to the connections, or actually not the connections, but rather this connection, then you can see that here we now got best languages. This is the database that we are concerned with. So in here, we can click users. You can see that we got one document here. And if I hit this ID, I can actually see in a new tab the whole document. This is super cool. I can do everything from VS Code. I don't have to go anywhere else. Now let's try logging in. In that particular situation, we have to write some more code. And one more interesting thing is that when we send this, it sends us back the password as well. This is interesting because I think I deleted the password, but it did not. So I'm going to go back to the code and see what happened. So I'm going to go to VS Code, Looper. So I'm going to just go here and see what's going on. In this particular situation, when we have the auth.js, in here, we should have the new user password deleted, and then we should be sending this back. Although it seems like it's not doing that. So let's say we do something like this. So we say saved user, and then here we can say something like saved user, and then we can do const something like password and user, and then we say saved user. Now this is a really good technique if you want to get rid of a property and then just have everything in the rest one. So this is now called user. I don't need to use this, and I can also remove this, which means that this should send back the registered user correctly. And we are not using password so far, but we are going to use password later on. Now if I save this, try this again, this would say user already exists. So what I could do is I could just maybe delete this. The way to delete this from the MongoDB extension would be to create a playground. So you're going to click new playground, and here it generates some file for you. We don't really need all of this code, so I'm gonna actually remove all of this. Just use the right database. So we had best languages as the database name. And what I could do is I could basically say best or db.users.drop. So in this case, I'm just going to run this. So I'm just going to save this file by doing Control Save, and then I'm going to give this a name, and I'm going to save this inside node Redis auth, which is the root of the file. So in here, I can say something like playground.mongodb. When we do this, this is going to start showing this inside the playgrounds here. And now you can basically click this and come back to this anytime. So I can select this and run using this play button, or I could essentially just click somewhere else, not select anything, and everything would run now. So if I hit play here, you can see that it says, are you sure you want to run this playground? I'll say yes. And that would mean that we got the response back from this whole query. Now we have dropped the user database. And if I try to register again, you can see that it says cannot access password before initialization. This is interesting. And that is because our code is actually using a password here and here as well. So instead of doing that, I could simply say const user equals saved user to JSON. And then I can use this user to assign here. And then I can delete user.password in this case. And then I should be passing this user back to the JSON. So let's save and then try this out. So I'm going to go ahead and run this again. So we run this, we drop the collection, and then we run this again. And now you can see that we didn't get the password back in the API call, which is good. This is what we really want. And if I try to send this again, obviously it would say user already exists. Now let's talk about something interesting. If I go ahead, refresh the database and look at the best languages DB where we have this document, you see that the password is saved in plain text. This is a mistake. This should not happen. We should always be saving encrypted passwords in the database and not plain text. So in order to do so, we are going to use a tool called bcrypt so we can sort of encrypt the password before it is saved. So we are going to go to our terminal and we are going to install a new package called bcrypt. So I can say npm install and then bcrypt, and then we are going to use it inside the user.js. So here we can say const bcrypt, and here we can say equals require, and here we can say bcrypt. Then what we need to do is we could either do it here in the auth.js that before saving we encrypt the password, but a better way would be to do it on a model level. And here you can basically see what are the methods that we can assign to a particular schema. So on the schema level, I could define a method. So I could say user schema dot pre, and there is an event that we can provide this. So pre-save, we are going to execute a function. In here, what we actually get, and here we should not be using arrow function because we would need the concept of this in here, or the context of this, which is essentially the newly saved object. So in this case, when we define this function, we also get the next function that we could call, which is the API call. I'm going to take you through this via debugger so you understand more about this. But essentially, when we have this here, we can check if this user that we are saving right now is already modified or not, or the password field has been set or not, because a user can be updated, in which case it is being saved as well. So we only want to do this once when the user is being registered. So we can put a condition here called this.isModified, and this will return true if this new value that we are getting for this particular path is changed. So when we are basically saving a new object into the database, there we are changing the password. If we update a user password, then it's going to be modified. So if it's not modified, then we don't really need to do anything. We don't need to encrypt anything. If this is not modified, we are going to just call the next function, which means that we are passing it to the route handler. But if that's not the case, then we do something different. So here we can just say return next. Otherwise, we change the password. So we can say this.password equals bcrypt.hashsync. And here we can provide this.password. And this.password is the one that is being saved. For example, in our case, it was, I believe, demo123. So we are going to get demo123 here. We are going to hash it, and we are going to assign it to this.password. And in here, we can provide how many number of iterations we can pass here. So I'm just going to provide salt rounds as 12. And I think that should be good. You need to remember that in any of these cases, the next function should always be called. So I'm going to call the next function here. So we are good. Now that we have this, let's debug this and try this out. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here, and I'm also going to go ahead and going to register in this case, and I'm going to put a breakpoint here as well. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the database again for the user. So I'm going to hit play here. Yes. And we should get a true here in this case. And then I can go and click run and debug. You need to make sure that you are either on the app.js file so you can run the server, or another better way would be to create a launch JSON. So you can click create a launch JSON, click NodeJS, and in here you can see the default program bin www. So you can just save this and you can click launch program now. So it doesn't matter now which file you are at the moment. You can click launch program and it will run Node.js bin www. So here, if I go to debug console, you can see that it's running the right file. So we are good there. Now I can go to register user and hit send. If I do this, you can see that we are still in VS Code. It comes to the register page. Here we're getting the request body, which has the username as and the password. You can also see all of those things in here inside the watch. So you're going to check request.body, hit enter, and you can see that we get the password and the username right here. Then if I go forward, it tries to find the user via the username. So it tries to find existing user. You can see that we don't have existing user. We get a null there. Then it moves forward. It does not go inside this because the user doesn't exist. Then we are creating a new user. Once we use the model here, as you can see, it's a model. We create a new user, which is a save user. And as soon as we try to save, it comes inside this schema pre-save function. Now here you can see that the next is essentially a function, which is technically this same function. So it goes forward out of this. And here you can see that we are talking about this. Now this is the document that is being saved right now. This is modified is a function that will either return a true or false. And if I go to this, you can see that we have a username here, which is there, but the password has not been set yet because we are checking it right now and it's a pre-save function. So if I go forward here, you can see that now we're using bcrypt hash sync and we're providing the password here, which is demo123 running 12 round of SolidJS. And if I go forward from here, you can see that we got the password, which is right now encrypted. Now, if I hit next, it will essentially go back to our file. So if I go back to auth, maybe I can go and put a breakpoint here. So if I play, now you can see that it came with the saved user, which is the document that is now saved to the database because it's already saved. Now it goes and converts this into a JSON. So we just get the version and not the methods and whatnot, just the plain JavaScript object or JSON object with the username and the password. Now we go ahead, assign this to request session user, and then we delete the password. So this user does not contain the password now, and then it returns it back. So we get it back into our extension, but it seems like the request timed out here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this again, hit play. And now you can see that we have the message that this user already exists. So I can basically go again in MongoDB in the playground and try to basically destroy it or drop the database. I could do all of this again and again and again. But what I want to focus on is now on to the login side. How do we log in using this whole situation? So we got an encrypted password within the database. For logging in, we should find the user in the database and see if the user exists or not. So in order to do that, first, I'm going to convert this into an ES6 function as well. Then I'm going to go and say async. So we can use async await. Now, instead of all of this, I could basically do await user.find1. And here I'm going to find by username, of course. Once we get the user, or if we don't get a user, then we say user does not exist. Super cool. Then we don't really need to do this, but rather we are going to check it using bcrypt because the password that is saved within the database is not exactly what the user is providing. So we need to use the bcrypt package here. So in order to do so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another function here in this user.js. And this one is a bit different from this pre-hook. This is sort of a middleware function, but rather this one that we are creating is a method on the schema level. So here we are going to say user schema dot, and here we are going to say methods dot, and then we create something called compare password. So we are creating another helper function that we can access anytime. This is going to receive a password. We can essentially pass anything here, but we are just going to pass the password and return true or false if it matches or not. So we are going to return bcrypt. So this is a bcrypt method dot compare. And then we also have a compare sync. So we are going to use the sync one. And here the first one is essentially the password. So we are going to say password. And then the second one should be the user password. So it should be this dot password. Once we have this, we don't really need to connect all the models and whatnot. So I can just save this one here, and then I can go to auth.js, and in here, I can simply compare them using this. So I can say here existing user dot compare password. And here I can essentially go ahead and pass the password here. So I can say password here, and that's pretty much it. If it returns a false, we say password is incorrect. Otherwise, we do the rest of the things. So in the case of finding the existing user and the password being matched, what we need to do is this const. Here we can say user equals, and here we can say existing user dot to JSON. And then we are going to say delete user.password because we don't really want to send this back. Now there's another way to not have a password from the database itself by passing password to 0, but we really need in this query the password so we can compare it. So we cannot really do this here, but rather we need to delete the user password from here. Then we need to assign this to request.session.user and then also then pass this along to the REST API as a response. So I'm going to save this now and let's try this out. I'm going to go to Rapid API and here I'm going to go to register and then also I'm going to open the login call. So before we call this, let's quickly run and debug this again. So I'm going to start this. And now that we are running this, I could basically go to register user, hit send, and now it comes in here. If I hit play, it says user already exists. We are good there. Now let's also put some breakpoints into login. So if I hit here, then I would also go here and then here and then here as well. Now for login, let's see the whole flow. So in body, I'm going to change the username to SN22. Hit send, and here you can see that we got the breakpoint. If I go ahead, we got the username as SN22, we got the password. So it's trying to find the user. The existing user does not exist, so it goes forward and it returns this back. Now you can see here it says request timeout, but I can just send, play, and you can see that here we got the user message here. I believe there should be a way to increase the timeout as well, but I have not looked into it yet. So now that we have this, let's have a look at the other use case where the password is incorrect. So if I say demo1234, what happens in that case? So I hit send, it comes here, we go forward, we find the user, the existing user exists, as you can see. So we move forward, and here we are using the compare password method. Now it will go inside the function with the password, which is demo1234, and the this.password is undefined there. So it's going to just run this, and it's undefined because I have made this as an arrow function. So that's bad of me. So I'm going to convert this back into a function, not an arrow function. That's the helpful debugging that we all really want. So I'm going to launch the program now, and then I'm going to try logging in again. So I'm going to click send. It's going to go ahead, and then it's going to go inside the compare password. Here now the this.password should exist. As you can see, it's using bcrypt compare sync with this password and the password that we are providing. It's going to provide this as false. So this is not the right password, and therefore we should get passwords incorrect. So if I go ahead, hit send, hit play, you can see that we get the password is incorrect. Super cool. Now finally, in the case of success, let's see what happens. So I'm gonna say sn demo1234, or actually 123, and hit send. In this case, it comes here, goes forward, and actually passes all of these things because the password is correct, the user exists. So now we convert this into a JSON, we get the user here with everything and the password, we go forward, the password is removed from the object, and then we send it back. So I'm gonna just hit this again, send, play, and now hit play, and you can see that we get the user. So the login and register are working perfectly fine. We save the user, we get everything back, and now everything looks good. Now let's try to implement this into the UI as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to public and I'm going to go to login.html. So if I go to login here, I can see JavaScript HTML request, but I can also see code for fetch, jQuery, and XUS. So I'm going to use fetch in this case. I'm going to copy the code from here and then go to login.html. And in here, I can essentially paste the code here just like this. As you can see that I actually saved a lot of time just by doing this. So we got localhost 3000 auth login. Now I don't really need localhost 3000 because I'm going to run it right from the server. So I can just say /auth login, but the rest of this looks good. Now we need the values from the inputs here. So that's what we are going to do now. So in this case, what we want to do is we already have a form and the ID is login form in this case. So I could go ahead and put some code here right after this console log. So I could say something like document dot get element by ID, and then here the ID is login form dot add event listener, and in here we can essentially say submit. Once this is submitted, we can get an event inside here, and then we can say e.prevent default. So we are not submitting the form by the default behavior of the browser. And then what we need to do is to get the form element itself. So we can say const form equals e.target, which is essentially the form element, which we have here. And then we can get the values for the form elements from here. And then we can do something like const username equals to form.elements. And here we can provide the name here. And now this name essentially is what we have here in the property. So the name here is email, but the ID is username. So I can either use the name or the ID. I would rather use the ID in this case. So I'm going to go ahead, or actually we should probably change the name as well to username in this case. So we can say username, and here we can go ahead and use the username property here. Similarly, we have password here. So we can say form.elements, and here we should have the password as well. Once we have that, we can essentially use the on form submit to pass both of those things, username and the password. Now that we are passing this, we can basically copy this just like this, and then we can pass it here or expect these to come as an object. And then what we can do is we can JSON.stringify this. So we can say JSON.stringify, and then we have the username and the password. So I can copy this, paste this here, and I can remove this line. Now we are going to debug this, so you would see all of this working actually in action. And now we need to do a couple of things. So first of all, what we need to do is to convert these then into await, because we are using async here. So we are going to get a response here. So we can say const resp, and here we can say await. And then all we need to do is not to have this, but we also have then catch here. So I think there are going to be a lot of variables here. So let's say this is called response. Then what we need to do is to have const body equals to resp.json. And then we also would have other things, but I'm going to remove this code from here. Since I'm using async await, I'm going to do a try here and then just put all of this here. Then if we have a catch, we are going to handle it in a better way right here, but let's put it later. Now that we have got body, we are going to check if the body exists and if the body has user in it. And if we got that, we can simply say window.location.href equals to slash, which means we are redirecting to homepage in this case. And in case of error, all we need to do is to alert e.message. So whatever message is there, we are going to just alert with this. So I'm going to save this now and let's try this. Now we actually have to go to our browser to see if login works out of the box. So it looks like it is going towards our breakpoints. So I'm going to just disable all the breakpoints for now. Or I could actually remove all those as well, but it's fine for now. I'm going to restart the server as well so we can check the login call as well. And now if I go to my browser, I can debug this and see what's happening in the inspector. So I'm going to go ahead and go to sources, login, and I'm going to put some breakpoints in the script. So on form submit, we got this const options. Then we got try catch here that we need to work with. And we also got this here. So now if I put these value sn, and here I can say demo 123 because that was the password. So if I hit login here, you can see that it comes here with in the login form when it's submitted, because we are handling the submit method here. Then it goes forward and takes out the form. So this is the form element that we are talking about. So if I mouse over it, you can see that the whole form is being highlighted, which has inputs and then a button. Now, if I go forward and take out the username, you can see that we got the username input here and then the password input as well. But we should have got their values out. So we are rather using the username and password here. So we should have those values out. So I'm going to go back to my code and go to login.html, and instead of just passing them like this, we should have username. And also, by the way, these should be rather value. So I can shorten this down, something like this, so I don't have to modify this guy. So I can save this now. Let's try this again. I'm going to refresh. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that the code is updated. Here I can see the value now. And now if I hit login, it's going to go ahead. And now we got the username value, which is SN. The password here is different. It's click123. So it's not going to work, but we'll still get something out of it. So if I go forward here, you can see that it gets username as password. It basically constructs all the options. So in this option, we got the body, which is stringified. We got the headers, we got the method, and we also have the URL here already. Now it goes ahead and basically makes the API call. You will see that we get response which says bad request, and in here the status is 400. And if I go to the body, essentially this would show an error message, but we are going to convert this response or take out the JSON out of it. Here you can see that we got the body, which is a promise pending, because I made a stupid mistake of not putting a wait here. So let's quickly save this, refresh, and now we are going to see if this works. So hit login, goes forward, 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 and now it's going to go ahead and convert this into JSON. And now you can see body, that is a message, and that is password incorrect. So if I move forward, hit play, you can see password is incorrect. Similarly, if I try a user which is not existing, it's going to alert that the user does not exist. So we are good here. We're submitting this into the right form. Now, if I go ahead and try to successfully do it, let's see what happens. I'm going to say demo 1, 2, 3. I'm going to hit login. It's going to go ahead, go forward, and now this time it has a success. So we have status 200, status test is okay, and now the body should also contain the information. So if I go forward here, you can see the body contains a user now, and this is what we are checking going forward. So first of all, if the body has user, then we are redirecting on the front end to slash, and then if I hit play, you can see that it takes us to home. Now this is important. You can see that here we are taken to home automatically, but if I was not logged in, even then I could go to home, and we are going to check it out in a bit. But before that, let's implement the logout functionality, right? In order to do so, you go into your auth.js, routes auth.js, and in here we are also going to put a new route. We are going to make it a get route, and this is going to be log out. And in here, all we need to do is to just do req.session.destroy. And if you hover over it, you can see that this is sort of a callback that you get. And in this case, it could either be an error or success. So we are going to assume that it's all going to be good. So even if there's an error, we are going to say if there's an error, then we do return res.status 400.json, and here we can provide the message. So we can say something like message, and here we can say error.message. And then if that's not the case, then we are just going to return a success in this case. So we can say something like res.status 200, and then JSON should be just a success true. So we can say success true in this case. Or we are actually using this a get route, so we can use redirection in this case. So we can do rather in this case of success, we can say rest.redirect to the login page, right? And I think that should be good. So now all we need to do is to check the logout function. If I go to index.html and if I try to find logout, not there, but rather here, you will see that on click of logout, we already have this auth logout href here. We don't really need an on-click function here, so I'm going to remove this. So all we need to do is to just go to this page, which should trigger this logout method, and then the rest should be good. So I'm going to restart the server so we have these changes in place. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my browser and I'm going to refresh, and I'm now going to click logout. So if I click logout, it essentially goes to the logout page, which means that in our VS Code, now we have this triggered. Now this is trying to destroy the session which already has the user. So I'm going to put a breakpoint here inside and here as well. So if I hit play, you will see that we don't get any error. It's null. So it's not going to go inside this, and it's going to go forward with the success redirect to login. So if I hit play, you can see that we are automatically redirected to login, which is absolutely good. So if I try to go through this whole flow, having this debugger disabled, let's see how this looks like. I log in, it essentially gives me an error if the password is incorrect. So I type the correct password, demo123, hit login again, and you can see that now I'm automatically redirected to this page. Now if I log out, I'm automatically redirected to the login page. Super cool. Now the same thing can be done for the register scenario. So I'm going to go ahead and copy all of the things that I have inside here in the login page, and I'm going to paste that in the register page. So I'm going to just copy this. Something is weird. So we have this script, and then we have the interesting part is that this script is outside the body, which should not be the case. This should be inside the body. And then there should be some sort of indentation outside here. So we are really missing something here. Yeah. So this should look like this. Yeah. Now I can copy this script completely, and then I can go to register.html, and I can also remove this script and just paste the copied one. And now I need to change just the URL to register. In this case also, we have the same code, the same logic, just the form ID is going to be different. So it's registration form. So I'm going to replace this with the registration form. And then also I'm going to make sure that the username is the name here as we did for before. But I think rest of this should actually be okay. So I'm going to just save this and try this out. So let's go to register. I'm going to also restart the server. And now if I go to sign up, let's try creating a new user that has not been created before. So first I'm going to go to my MongoDB instance. I'm going to just reload to see what's there in the database. So in the best languages users, we only have one document, and that is essentially SN. So I'm going to create another user here. So the next user is going to be, let's say, Mohsin, and I'm going to provide the same password, demo123, and I'm going to hit register in this case. So if I hit register, this should all go through the same process, but I'm going to put breakpoints so I can see what's working. So I can click here, I can also click here, and I can also click here. So if I hit register now, you can see that it goes here to the prevent default, takes out the form correctly without any issues, takes out the username and password as well, then goes to on form submit, creates these options, and then the URL is auth register, and then we wait for the response. So I'm going to go ahead and click here. So we wait for the response. The body contains user, which is just now created, and now we go and redirect the user to home automatically. And when we go to home page, we then should see other things as well, but we are good for now. Now that we have this, we need to make sure that the login page is not accessible if the user is not logged in. To do that, I'm going to go to the index.js, and in here, we already made sure that if we don't have a user, it's not accessible. That's cool. So all I need to do now, if I log out, I can go to the login page. If I try to go to home page, you can see that it redirects us to the login page, which is really good. So we don't have to worry about it. And if I'm logged in, for example, with the correct account, demo123, then if I try to go to rather login page, it takes me back to the home page. So I think we are covered there. Now let's try to finalize some stuff. We need these languages to be there so we can select favorite from there. Then we also need the information of what is my favorite language. So there are a couple of API calls that we are going to build. So we are going to start building it right now. So I'm going to close everything because I need a fresh start. So I'm going to refresh now. And now what I'm going to do is also to go into the routes folder, and here we are going to create another route for languages. So I'm going to create a file, call it languages.js. In here, we are going to have only one route, which returns a list of all the languages so we can show that. But before that, obviously, we need to create a model here as well. So we can say language.js. And we are also going to import this route into app.js. So I'm going to go to app.js, and similar to however we are importing auth router, I'm going to copy paste and say languages here. And then we have languages router, and I'm going to use it just like this here. So we can say app.use and then languages, and then we are going to provide the languages router just like this. Now that we have this, let's see how the languages router looks like. Now for this one, we can have a hard-coded languages array that we could use. So we don't even need the model for this case, but that would then not teach you a couple of things about how we work with databases and relations in Node.js. So for the programming languages, what we want to do is to have a seed, which means that we can populate our database with a bunch of languages. And To do so, we should still have a model. So first of all, let's create that model. Here, we're going to do the same thing as the user model, but a bit different. So in here, we don't need bcrypt. We also don't need these functions, but we do need some languages here. So not even timestamps. They're not really important in this case. So we are going to say languages schema here. And in here, we are also going to call this language in this case. And then a language should have a name, which is required. It should also be unique. And then it should have an icon URL, which we could say is required in this case. Yeah, I think we could say that. So in this case, we got the languages schema and we can use this and export the language variable as well, just like this. So we can use it everywhere else. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use the same thing as auth.js. So I'm going to copy this, go to language.js, and then remove everything apart from the one route that we already have in this case. And then I'm going to remove the tempdb in this case. Also, I think we should be removing it from the auth.js as well. We're not really using that. We can also convert these variables to const. That would be awesome. Not to see var at all. And then also we don't need user in languages. So we are going to just have a get call here with a slash. And then all we need to do is to just return back. So we can do something like const languages equals, and then we can say something like language, which is being imported from models language, which is correct. And this should be async. So we have a wait here, and then we can essentially just do find and then an empty object inside. Once we get this, we can simply say res.status 200.json. And here we can say languages. And I think that's pretty much it. So this should work perfectly fine out of the box. So I'm going to restart the server just to make sure we don't have any issues. So the debug console is clear at the moment. So I'm going to go to app.js. We are already using languages, which is good. So we already have this working. So I'm going to open Rapid API now and create another route here. So we can say something like get all languages. So get all languages. This is going to be a get call. I'm going to use the environment variable, which is base URL here /languages. And now if I hit send here, you can see that we get languages as an empty array. So there are no languages in the database at the moment. One more thing that we could do is we could also have this middleware that we can set to have no languages being retrieved if the user is not logged in. So we can protect our routes. So we can say something like a new folder, we can say middleware, and here we can say something like user logged in, or we could say something like auth.middleware.js. In here, we can essentially create a function. So we can say const is logged in, and here we should be receiving request, response, next. And in this case, we are going to just say something like this, module.exports equals is logged in. So in this case, we are going to say if the request dot session dot user does not exist, then we basically send back an error that not authenticated, or maybe we could say, yeah, is authenticated, for example, or authenticated. I think that should be good. Now that we have this, we can basically say return res dot, or actually do res dot status. We could say something like for one, and here we can say JSON message. Here we can say something like not authorized. Now that we have this, I think what we can do is return from here. So the next function is never called. Otherwise, we should have the next function being called. And I think that should be it. Now what I can do is I can go to the language call to here. So we can go to routes, languages, and here I could basically say authenticated. And I think that should be good. So this should receive the request and the response in this case. We're not using the request in this function, so I'm going to change this to underscore, and I can now save it. If I refresh now and go to get all languages and hit send, you will see that it says not authorized, and we have 401 as well. So that is because the VS Code extension is not a browser. So it doesn't have a cookie, it cannot have a session. That's why it's always going to be unauthorized. There are further APIs as well, which we may want to protect if we want the user to be, if we want the user to not access it. So if we talk about auth here, the login and register, both of them are requests where we do want them to access it, but there could be another call where the user just wants their data. And in that case, we should also be protecting that. But we are going to go into that in a bit. But this URL at the moment is protected. So we can see that there are no languages, or we can see that this is not authorized at the moment. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and for this auth middleware, I'm just gonna comment this out so we can test this, but I'm going to put it back later on, I promise. Now that we have this, I can restart the server and I can click send, and you can see that we have no languages whatsoever here. Now what we are going to do is we are going to put some languages in the database. So in here, I got a really nice project by Abraham Kalf, which is programming languages logos. So he essentially has a logo file for all of the programming languages. And what I basically ended up doing is just automating this. So first of all, go here and give this repository a star, because obviously this deserves it. And then follow my lead for basically automating this, which is super cool. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a seed file, which is going to run only once. So when we deploy our application to a new environment, we can essentially run this once to populate all those files. But we are doing this in the database. So that would mean that it is also possible for us to add more directly in the database so the app can start using it. So in this case, I'm going to create a new file called dbseed.js. And one more thing that we need to do is you need to go to the gist route again, or the gist address again. And then here we have a file called languages from github.json. So I've actually converted what this repository had to an object that I can use within the project. So you can basically copy the name of the file as well. Go here and go inside to create a folder. We are going to call this data. And inside here, we would have a file called languages from github.json. Then you need to copy all of this and then just paste it here. So you can see that the keys are essentially the names of the languages, and the value is just shortened version of it. But it's not just anything. It's actually the key to all the images that this repository has. For example, let's talk about C#. In this case, this says C#. So if I go to this GitHub repository, go to source, you can see we have a C# folder here. And that is what I'm going to use to get an image from this repository. And we can use this then in our code. So I'm going to go to my code again and go to dbc.js. Now this script is going to run apart from our backend, which means this is a standalone JavaScript file, which means that it won't have mongoose or anything as such. So we need first to connect the database and then also to run mongoose. So this is a separate script that should run separately. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use dbconnect file to connect to the database. So I'm going to first go ahead and say something like const dbconnect equals require, and I'm going to require it just like this. And once we have this, we can essentially just keep it here for now. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to also import file system, or FS, so we can also do some crazy calculations there with file system. I'm also going to import the language model, but also I'm going to import the path. So I'm going to say const require path here. And now let's talk about it. So since we have this dbconnect function, we can essentially get this promise out of the connect method, so we can do something after it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an immediately invoked function, or we call it iffy or something. So we have this immediately invoked function that is being invoked right here via these two parentheses. This is an async function. So now I can basically run anything inside. So what I'm going to do here is that first I'm going to wait for dbconnect. Once we have the DB connected, then I'm going to do some magic. In this case, first we need to find languages. As I said, this is supposed to only run once when there are no languages in the database. So we are going to make sure that that's the case. So const languages equals await, and here we are going to say language, which is being imported from models. And then here we can say something like find. And then here we can say empty object, which means that it's going to find all the languages and we'll see if they exist or not. So if languages dot length equals to 0, if there are no languages in the database, then we do something, otherwise we don't. So let's say the language's length is 0, then we return. If it's actually not 0, to be precise. So if it's not equal to 0, then we return, otherwise we proceed forward. Now, first of all, we are going to do is we are going to get the JSON file, parse it, and see the data. So we can say something like languages from GitHub JSON equals to, and here we are going to say json.parse because we are going to parse a file. So a file can be retrieved as fs.read file sync. In here, we need to provide the path of the file. So we can say path.resolve. And in here, we can say directory name. So we are in the current directory, which is right now the root directory. And here we can then provide /, and here data / what was it again? It was languages from github.json. So I can basically copy the name from here, paste it here. And then the second parameter of this fs read file sync is the encoding. So the encoding here should be UTF-8, and that's pretty much it. Now, when we read this file, this is going to be a string. So we are going to parse this into a JSON. So here I can say json.parse and then all of this, and then I can just log it. So I can say console.log, and then I can just put there. Now, if I try to run this script, let's see what happens. In the terminal, I can simply say node and I can say dbc.js. If I run this, you're going to see some errors that are interesting. So here it says MongoDB parse error, invalid scheme, expected connection string. And that is because the DB connect uses these variables which were not provided. So what I need to do is to do this. I need to require the .env file. So here I can say require .env.config, and that should solve the issue. So I can now run this again, dbc.js. Now you can see that we get the contents of the file. So these are being logged now. Now what I need to do is to basically add all of these into the database with the schema or with a data similar to the schema. So we need to have a name and the icon URL for each of these languages. And we already know that the URLs are going to be something like this. So we have 16 by 16, 128 by 128. So if I click this, you can see that this is the URL. So if I right click this and copy link address, I actually get the final URL, which is this. So this is raw github user content.com, blah, blah, blah. And then the folder name and then the URL here. So this is what I'm going to use in my code as well. So now that I have this JSON here from the GitHub JSON, I have read it using the file system. What I can do is I can say languages to add equals to, and here we are going to run a loop over this object. Since this is an object, I can simply say object.keys, and then I can essentially run a loop over it. So I can provide these languages from GitHub JSON, and here I can say .map. So we return an array out of it with the mapped object. And here I could say something like key, since we are running this loop over the keys. And then I'm going to create some variables. So const name equals to key. And then we also need to identify the icon URL. So I can say const icon key is going to be the languages from GitHub JSON key, which means that every time we talk about the name, it's going to be HTML, for example, or let's say C#, which is the name, but the icon key should be C# because we are going to use the icon key in the URL itself, as I mentioned before. So the C# is going to go here. So we are taking the icon key here, and now let's construct the icon URL. So here we are going to construct it using this. So we are copy pasting all the URL from here, but we are just going to replace this variable where we need to provide the icon key. So in here, you can see that it's exactly the same, but we have this raw master and then icon key and icon key svg. So you can take a look at this. So it's https://github.com/abrahamkalv, and then programming languages logo, raw master, source, icon key.svg. So we are taking the svg files out of this. Finally, we need to return the icon URL and name. So you could say name, icon URL, and that's pretty much it. Now that we've got the languages to add, we can just use it to add it to our database. And to do so, we are going to run a try catch. So we can say try here. Then we're going to also have a catch here. In the case of catch, we can just say console.log and we can log the error. But in case of try, what we are going to do is this. We're going to say await language dot insert many, and in the insert many we are going to provide the languages to add, and that's pretty much it. Once we are done, we can just console.log here and we can say something like maybe a rocket, and we can say languages added to the database, woohoo or woohoo. Now we have done this, we can basically go to our terminal and run the node dbc.js. Once we run this, you will see that we should get the message that we have languages added to the database. Super cool. And if I go to my MongoDB extension, I should be able to see that. So if I hit refresh right here, you can see that not only we have users, which are 2 right now. I created Asen and Mosin, I believe. Yep, we have these, but we also have languages. So if I hit languages here, you can see that now we got 17 documents within the database. Super cool. So now if I go back to my REST API call get all languages, and if I hit send now, you can see that we get all the languages in this call. Yay! And now the only thing I think that is remaining is to test that this does not run again. So you could actually put some code in the dbc.js, so maybe a log there. So you could put this right here when we are doing a return. So we can say something like languages already added, stopping the script here, and that should be good. So if I do this here, and I can remove the last console log because that's confusing. So I'm going to just clear this, and then I can run this node dbc.js. If I hit enter, you can see that language is already added, stopping the script here. Finally, one thing to make sure is that after the whole process has been finished, you disconnect from the database. So in here, you can essentially say const connection equals to await db connect, which is essentially a connection. And here, what you could do at the end is something like this. So you could say connection dot disconnect, and that should be good. So in here, I'm just gonna put await here. I believe this returns a promise, or no, maybe no. So if I can put it here, then I should also be putting it here in the condition where we are doing a return. So if I now do dbc.js, you can see that we get the message that they are already added. And we now also have this these languages working as well. Now that we have this, we need to proceed further into also making a language as favorite. And also there's one thing that we needed to do. When we log in, we should also show the username here up top. Right now, we don't do that. So first of all, let's try to implement the call for getting the user data. For this, we are going to do a really simple thing. We are going to go to the routes page and in auth, and here we're going to implement a call for me. So here I'm going to say /me is a URL. And in here, we are going to get the username. So since the user should be logged in here, we are going to essentially go ahead and say something like const username equals req.session.user. And then we are going to find this user and send this back. So we are going to say const user equals await, and here user.find1, and the username would be provided to find the user. Then all we need to do is to just do res.status, and here 200, and then the JSON here should send back a user. And that's pretty much it. Now this me should not be called if there is no session. So we should be using the authenticated middleware here as well. So authenticated, as far as I remember, that was the name of it. So if I go to middleware, it's auth middleware, and authenticated is the one. So I'm gonna just put it right here, authenticated, and then import it from the middleware. So I can say const authenticated equals require, and here we have middleware and then auth middleware, and there we go. So now this is protected, and this should only be called if we have this notion where the user is logged in. Now that we have this, we are going to check this out But in order to check this, we cannot check it from Rapid API because there are no cookie sessions there, but we can definitely run this from the browser. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Rapid API at least to generate the code. Yay, Rapid API client. So in here, I'm going to just go ahead and create another request. I can say environment variable here, just like this, and then /auth/me. In this case, this is going to be a GET request, and I can say get user data. And then if I hit send here, let's see if this works. So first, it is a no response. So I'm going to restart this, make sure that the debug is cool, and then I can send this. And we don't get any data in this case. Let's see JSON tags. It says no response. That's interesting. So we got auth/me, and the auth also has the get/me. Then the res.status is this, and looks like everything should be as it is. So if I hit a breakpoint here, let's see what happens. So if I do send, it doesn't go there at all. Oh, interesting. That is because we have not selected the base URL. Oh, that's why. So now if I hit send, it should come here. It should get the user session if it exists. Otherwise, it would obviously throw an error. So here it says something like username cannot be retrieved, blah, 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 cannot destructure. That is because the request.session.user does not exist. So in this case, it would obviously fail. Authenticated should also check if there is a session or if there is a user, otherwise just send back not authorized. So if I have to run this program again because it's crashed, then I can just hit send. And now it says not authorized because I don't have this session. But what I could do is just copy this and then go to the browser and then open inspector. And then from within this page, I can try to send a call. So here, if I hit send, we should be able to get this data back, I believe. Oh, there's a breakpoint pending. So now here it's going to get the request.session.user, and it gets the username out of it, which is SN. Then it finds the user. It finds the user just like this, and it sends back the user. Yay! In this particular situation, you can see that we got the user with all of the things, including the password. We don't really need the password in this case. So what we are going to do is we are going to give this a second parameter and say password is 0. That means we should not be retrieving it. So I'm going to remove the breakpoint, refresh this, and then we are going to try this call again. So now I'm going to refresh this and then do the same thing again. And now you see that we got this user as an output, and in the network call, we can see the me call. And in here, we see the data and not the password. Super cool. So we have the me call implemented here. Now, the final thing that we want to do is to implement the language call that we can essentially mark as favorite. So for that, we are going to implement a new route, and also we are going to go ahead and change some things in the database as well. So for the models here, we are going to go to the user model, and in here, we are going to define a favorite language. Now, a user could have multiple favorite languages. In that particular case, it is going to be a one-to-many relation, and then we have to decide what is many. Is it too many? Is it not too many? And then we have to decide if we should embed that within the user schema or create another collection and then kind of merge those IDs and whatnot. One interesting thing that we really need to do is, in the end, if we want this to be extensible, maybe we want to show how many people have JavaScript as their favorite, or how many people have C# as their favorite. To do that, we really need to have a new model that we can use. So what we are going to do now is we are going to create a new model. We are going to call it favorite language, and then we are going to start defining it. So for this one, what I'm going to do is define it just like this. So we have the favorite schema. In here, we have the language, which is going to be of type object ID, because this is going to reference this language model. And then the other thing is going to be user, which is also going to be of type mongoose.schema.types object ID. And the reference here is language. In the reference here is user. In this case, you can see that both of these things are required. So we are essentially creating, just like we do in SQL database, that we have a table that defines the relation between those two things. So we have a user ID and then we have the entity ID. So here we have a language and we have the user in this case. And this is marked as favorite. So we are just calling this favorite in this particular case. Now that we have this, we could also say favorite language. But yeah, let's actually call it that. So we can say const favorite language equals, and then we can define it just like this with a semicolon. And then we can also call this favorite language. And then we can export favorite language from here. Now there's a question, where should this URL be? We could have either this stored within the user route. So we have something like user/favorite. So you can essentially assign it there, but I would rather go ahead with a different route. So in here, I'm going to create a new route. So we can say favorite languages, and here we can say JS. And now this needs a couple of routes. So let's create a few routes here. So for this, we are going to obviously import Express for router. So here we are going to import both of those things, just copy pasting here like a pro. And then we also need the models here, but let's basically call out our first route, which is marking a language as favorite for a particular user. So we are going to say router.post, and here we are going to say slash. That is because when we hit this, we are going to hit this with a route called favorite language. So in this case, we are going to say something like this. So we are going to say favorite languages, and here we can say favorite languages router. And here we can import this just like this. So we can say this, and here we can say routes dash favorite languages, and we can say favorite languages router. Did I mess up the old one? I think I did. So I can basically copy paste this just like this, or actually not. Yeah, this should be something like this. Now we have languages router and favorite languages router, and now we do have this here. Let's save this. And now I'm going to go back here and talk about this post thing. So in here, we are going to have an async method. We have a request, response. Then what we are going to do here is that we need to have two things for favorite language. One, we need the language ID. Second, we need the user ID. So here we are assuming that the language is going to be provided in the request body, but the user can be extracted from the session itself. So first of all, this should be authenticated. So I'm going to say something like authenticated. So we are not missing the session here. Now what we do is const, we can say something like user ID, or we could extract it something like this. So we could say ID, user ID equals request.session.user. So we already know that the user has a property called ID. So we are going to call it user ID in this case, or we could also say user, it doesn't really matter. Now we are going to extract the language ID from the body. So the body should contain a language ID in this case, language ID equals, and then we should have req.body in this case. Now, if we don't have the user ID or we don't have the language ID, then we should return res.status 400, and the JSON should just have a message language ID missing. The user ID actually should always be there, so I'm not gonna put it here. I think we are good here. Now what we want to do is to save this information into the database. So we should save this user ID and language ID together. And once we do so, we should actually be checking if the user already has a favorite. If not, then just create it. And if yes, the user already has a favorite, then just update it. So to do that, I'm going to say saved equals await, and then I can simply say favorite language dot find one and update, and it isn't giving me any suggestion, which is super weird, which means that this favorite language is a mongoose model, which looks good, but why isn't it giving me any suggestion? That is interesting. Dot find one and update. So we do find one and update, and in this case we are going to provide it with the language ID. So if we find one, or actually the first one should be username, so we should be providing user with user ID. And then the update data should be the language ID. So the user ID obviously is going to be same throughout, but the language ID could change. So the language would be language ID in this case. And then the final thing that we need is to say that this should be an absurd true. I think that's the third parameter that we can give here. So that should be absurd true. And that should be it. Finally, once this saved, we can simply say res.status, and this is going to be 200. And then we can say .json, and the JSON should contain the data or the language that we have just saved. So we can simply say language saved. And now that we have this, or actually we could say something like language. Maybe we don't have to do this now. So if I hit save, we should be good. If I hit reload, the server should start again. And now we got an error, and that is because this app.js is behaving weird somehow. So favorite languages router, what is it getting? So this favorite languages router gets the router, but it doesn't export anything. So we should be doing module.exports, and here it should be router that we are exporting. Fair point. Now that we have this, I think this should work. So I'm gonna restart the debugger, and it seems to be working fine. Now that we have this, let's try out the URL. So we hit the favorite language in this case. First of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put a breakpoint here so we can start debugging this. I'm gonna close others, and then I'm going to go to Rapid API to create some routes. So I'm going to go ahead and click plus. In here, we got post, we got the headers here. We can basically say accept application JSON. And then for the body, we can pass the language ID in this case, but we are going to have a look at that later. So first we got the environment. We're going to click the environment, click base URL, and then it's going to be /favorite languages. And then what we need is just a body. Now this is again not really going to work, and that is because we do need this authenticated scenario here, but let's see anyways. So the JSON here could contain, or actually should contain, the language ID. So we can say something like language ID, and here we can hard code it like 123 123. If I hit send, it's going to say not authorized because we are using the authenticated middleware. So I'm going to remove this now. And now let's do one thing. First of all, change the description name to say mark language as favorite. And then what I'm going to do is I'm first going to get all the languages. So we have get all the languages. And if I hit send, I can see not authorized. So I also need to mark that one as well. So I can go to languages and remove authenticated for now at the moment. So I can get all the languages. I also have to restart the server, click, and now I get all the languages. Now I'm going to do this for the user, which is SN, and I'm going to mark the file JavaScript or the JavaScript language as the favorite. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my MongoDB, and I'm also going to have a look at the document there to get the user. So first of all, mark as favorite is going to require the language ID, which is this one. And also it would have to have the user ID as well, which we take from the session. Now that's going to be really interesting because we don't really have that. So let's just use a fetch request, and we can essentially just run it from the browser. So I'm going to go ahead to the browser, and in here we can go to console, refresh. Let's see if we are still logged in. No, we are not. So I can go ahead and say demo 123, log in. Now I'm logged in. And one more thing that you can check or validate in here is that if you go to application, you should have cookies, and the cookies should have this connect ID, which is the cookie that we are using for the session. Now, if I paste this code here, which is passing the language ID in this case, let's see what happens. If I hit enter, you can see that we got a promise pending. That is because we have a breakpoint triggered in VS Code. Now we can go forward and see if we can get the session user. So you can see we have the session user here. We get the user ID variable populated. Then we get the language ID from request.body in this case. and we have language ID not provided. That is interesting. The request body is empty. So I'm going to restart the server and look at this once again. In this case, we did have a body called language ID, but we did not have the headers being sent. And that is what we essentially require. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here, and then the headers that we have, they should have application JSON, and this should be content type and accept, and then do this, and then also now show the code. So we do have the headers as well. And now I should be able to just run it. So I can refresh. Now we can see the headers as well. And if I hit enter, we should be able to get the body just like this. You can see the language ID here. Yay! So we go forward, get the language ID, don't get the error. Then we try to find one and update, and then we send it back. So if I hit play now, you will see that we get back the language as null. That is interesting. But if I go back to my MongoDB here and try to refresh, you should be able to see that we got this favorite languages here. Super cool. If I open this, there is a document there. And if I open the document, it has the user ID that we can see. So if I hit the network call, or actually I could have seen that while debugging, but we also have the language ID and the user ID in this case. Let's try to use a different ID now. So the user ID has EA3 at the end, and it is ACD, for example. Now what we are going to do is to try some other language like ACE in this case. Put this into the body of mark as favorite, for example here, copy the code, and then just go ahead and change it here. And now if I run this again, this would come here. We got the user ID as the EA3. The language ID is now something different. It's ACE. And now if I go forward, it would essentially work perfectly fine. And now we have a different ID of language. So here now we got ACD. Now you see there's an interesting thing. Last time it said null, and this time this is providing the information of the previous one. And that is because right now there is a particular parameter that we need to send in this one to get the latest value. So there's a property called new, and I believe you need to set it to true. That's how you get the new one. So let's say we pick a language that is AC5. Okay. This means that when I send this call, AC5 should return. So in this case, I'm going to just paste it here, copy the code, and then I'm also going to restart the server as well. So in this case, if I refresh, post this here, go to my code, let's see what happens. I'm going to put the breakpoints in here as well. Now you will notice that in this case, the language ID is AC5. That's the new language that we are putting it. So if I now move forward, the language should contain AC5. So if I have a look at this, this is an object ID, and this object ID should be AC5, or no. Can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? No, I cannot. But in here, I should be able to, right? So the language here should be, no, I cannot see it. So if I play here, I can see the language that should be AC5. So the key here is to provide this new, otherwise the find one and update function returns the previous value, not the new one. Now that we have this marked as favorite, we also need a particular call to get my current favorite. So for that, I'm going to put the code really quickly. So I'm going to go ahead and say something like router.get, and in here we should have a slash, and then we are going to just say async request response. Then I can get the user ID just like this. So I'm actually going to copy this. However, we don't really get the language ID. We just need the user ID in this case. And then what I could do is do something like this. So I could do this, and I can say languages, basically await favorite language dot, or actually it's not languages, it's rather language that is my favorite. So I can say find one, and that should take my username. So the username in this case, or is it user? It's user. The user should rather be user ID. And if I get this, then I can just return it. So I can say res.status 200 dot and then JSON, and in here we can say language. Now this is going to be either null or something set already. So I'm going to go to Rapid API again, and I can quickly create or duplicate this call, and I can now name this my favorite language. This is going to be a get call, and the URL is going to be the same. I can remove the body. I can also remove the headers. We don't really need those. What does it say? Get requests usually don't have a body. By default, you can change this behavior in the settings. Yeah, I understand. So now that we have this, we can remove the headers from here as well. And now we can just hit this call. Now you can see that there is no favorite languages because we need to restart our debug server. And once I do so, I can send this call. And now if I send this, this is not going to work because we don't have session here in VS Code. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go and copy the fetch call here, go to the browser, and I'm just going to paste this call. So this is a get call, and then just hitting this URL and then just coming back. So if I hit enter now, you can see that the language is what we get out here. Now the interesting part here is that we may need to use this language to select it right here. For that, we need the language ID, of course, but we also would need to show the name in this case. So what I could do is that here for the language, I could also put a dot populate at the end. So I could say populate, and here I can provide an array of paths. So I can say language. And if I hit save and refresh this, you can see that once we retry this call, just like this, first of all, I would have to log in. So I can make this call. So I can say demo123, log in, go forward, and I should be able to go into the home page. And now what I can do is I can run this query. So if I run this now, you can see that we got the language. Inside the language, we have the entire language populated with the URL and the ID. So that is what I am talking about. Now that we have this call implemented and we also have the me call implemented, let's actually implement the entire home page. So what I want you to do is to go to github.com/snir/node-redis-auth, the link for the code repository that you can find. And then you need to go to public index.html and just copy all the code from the script tag. Once you do so, you can come back to the code and then go inside the public index.html, just like this. And I'm doing this because I don't really want to spend a lot of time explaining the front-end code. In this video, we're going to probably make another video out of it. But essentially what I do is when the page loads, I make three different calls. One, I get the user data. Second, I get my favorite language. And third, I get all the languages. Once I get all the languages, I populate all of that running for each. I populate and create a select box with all the options, and then I see which is my favorite language. When I find a favorite language, then I set it automatically on the UI, and that's pretty much it. And I also use this me call to get the username so I can show this in the header. So let's save this and try this out. So I'm going to go back to my home page, and if I hit refresh now, you should see that everything is working apart from some weird use cases that I can see. So in particular, if I go to network call, if I hit refresh, and that is because the URL is incorrect. So I can replace this with favorite languages, hit save, hit refresh, and now I should be able to see something here. I also see undefined here, which is weird because that would mean that this URL is incorrect. Let's see what came out in me. So in the me call, we got the response for the user. So we got user ID, username, all of that. For the languages, we got all the languages that we wanted. For favorite languages, we got a language within a language, and then we got user and whatnot. That means that the code in the HTML is not appropriate, or the response that I'm sending back is not appropriate. So in this case, when we get back the value from favorite languages, which should be the second one, it should have a language property, which I'm getting, and then it gets the ID, and then we do some magic around there. So let's have a look at what's happening. We get the user in here, we get the value and then user. That's cool. So inside here, we come here, 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 and then we also go with the languages and we create all those languages and their URLs. So we should have all the select boxes there. And now what we need to do is to get favorite language dot value dot language. Now I remember what's wrong with this. The thing that's wrong is for the favorite language, the backend should not return this whole language because it's a favorite language. It contains a language inside. So we should rather say favorite lang here, and then here we should just say favorite lang dot language, or we say null. So if there's no favorite language, then we just say null. Otherwise this should be good. So I'm going to refresh this, go back to my code and refresh. And now I'm going to just debug and see what's happening. So in this case, we should get the favorite lang dot value, and then the value itself contains a language and then a language as well. So this means that this has not been fixed really. Or did I make a change in the wrong one? Yes, I did. So I should not be doing that, and rather this should be this one. So this should be favorite lang, and in this case there should be favorite lang dot language or null. So I'm going to save this now, refresh, and now if I refresh here, I should be able to see my favorite language, which is right now set to C, which is good. And now I should also be able to change this to others, as you can see, and this works perfectly fine. Now that we have this, let's see why this username isn't working. So I'm going to go to sources and see what's happening. So I'm going to refresh this. Here we are going to see, hey, user dot value dot username. So the user has a user property and then username inside, which means that we need to go back to our auth page. And once we see the me call, it's expecting not to have this user property. I think I should probably change the HTML here to expect that there should be a value. So instead of value.username, it should be value.user.username in this case. And once we have this, I think we should be good. So I'm going to save this now. And if I refresh, you can see that we got the username, and we also can now change the value of my favorite language. Now I'm going to open the debugger to make sure that the selection of this also works. So if I hit JavaScript and if I hit mark as favorite, let's see what happens. So if I click mark as favorite, you can see that it says 404 not found. Favorite language doesn't exist. That is because it is favorite languages. So I need to change what happens when we click this. So favorite languages should be the correct one. So I'm going to refresh this, try to make JavaScript as my favorite language. I hit mark as favorite, and now we have network call that went and it's pending now, which means there should be a breakpoint here. Now we get the session user, the user ID as well. So the user ID, the language ID from body, and then we just should save it. So here we are saving it and sending it back. So if I have a look at the response in this case, it says marked as favorite. I click OK, and now you can see that this button is disabled. So all of this is working fine. If I refresh now, I should have JavaScript as my favorite language. Yay! The last two things I want to show you is, one, we need to aggregate some data. For example, if I wanted to show everybody how many people have JavaScript as their favorite, could I show that? Yes, I could. So in that particular case, we are going to aggregate some data from MongoDB. So the way to do that is you go to your VS Code extension and you can essentially go to MongoDB and go to your playground. So if I go to my MongoDB playground, open playground, here I could essentially go and say db.favoritelanguages.find. And here, if I run this, you will see that we are going to get some data out of it. We got only one record out of it, which is for SN. You could also run find.pretty if you wanted, and you would still get a result just like this. So now you see that by default pretty in this case. And now what I want to do is to aggregate the data. So in this case, what I want to do is to use the aggregate method. In this, we provide a couple of things. The first thing would be, how do we want to aggregate this? So we are going to use a group in this case because we want to group the data. The ID of this group is going to be language, and we want to group them by count. So what we can do is we can say something like count, And then the object that we provide here, we can say sum and then just 1. Once we run this, you will see that we are going to get this data that we have a particular ID and the count of that is 1. Let's create a few users. For example, I'm going to go ahead and log out. I'm going to remove all the breakpoints for the moment. And then let's say we also have a user called Aslan. And then we say demo 123. And then actually we needed to register. So we can say Aslan. We can say demo 123. We hit register. And then we go forward from here. I'm going to remove the breakpoints. And now we got Aslan logged into the machine. So I'm going to remove from index as well. And now you can see that there's no favorite language for Aslan. So I'm going to say, let's say JavaScript is Aslan's favorite in this case. So we are going to mark that as favorite. So I can quickly go ahead and click mark as favorite. I'm going to see if the network call went there. Yeah, it's pending because we have a breakpoint. So I'm going to disable the breakpoint, hit play. And now you can see that there's a mark as favorite. So we are good. Now we have two people who like JavaScript. Let's log in with Mohsin and we are going to use a different language. So for Mohsin, I'm going to log in and mark, let's say, Kotlin as favorite. In this case, if I mark this as favorite, then that would mean if I go back to my VS Code and if I run the same playground just like this, then you would see that we are going to get two different data. So we are getting one for JavaScript and the count is 2. And the second one is for Kotlin and the count is 1. Now what I want to do is also not just to have this ID, but rather the whole language object so I can show this on some UI. To do that, we are going to pass this as a second argument of this array that we are using in the aggregate. So we are going to use something called lookup in this case, and we are going to look it up from the path. Since we are using the favorite languages, you can see that the favorite language model that we have here, which should actually have an extension of JavaScript. I don't know if it has or not, but rather it should have a JavaScript extension, something like this. Maybe that's why it was not giving me IntelliSense. But this favorite language has a language and a user in this case. So what I can do is I can provide from string, and this string is going to call languages. The local field is going to be ID in this case. The foreign field is going to be ID, and we are going to call this as language. So this is looking it up from the languages DB, and then we are running it just like this. So if we run this now, let's see what happens. And there we go. You can see that now we have this count 2 against the JavaScript language and this count against the Kotlin language. Super cool. So what we can do is we can actually copy this same function, something like this, or till the aggregate, and we can go to favorite languages, not this one, but rather the one in the routes. So we can go to favoritelanguages.js, and here we can create our new route, which we can call router.get. And here we have report, and we can essentially say async req res, and here we can say const languages equals, and here we do something like await favorite language dot aggregate, and then we are getting all of this in this case. Finally, once we get the languages, we simply do res dot status 200 and then dot json, and here we say languages, and that's pretty much it. Now let's save this and try this out in Rapid API. So in here we now got the my favorite language, but I can just duplicate it and go to say report, and then here I'm just gonna close the playground in this case, and I'm going to say that this is going to be favorite languages slash report. And if I hit send here, let's see what happens. Nothing, because we need to restart our server. So we restart the server, wait for a while, hit send again, and now you can see that we got all the languages there with the count and the language as well. So Kotlin and JavaScript, Kotlin got 1, JavaScript got 2, and we can now show this in the UI as well, right? Now we are left with just two things. One, we can use the Rapid API, REST API cloud, or what we call Rapid API Studio, to generate our API calls just like we did within the extension. And the benefit of that would be that we can use any device, any laptop or any PC, and we should be able to get the project because this is not saved locally in that particular case. Right now, if I go to my VS Code, you can see that every project that we have is local. If I try to open a new project, we do have two different projects, but you can see that the default one is local here. So what I could do is I could either create a new project on Rapid API just like this and move all my requests to here, or I could create a new project that I can create directly in the Rapid API dashboard. So let's try that right now. So I'm going to quickly go and copy a couple of requests there. So I can go to codewithsn.dev/rapid API as I shared before. So you can go to Rapid API and then it will take you to the Rapid API hub. And here you can sign up or sign in. I have already signed in using my GitHub credentials. So what I can do is I can go to the studio. So I can just say rapidapi.com/studio in that case, and this will take me to the cloud version of the whole experience of the REST API client. You can see that I already have a project named Scorer Pro, which is from my previous video about creating and selling APIs for passive income. So if I open this, you should be able to see the requests just like we had in VS Code extension. So we have a bunch of requests that we can see right here. So imagine that this project was the Node Redis project. I could actually create it. So I could say something like add an API project. I could say Node Redis auth CWA, and then here the category can be, for example, business software, for example, the team personal, and we are not importing this from anywhere. So if I click add API project, I can also say something like example of Node Redis auth API and or backend app per se, and then I click add API project. Once I do so, this means that now I can essentially use this new project as well, either in the cloud. But as I mentioned for this video, the idea was to be in VS Code all of the time. So I can now use this project even in VS Code. I can add some stuff here. For example, let's say we set up some environments from here. New environment, we can call this, for example, development in this case, right? And then the variable name could be base URL. And here I can say HTTP localhost 3000. Okay, just saving this one environment group. And now that we have this, this is automatically selected. I will not do anything at the moment apart from this, just keeping this project here. Now what I can do is I can go to my Rapid API extension in VS Code and click sign in. It will ask you to allow this to connect to Octopaw. Then you click open. And here you can see that it is going through the pod.cloud to open a link in VS Code. You click open VS Code or open in VS Code. And here you just click open. You will see a message here that says you're signed in, and you can start syncing this to Rapid API, which is good. Now in here, I can now click this and you can see that this is loading now the Rapid API projects which are on the cloud. And you can see here that the team that I have is personal team in which these are being saved. So I can now click Node Redis auth CWA and you should be able to see the environments just like this. And now I can basically create a request. For example, if I just wanted my favorite languages, I could have a particular request for this. So let's create one. Let's say that we have this one that says get favorite languages, just to see that they sync directly on the cloud. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the env variable just like this. I'm going to use the base URL in this case. And then also I'm going to just have slash favorite languages just like this. And then I can basically just hit send. And this does not return anything at all because we got an error. And that is because the request session does not exist in this moment. So instead of favorite languages, let's try languages. I think that also has the same idea. So I'm going to quickly go ahead and go to, for example, languages. And here I'm just going to hit save. And now I can try sending the request again. And now you can see that we get the data back in this case. So we got all the languages out of here. Now that we have defined this here, that would mean that this should have been synced on the Rapid API Cloud or the Rapid API Studio as how we call it. So if I click here sync, you can see that it would sync it automatically. And now I can go back to my browser. And here you can see that we automatically have the get favorite languages request, and I can run the same thing here. So if you want to run it into your VS Code, you can definitely run this. If you want to run this into cloud, you could also run it. The benefit of running this into extension would of course be that you are running it within your machine. So it would have the content or the not the content, but the access to localhost. You cannot really define localhost here on the cloud. The rapidapi.com doesn't have localhost, you have it. So I hope this makes sense, but it really helps to sync all of these calls or all of these API calls that we create across multiple devices, which is a super handy tool to use if you have multiple devices and want to work together just being in VS Code using the extension. Now that we have talked about it, let's talk about deploying the application to Heroku. So I'm going to go to Heroku and we are going to create an application here. So you need to go to Heroku and you need to log in there. Once you're logged in, you need to click new and then create new application. And in here, you can define the name as Node, Redis, Auth, and you're going to essentially just say create app. And that's pretty much it. Once you're done with that, you need to see how to deploy this. We can use GitHub for deploying this, but you could also use the Heroku CLI to deploy this manually, for example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Heroku CLI for this. So I'm going to copy this command, and obviously you need the Heroku CLI installed in your machine. So you can click this example right from the deploy tab and install Heroku CLI by following all of the instructions that are mentioned here based on your platform. Once you're done with that, you need to log in. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my VS Code. I'm going to open terminal, stop the server for now. And in here, I'm going to do git status. And you can see that this is not a Git repository at this moment. So we are going to fix that as well. But for now, I'm going to do Heroku login. Now this will essentially open or try to open a page in the current browser. So I can press any key to open this. And now you can see that it goes to Heroku and I can click login. And now you can see that it says logged in. You can close this page and return to the CLI. So now you can see that here it says that I am logged in, and here we got the email as well. So now that we are logged in, I can essentially do this. I can do git init, and then I can push this directly to Heroku. So I can copy this command git init. I'm going to do git init in this case. And then also we are going to do this. So we are going to add this remote Heroku to our project. So whenever we push to git, we are going to essentially push to Heroku. So here I'm saying, hey, Heroku git remote add, and here we are saying node redis auth in this case. So if I hit enter here, you should be able to see that now we are setting the Heroku remote to the URL for git. And now we should be able to commit and push. Now you can see that we've got a lot of changes here in our application. So we probably don't want the node modules to be considered, and we also don't want VS Code to be considered, but maybe we can have VS Code and not node modules. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and create a new file, and we also don't want to push the env file. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say something like .git ignore, and then I can say .env here, and then node underscore modules. And you can ignore other files that you don't really want to push to anywhere where you're pushing your code with git. Now you can see that I have playground.mongodb, but I don't plan to remove it. So others can use that, or I can reuse it later on. And I don't think anything else needs to be removed in this case. So I think we are good. Now what you need to do is after this git ignore, you can simply do git add dot, and then you can do git commit, and you can say a commit message. For example, I can say something like feed, and here we can say something like favorite language, auth, and favorite languages. And I can simply say git push Heroku, and here I can say master. Notice that by default, the name of the branch is master. If you want, you can change it because some of the teams don't like the name master and they change it to main. So you could do something like git branch m, and here you can basically say main. So this changes the name from master to main. And now what you could do is you could do git push Heroku, and here you can say something like main master. So this will push our main to Heroku master. If you run this, this is going to essentially publish this to Heroku. You can see that it is starting to build the resources, and it's going to do some further processing along the way, and we can see all the logs here. So now you can see that all of the log has been finished and our code is deployed to Heroku. However, if I go to this link, you will see that we'll just get an internal server error, and that is because our backend is not really configured for Heroku at the moment. We need Redis, and we also need connectivity to MongoDB in order for this to work. We also need to specify what command would run when we basically deploy to Heroku. So if I go to our Heroku dashboard, and here if I refresh here, I can go ahead and see the logs. So I click more, view logs, and here I can see all the logs here. So you should be able to see exactly what is wrong when you basically try to access the server. So here you can see that here it says secret option required for session, and here we have not provided the environment, so there is no secret or there is no session. That's why. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to settings, and inside here we have the config vars, and in here I can define the variables based on my env file. So I'm going to go to my env file or the production variables per se. So here the secret was my secret, so I'm going to copy this, then I'm going to paste it here as a value and this key as the key, and then I'm going to add it. I'm also going to add other variables, just the keys, so I can basically provide the values later on. So I can click add, and here I can also say MongoDB database and just hit add. One more thing that I just remembered that we should be doing is to having an environment variable for the Redis client. So this is by default connecting to localhost 6379, but we need to provide the URL as well. So here we can say URL, and here we can say something like process.env.redis URL, and that should be good. And I need to now provide this Redis URL inside here. So I can say something like Redis, and then here we can have localhost 6379. So we are going to use this and see if this works. So I'm going to run npm start now. And you can see that here it looks like we don't have any error. We can double check it by running it. So I'm going to go to our localhost 3000. It redirected me to login. So I can log in here. Password is incorrect, it says, so I can provide the right password. And now if I hit enter, you can see that I'm logged in, which means that Redis itself is working fine. If I refresh, you can see that the session is stored and maintained as well. So in Heroku, I'm also going to provide this Redis underscore URL variable and just add it so we can provide a value later on. Now that we have this, let's talk about how do we connect to a remote MongoDB and Redis in this case. So for Redis, you could go to redis.com or app.redislabs.com and you can just sign up from here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign up with my GitHub, so I can quickly go ahead and say GitHub, but you can essentially use any host that you provide. Here I can see that it essentially took my my company's name here instead of my name. So here it's using @synchron, but okay, let's go with that. So what I'm going to do is use the free tier for this one, and I'm going to use US 8, or actually I could use Europe in this case. So I can just say, let's start free. And once we do so, let's see how this works. So now we have this new Redis stack database here, and I'm using this for the first time as well right here. So I have not tried it yet, but let's see how this goes. So we have Synchron FreeDB here. If I click this, it takes us here. I can edit the database and I can name this to something like Node Redis Auth, just the database name here. And then I can copy the URL. So this is the URL that we need to provide in our code base. Obviously, I'm going to delete the database so no one can access it, but I'm going to just put it right here, click copy. And then I'm going to go to Node Redis here and then provide this value right here. So I can edit this and I can provide the value and hit save changes. Now that we have this set, let's talk about MongoDB. So for that, you can go to Mongo Atlas. So you can type Mongo Atlas here, and then you can just go there and log in or sign up if you haven't done already. So you can try the free tier. I think they're very generous, and by default you should have plenty to work with, because I think it can handle small to medium scale application if they are just passion projects. So I'm just gonna sign in to MongoDB. Once you are in your MongoDB dashboard, you can click the create button to create a new cluster. You can follow all these steps and you will end up with a cluster just like this one, the cluster 0 that I have. And then you can click connect. So you basically get a connection string that we can provide to our environment variables. So I'm going to click connect here, and you can click connect your application and you should be able to see the connection string. And I'm going to provide that right here in the MongoDB URL. So I'm going to provide this here, and here you obviously need to provide your username and your password both. So once you are done with that, click save changes. And finally, you need to provide the MongoDB database here. So here we can say best-languages as the database that we are going to use and hit save changes. And once you are done, you can just click this more, and here you can just say restart all dynos. This will essentially go and reset or restart all dynos, and you can see the logs in that case to make sure everything is working. So what I'm going to do is go to view logs. Here you can see that it says starting process, blah, blah, blah. And now you can see that we have got some instruction here. You can see that it is refusing the connection to localhost 6379. That is because we have not modified our code and not pushed it to Heroku. So if I go back to my code, you can see that we introduced this env Redis URL, and we also had that in the env variable, but I need to push this code. So I'm going to put both of these things. Actually, I'm not gonna have this explore Redis, so I can discard the changes, but I need to provide app here, so I can just add it, and I can do something like git add dot git commit. Here we can say fix Redis, and here we can say add Redis underscore URL as an env variable, and here I can just do git push Heroku main colon master. Again, I'm using main master because my local branch is main and Heroku uses master. Now I can quickly go to my Heroku logs, and here you will see that once the whole deployment is done, or this process that we see here finishes, we should have a new deployment running right after this log. Now you can see that it says restarting, and then it's starting the process with npm start. And in this case, you can see that we got invalid protocol. So we need to see what's going on there. So in here, the problem is that we don't have a protocol defined. So we need to do redis colon / here, and then we need to hit save changes, and then we can restart all dynos. So I'm going to go and do restart all dynos, and I'm going to look at the logs now and see what happens. And now you can see that we restarted this and we did not get that error that we got before. In this case, you can see that the build succeeded. We also had a deploy, and now if I click open app, you can see that it works really great. Now I have the login page. I could go ahead and provide a particular user here. I could also go and sign up. If I try to go to the home page, it will take me to the login page. So the redirection is working fine. And I can go to my Redis and see if I can see anything there. And I can also see my MongoDB database. So let's keep them closed so we can monitor them. So we have Heroku here. We got the database here. We got Redis here and the app. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to log in via some account. So I can say sn demo123. If I hit login, would it work? No, the user does not exist because we just deployed our application to production. We have a new Redis instance or a new database. We also have a new MongoDB database in this cluster that we are going to use. So in here, if you go ahead and see collections, you should be able to see the list of collections and the databases. So here you can see that we got the best languages database, and it already got some stuff in there. So we got languages, users, all of them are 000 because there's no data inside there yet. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a user. So I can simply go ahead and say something like sn demo123, and I can hit register in this case. Once I do register, you can see that I got an error. Let's see why we have that error. So I'm going to go to logs and see what's happening. To actually see the Redis database, what we can do is we can use the public endpoint from the subscription, or you can get it from the database. So you can copy all of this. And then if you go down below in the security section, you can also see the password which we can use to connect. So to connect, you would basically run this command. Notice that we are using Redis CLI in Ubuntu, and here we are providing the U, after which we are providing the whole URL, and then we have A, and A basically is the password. Once you're done with that, you can hit enter, and then you should be able to access the Redis CLI. So here, if I type keys and just asterisk, you will see that here we get the session value out of here. And this is the single session that we have created so far. Let's try creating one more. So I'm going to go ahead and just copy the URL, open an incognito tab, and here we are going to use another, or we are going to create another session here. So we could do, or actually we could just try login as well. So we could do something like sn and then the password here. And then if I hit login, then I've created a new session within this browser, which is incognito at the moment. So if I go ahead to my Ubuntu window, and here, if I do keys asterisk again, you can see that now we got two sessions. There we go. A Redis server which is on the cloud is now having all those sessions, and these are going to be stored there until they are expired. Now that we have this, let's try the other APIs as well. So here you can see that I cannot really select any language, and that is because our database has not been populated so far. And the only way to run the command right now is from our code base, because Heroku doesn't allow us at the moment to run scripts right there. So we have to run it locally. So I'm going to go ahead to our Heroku console, and I'm going to go to settings, and I'm going to copy the MongoDB URL. So you can click reveal config vars and then just copy the MongoDB URL. And I'm going to go into my env file. So I can open here, and then I can go to env, and I can replace the MongoDB URL just like this. Once done, all I need to do is to run the dbseed.js once. Now you could also add this script into package.json into scripts. So you could do something like here, you could say db seed, and here you could say something like node, and here dbseed.js. By doing this, we can now run this command here by just saying npm run dbseed, or you could have just run node seed, whatever, or node dbseed, whatever you prefer. So if I hit enter now, you can see that it says languages added to the database. Woohoo. Yay. So now the languages should be added to the database. Let's check it real quick. So I'm going to go to my MongoDB database, and I'm going to go to languages, and here you can see that now we got 17 languages populated, which means that if I go back to my incognito window, just like this, so far we didn't have any language, but if I refresh the page now, and if I click here, you can see that we are now getting all the languages. Yay! Now we can also select a language and mark it as favorite. So I can select JavaScript here and mark as favorite. And then you can see that this API also works. I can click OK, and I can probably log out from here and just close this. And now if I check my session in Ubuntu, let's see what happens. If I do keys asterisk, you can see that the second session that I just closed by closing the incognito window and actually logging out first, you can see that here we only have one session now. So I can go back to my normal browser, go back to the page or the application. And since I'm already logged in here with my user SN, and I did not have any languages before, but if I refresh now, I should get both the languages and my favorite language as selected. Awesome. So now I can also log out from here, go to Ubuntu, and just see this. And you can see that we don't have anything in the Redis database. So now our application is live out there, deployed to Heroku. We are using a cloud Redis. We are using a cloud MongoDB, and it's going to be same if you try some other provider for Redis, MongoDB, or even for NodeJS. So it's going to be exactly the same. Things might be a bit different on how you define environment variables and how you deploy things, but I think more or less it's the same concept. So now we have a live application in production with the HTTPS SSL certificate, and we also have this so anyone can basically start using it. Now that we are done with the deployment, I would want you to go to my GitHub, and if you like what you see, please become a follower, give the repository a star, but I'm not going to save my repository here in my profile. I'm going to post it inside this code with SN organization. So what I can do now is to create a new repository inside code with SN. So here I'm going to select code with SN, and I'm going to name this node Redis auth here. And then I can essentially provide a description, but I'm going to keep this public. I don't need any of these, so I can just click create repository, and you can essentially do the same. Now we have already initiated Git. We already have some code, and all I need to do is to just add the remote here. So I can just copy this, or you can also see the direction from here. So I can just copy this whole statement here. Then I'm going to go to my code here, and I can simply say git add dot. And I can see that the settings JSON actually contains the access to the Redis server, which also contains the password. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unstage this settings JSON. So I'm going to reset this. And now I'm just going to add the changes that we have had. So I can do git add dot and then git commit. Here we can say just a simple thing with the script. So chore package.json, and here we can simply say added db seed script to package JSON. And now I can do this. So I can basically add the remote just like this, git remote add origin, and we have this one that you can see. For you, obviously it would have your username. And now I can do something like this, git push -u origin main, and this would essentially push the code from our local main branch to GitHub. So if I go back to my browser, you can see that previously it looked like this, but if I just refresh, I should be able to see the entire code here. And you can see that this was 30 seconds ago that I updated this. So now we have our code that you can access. You can see we have an application that is deployed already. So what I can do is I can actually put the URL inside this repository just like this. And I think we are good from here. The very last thing that we would want to make sure in this application is that every route that should be authenticated has the middleware. So I'm double checking it right now, what we have in our routes. So in the register route, we don't need it. For login, we don't need it. For me, we do need it. So we are using it. And here for logout, we don't really need it. Or you could say we need it because if there's no session, then yeah, the logout URL shouldn't even exist. So maybe we can just provide authenticated here. And after this, we do have favorite languages. Now these should be using, or this should only work when the user is authenticated. So we can say authenticated here. And I'm only doing this again after having to build the entire application, especially because VS Code or any REST API client would not have cookies in there. So we need to make sure that we are using it correctly. So I'm going to say authenticated here, and then I'm going to use the authenticated one here as well, and in the report as well. Finally, I'm going to go to index, and here I think we should be good. We should go to home only if we are authenticated. So in this particular situation, if I go to middleware, you can see that here it just says not authorized. So we don't really need to do that in index. We should rather do redirect rather than saying you're not authorized to go here. So we should rather do this. And for languages in this case, I think we can keep the languages API open for anyone to be able to use this. So I think we are good there. And I can remove this from here. And then also I can push this to the GitHub. So I'm going to just add this, and I'm going to go ahead and commit this. So I can say git commit m, and here I can say fix authenticated. And here we can say add authenticated middleware to correct routes. And I can push this to origin. So I git push origin main. And I can also push this to Heroku for another deployment, so our routes are protected. So I can simply say something like git push Heroku and here main master. And yes, I think that should be it. All right, so I hope you liked the video. If you did, press that thumbs up button, smash it hard, and also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Go through the other videos that you see on your screen if you want to learn more about JavaScript, frontend, and backend. Having said that, take care of yourself. I'm Asan, and I'm going to see you in the next video. In this video, we are going to build a full stack application, and we are going to build a meme generator that you can use to create memes, because who doesn't love memes? I do. So in this video, we are going to learn about Angular, Nest.js for backend. We're also going to use Tailwind CSS for the UI, so it's going to be a complete package. Let me quickly show you how the final app looks like. So this is our final application. It's called Sigma Memer, and what you do is that basically you come here, you select a top text and a bottom text or either of those, and just search a meme. For example, I could say metrics, and then here I can see the metrics meme. I can select this, and now I can probably just type some text. For example, what if I told you? And for the bottom, we are going to say HTML is the best programming language, which it is. So once I click generate, I basically generate this, and I can now download this from this link. And once we do so, we can basically open it, and there you go. We've got the meme created that you can now post, and it doesn't have any watermark, which is the best part. So you can add your watermark if you want. Now, before I jump to the tutorial, I want to mention two things. One, it takes a lot of time and effort to build these tutorials, so I would highly appreciate if you can like the video and subscribe to the channel to let this channel grow. And second, this video is actually sponsored by Rapid API. I'm going to be using Rapid API and an API from Rapid API Hub that we are going to use in this video. So let's get started. So for this application, we are going to use NX, which is a really good tool to create mono repositories, which means that we can have our front end and our back end within the same mono repository, and we can share a lot of stuff in between. So for this tutorial, I'm assuming that you should have Node.js installed. So you can type download Node.js, and from here you can basically download Node.js within your machine. Secondly, you have to have a code editor for this one. You can can basically use Visual Studio Code that I use. So you just download it for your own machine. And finally, try to install a tool called Insomnia, which we are going to use, Insomnia REST Client, which I use for API calls or API design, just to test things out even without having to create my own server. Now that we have talked about the tools, we are going to install, or we are going to create a repository, a mono repository using NX. So how do we get started? First of all, you can go to the documentation and you can see the getting started, which is NX setup. This is what we just need to run. So npx create NX workspace latest. So I'm going to open my terminal now, and here I'm going to type the same thing, npx create NX workspace. And the best part of this is that the technology stack that we are trying to use here, which is Angular and Nest.js, it is already a sort of option that you can use for creating this particular mono repository. So first of all, I'm going to call this Sigma Memer workspace. So it's asking for my workspace name, not exactly my app's name. So I'm calling it Sigma Memer, or I could just say Sigma Memer itself. And now here you can see that it is asking what kind of project I want to create. For example, Angular, React, Next.js. So I'm going to go and select Angular Nest, which is a workspace with both frontend and backend. So I'm going to create this now. Now it's asking for the application name. So I'm going to call it Sigma Memer. This is going to be our front-end application name, or the Angular application name. And the backend itself is by default called API. Now that we have this, it's asking if you want to use NX Cloud. We are going to say no for this one. So we are going to run all the builds here in our local machine. Then it basically installs the dependency, and afterwards we are going to open this into VS Code. So let's wait for this to finish. Now that our workspace has been created, we can basically open this into VS Code. So we are going to call Sigma Memer, and we are using the code command here. Now this will basically open this into our VS Code, and our dependencies are also installed. So here you can see that we already got the node modules folder. Now let me quickly share with you how this project looks like. The front-end application is here, the Sigma Memer. Then we have the front-end applications end-to-end tests. If you want to write those, it's always a good idea to write tests for your applications. And then we have this API folder, which is essentially the backend application or Nest.js. You can notice that all of these three things, or actually the Sigma Memer and API, they are under the apps folder because they both are application. One is a front-end application and one is a Nest.js application or a backend application. So inside API, if I open it, you will notice that it has similar structure to Angular. So if you have worked with Angular, you're going to find it very similar. It has the source folder. Inside that, it has environments, as you can see. It has the assets folder and the app folder, inside which we have the app module, we have a controller, we have a service. So quite similar to how Angular works. If I open the Angular application now, you will see the same structure. It has a source. Inside that, you got the assets folder, you got the app folder, inside which we have app module, component, and it doesn't have service, but it's essentially the same thing. But one is a front-end application and one is a back-end application. Now we are going to start working with the back-end first, because it's nice to have that back-end ready before we can start implementing our front-end, which completely makes sense. But initially we are going to run both of these applications right now. So what I would want you to do is open a new terminal from here. So terminal, new terminal, and here let me explain how we can start these two things together. So first of all, you're going to run the front end in one tab, and you can run it using NX serve. And here you can say something like Sigma Memer, and you should be able to run this. If you get any errors running this, that means that NX CLI might not be installed within your machine. So it would be a good idea to go to the documentation. So you can go to the documentation and see how to use NX CLI and install it before you can run the NX command. In either case, even if you don't have this working for you, you can go to the package.json and see the commands here. You can see that here ng means NX. So even if you don't have NX installed, you can run something like npm run ng, and then here serve, and then you can simply say Sigma Memer, and this will basically run the same thing. It will run NX serve Sigma Memer, which will start the front-end application at localhost 4200. Then what I want you to do is also open another tab. But before doing that, I'm going to show you how the app looks like. So if I go to localhost 4200 now, you will see that it is basically an empty NX application. It says welcome to Sigma Memer, and here it says message null. Now the fun part is that since this is an Angular plus Nest.js workspace, it basically has implemented already an API call, which right now doesn't work. Why? Because our server is not started. So I'm gonna go to my code
and I'm going to open another tab as I mentioned. So here I'm going to click this plus button, and once I've opened this, I can simply say something like npm run ng serve API, or you could directly run nx serve API if you have the nx CLI installed. And you will notice that once it runs, it will basically serve the backend API, and now we should be able to work with our frontend application to get the data from the backend and show it on the UI. So now that it has run, you will notice also one more thing, that once you run it, it creates a dist folder here, and inside that you see this apps API main.js. So basically this compiles the backend code and basically creates here in this, and also runs it from the dist folder. So it's important to understand just on the back of your head. Now if I refresh the application, you will notice that now we get the message welcome to API. Cool, cool, cool. Now we need to understand how this works. So if I go back to my code, I'm first going to show you where the front end code is and then where the backend code is. So first of all, we are going to go to Sigma Mimer source, and right now we only have one component, which is app component HTML. So here you see message, hello, and this is basically what we are showing. Now if I go to the component, here it says hello, which is an observable, and we are directly using the HTTP GET call against the API/hello. So when we hit this call, we get back the data. How do we know? If I copy this and if I kind of duplicate this tab, and just at the end, if I just paste this /API/hello and hit enter, we get the same result. We get a JSON because this is an API response. Now let's see where this response is coming from. So if I close this Sigma Mimer and go to API source app, here the endpoints of this API are inside the controller. So here you can see we have a controller.ts, and in here we have this get call. In Nest.js, the controllers are basically the endpoints. They are the entry point where the API call will start to execute. Then it has a service. The service is a function which is supposed to have the data. So imagine two different layers. One, which is the entry point of the API call from the front end. And then the second layer is the layer which interacts with either a database or returns a file or does whatever magic, but that layer is not controller. That layer is service. The service has the business logic behind the scenes. It could return a simple JSON. It could return a file. It could return some data from the database. So it can have anything, but this code should not be inside app controller. So we have separation of concerns and our code is also testable. Now that we have discussed about this, let's have a look at how this API call is being generated. So first of all, you will notice that this controller is a class and it has this controller decorator, which is quite similar to Angular. It is importing this app service. And if I go to app service, you can see it is injectable, which is quite similar to Angular as well. But you will see that this one has this get data method, and then this is returning this JSON. So what happens is that as soon as a get call comes in, this code is executed, which is this get data method. And here you can see that it calls the services get data method, this one, and it returns the data. Now all of this is bound to this app module. You can see that just like Angular, all of the controllers and all of the services within a Nest.js application also has a module which contains the controllers and the providers being the app service. So it's quite similar to how Angular works, because Nest.js is quite inspired from how Angular works behind the scenes. Now that we understand this, you will also notice that here in the get call, it says hello, and that is where this comes in. So everything that you see here by default is prefixed with API, and that is something out of the box from Nest.js. But if you go to this main.ts, here you will notice that there is this variable called global prefix, which is API. Now you could change it to whatever, but when Nest.js creates these API endpoints, it creates them by just prefixing them with API. For example, let's create a new API endpoint. So here all I need to do is say something like get, and here I could say something like world, and that would mean that I can now have another function, so get world data. And here I could, instead of this message, I could just say it would return a string, and this string would be something like the world is mine. So if I save this and go here and try this out now, and remember that when we serve this application, we don't have to restart the server because Nest.js automatically behind the scenes reloads it. So now if I, instead of hello, use world here and enter,
you will see that I get the response back, which is a string that I'm just returning. I could return anything from here. I could also return the same data that I wanted from here. But as you can see, it's really easy to create endpoints here. Just like this one, you can also create a post endpoint, and you would have to import this post from NestJS common. And now you can handle the post data here as well. Now that we understand this, we are going to create the meme service that we are going to use as this backend API. So right now we have this app controller, app service. We don't want that. We're going to get rid of these, and we are going to create a meme service that we can use as the backend API. And the best way to do that is to create something called a resource within the backend. So what happens is that we have got some really good commands from NX that we can execute to create code automatically, so we don't have to write all of this. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to open a new terminal, and here I'm going to run a command to create a complete API for our memes. Now it is really handy to use this resource because we can basically create a separate controller, a separate module, a separate service. But when we say resource, it generates a couple of things together, including the CRUD calls, which means that you would have a call for creating, editing, or updating, deleting, and reading the data. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to write nx generate, and here we are going to say nest or narwhal, and then we are going to say nest and then resource. So what we are saying here is that we are running a generator called narwhal nest, and we are running the resource command from there to generate a resource, and we are going to specify the name of it. Now I want this resource to be created inside this app folder, inside the API source app. But if I don't specify the folder app here, then this will generate it inside source. Let me show you. If I say meme here without the app, and then I have to specify the project here, and I have to say API, and that is because by default, the default project for executing everything is this Sigma memer. If I go to nxjson, and here at the bottom it says default project is Sigma memer. So when we are running an nx command, we have to specify what project we are talking about. So here we are saying blooper. So here we are saying API, and then finally I can basically say dry run. So this executes it without running it on the file. So it will just show us what would have happened, but not exactly executing it. So no files would be generated. So if I enter now, you will see that it's asking what transport layer do you use? I would say REST API, and then would you like to generate the CRUD points? And here we need to say yes. Once we do so, it will show us the files that could have been created if we didn't have this dry run. So here you can see that it says apps API source, and it creates it inside the source folder and not inside app. So that's what I don't want. I want to create it inside the app folder. But apart from that, look at what happened. It should have created a meme controller file inside source meme, and then a controller spec file, a module, a service, some DTO. And the DTO is basically a data transfer object. So it basically specified what kind of data can you pass as a post body when you're creating a meme, for example. And then finally, it should have updated the package JSON. But here you can see that it says since I ran it with dry run, then no changes were made. So you can see that we don't have this meme folder created here anywhere. So first of all, I'm going to remove this dry run flag. Second, I'm going to prefix this meme with app, so it creates this inside the app folder. So if I run this now, it's going to do the same thing, but this time it will actually create those files. So I'm going to say REST API, then I'm going to say yes to create those CRUD endpoints, and now you can see that we got this meme folder created inside here. This meme folder has this entities, meme controller, module, service, all of these cool things that we can use now. Now that we have created this, you can also see that it also updated the app module, because this meme module has to be imported into this app module for everything to work. And this is super cool because now we can start working through it. Now, one thing that I want to do is that, as I mentioned, we don't really want this app controller and app service. So I'm going to remove all of these files. So app service spec, controller spec. So I'm going to delete those files. Then I would also update the app module to remove these files. We don't really want them. I'm going to remove app controller, app service, and now we should be good. You will see some errors on your command line here or your terminal. Now, if I save this, there's just one thing that we need to do. We don't have this Nest.js map types installed. So we need to install this package for some reason. So I'm going to go ahead and install this. So I'm going to say something like npm install save, and here we have Nest.js/mapped types. Actually, I'm gonna see, okay, that wasn't accurate. but when I copied that, it felt weird. So here it should be Nest.js map types. Cool. Now that we have installed these, let's have a look at the memes code. So now if I restart the server with nx serve API, and if I go to my meme module here, you will notice that, or actually not the module, but the controller here, you will notice that we have got this controller saying meme. And then we have a post, we have a find all, we have a get, patch, all of the CRUD API calls that I mentioned to you before. So it generated all of these endpoints for us. And even in the service, we got all of these methods: find all, find one, update, blah, blah, blah. All of these things are here. And you can see that our backend doesn't have any code errors as well. So right now everything works fine. Now, if I wanted to test this API out, I would just say something like, this controller has this get call. So all I would have to do is just call on /API/meme, and then this get call of find all would be executed. Let's try it out. So I'm going to go to my localhost here, and here I'm going to say API/meme. And if I hit enter, you can see that this returns all memes, or this action returns all memes. This is coming exactly from our API. So this first comes inside this get method in meme controller. Then it goes to the services find all method. And here is the message that we are returning. I could change this to something like, blah. And if I save this, and if I now just go and refresh here, you can see that I'm getting the data. Now that we have this, we could also have used Insomnia to do the same call. So I'm going to quickly explain to you how that works, so you can also test this out whenever you need it. So I'm going to open Insomnia, and then I'm going to create a new collection. So here I can say request collection. I'm going to call it Sigma Memer, and then just create it. And here I'm going to add a new request, and we are going to call this get all memes. And here, if I create it, you can see this is a get call. You can see that we got this. Now I need to specify the URL. So I'm going to say localhost 4200/API/meme. And all I need to do is just click this send. And here you can see that we got this particular data from here. And I can also use other APIs. For example, I could change this to post and send it. And here you can see that it says this action adds a new meme. So now it's a different response. So get provides a different one, post provides a different one, delete basically would provide a different one, but delete one requires an ID. So this would say 404. But if I go at the end and say meme/123, for example, that would basically say this action removes a 123 meme. So if I go to my code, just to explain to you how this is set into controller, you will notice in the get call with the parameter ID, this is, or actually the delete one with the ID, this is where this ID comes in. So it automatically maps it to /meme/ID, and then it basically uses that ID, passes it inside here, and then returns from this message. Similarly, if you want to go to see a get by ID, then that would be just this get, but then /API/meme/123. And then if I send this, you will see it says this returns a 123 meme. So that's how this works in a REST API context. So I hope you understand this, but we are going to use the simple one, which is /meme. Now that we understand how this works, I'm going to remove any extra functions that we are not going to use. So in this app, we are only going to use the get and the post one, just that. We also can remove the update meme DTO, and we can also remove it from this file as well. So update meme DTO, we can remove this one. And then from the entities, we have meme.entity. We don't need to do that. I'm going to remove the remove, update, and find one from here as well. And then I'm going to remove the update meme DTO as well, and see if there are any errors. So there are errors that I can see into the meme controller. So let's quickly have a look at that. We need to basically save this file, remove the patch, param delete, and I think we should be good. So now you can see that all our files are working fine. Now that we have removed all of these things, let's talk about how can we generate the memes, because the end idea is to provide a top tags, a bottom tags, and basically generate a meme image out of it. For this, we are using something called Rapid API, and Rapid API is the sponsor for today's video as well. So this contains a Rapid hub or a Rapid API hub, which contains a lot of APIs that we can use. And I have actually chosen one of those APIs that we are going to use for this project. So if I go to entertainment, I can actually find memes or an API that basically generate memes. So if I type meme here, you can see that we got this meme generator API. Now I need to use this API. So for example, right now I have already started using it, but I'm going to explain to you what happens if you first time go here. So first of all, when you go to Rapid API, you need to sign up. You can sign up using your GitHub or your Google account. I have used my GitHub account, so you can also do the same. Once you go to this meme generator, you are going to basically see a button that says subscribe. For example, if I go to this new one that I've not used, like humor, jokes, and memes, I have to click the subscribe to test to be able to start using it. And every API has a package. Some of them are free to use. Some of them are using the freemium package, which means that you get some of the API calls free, but then you have to pay for those. So you have to be very careful about the threshold or how you're going to use it. For example, here you can see that it uses a freemium package. If you go to pricing, you will notice what are the pricing for this API. Here I'm using the basic one, which is free, and here you can see that I can have basically 1,000 API calls per month, and then if I have another API call, I can just pay $0.001 each call. So I think this is fine. This is very generous, so I could use it. So once you have seen this, you basically need to click the subscribe to test, and on the right side you will notice example code. So here you can see that we got some code for Axios, and here you can see that I can basically choose from any language that I want to use, which is C, C#. I'm going to use NodeJS Axios, and I can quickly copy the code and just execute it right away. Now you will notice two important things here. One is that you need to pass these headers in these API calls. So what would happen in this case? So if we imagine the entire use case of the flow of data, this is how it would work. From the Sigma Memer front-end application, you're going to select the top text, bottom text, select the meme image, and then you click this generate button. Then the front end basically sends an API call to the Nest.js backend or the Nest.js API, because that's the only thing that the front end can interact with. The front end can interact with our backend. That's it. Then our backend basically goes to the meme generator API via Rapid API, and then it basically returns back the data. So the meme generator API generates the meme, it returns back the image to our Nest.js API, and then our Nest.js API returns the data back to frontend. And finally, it is available to download for the end user. That is the entire flow. So if you go to the meme generator endpoints, you will notice that on the left side, we have the memes, generate meme, which is the API that I'm currently looking at. Then it also has this images endpoint, which is get images. Now this endpoint essentially returns back all of the possible memes that you could use. And we saw in the beginning that you could search a meme and then it would show in the grid, and then you can basically choose one from there. Similarly, here, when we send this API call, for example, if I click test endpoint, you will notice that this is the data that we get. We get an array of 100 items where we have some text. And once we get these tags, this is what our front end needs to understand. And then when we go to generate meme, or when we are about to generate the meme, then the data that we need to send is exactly the same thing. We need to pass this meme, which is the string of the meme. So the meme name has to be passed when generating the meme, and that basically sends us back the generated API. For example, if I test this endpoint, you will see that here is the output that we get: the top text, the bottom text, and the image itself. Now, what I love about this whole experience from Rapid API Hub is that you can see the endpoint, you can test them, and also you can see that what are the required parameters and which are the optional parameters. So I can see that the font itself, it is not required, so I can basically skip it. The font size is optional as well, but the top, the bottom, and the meme, these three things are required, so we need to pass them. And you can also see that what code I basically want to test with that, and we can see the example responses. Whatever you want to see there should be there basically. Now let's talk about these headers that we want to use. You will notice that I have a particular host and I have a Rapid API key here. Now this key is very essential because without this one, you will not be able to access it. And obviously the meme generator itself, since it is a freemium package plan, they also need to understand how much API calls you are doing. So they basically analyze it via this key. Now, since I'm using this video tutorial to show you this, I'm obviously going to change my key so you are not using it and it doesn't start charging me. But if you for any reason want to change your API key or revoke it, you can go to My Apps from top right, and then you need to select the API that you are looking for. For example, I can go to default application and here security, and in the security I can basically create a new key and delete the previous one. So that's what you could do. Now I'm just going to keep using the one that I have right now. So let's go back to the API documentation for meme generator API. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy these and I'm going to pass this into an env variable, so I don't have to push this to GitHub so no one else can see that. And it is always a good idea to use these secret things or confidential things into an env file. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to go to my code, and on the root here I'm going to create a new file called .env, and from here I can just paste this code. Now I'm going to just change this a bit. So rapid API dash host would become rapid API underscore host, and then this would becomes equals, and I'm going to remove this from the end. Similarly, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to make this an underscore here and then remove that as well. And finally we have this. So now that I have this file, you can see that this shows green here, which means that if I push this to GitHub, this env file would be included. So what I need to do is I need to go to git ignore, and here at the bottom I can just say just ignore any .env file at all. And as soon as I do this, you can see that now this became gray. And if I go to here, you can see that now this file is not being basically shown that this file has changed or even this exists. Now that we have this, let's implement the API calls so we can start using them. The first thing that I want to do is I don't want to call this images every time I need it, because I can basically cache this data on my server, so I don't have to request this image all of the time, right? That way it will not kind of clutter my API calls if the users start to grow. So this will make sure that I'm only calling the meme generator API when I have this generate meme to call. When I have to create a meme, only then I will call this endpoint. Otherwise, I just cache this one time and I'll save this into my server. Now this comes with a drawback. The drawback is that if meme generator API or the folks behind the API, if they start to add new memes or remove any memes, then my application could start working in a wrong way or could be broken even. So it's a choice that you would have to make. You could be smart about it, or you could be implementing it in a way that, for example, you could set a time to live for this cache. For example, let's say if I get all these images or the text that we get back from here, for example, like this, and if I save it into my server, I could say that I need to refetch this after every 3 days. That would mean that I would only have to call this endpoint once in 3 days. And that could basically save me some money. But it's up to you how you want to use. For now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to fetch this get images only one time and then save it into my server so I can start using it. So let's start with that. So I'm going to go to my apps API source app meme and then meme service here. And then when this service is being created, which is the constructor, this is where I'm going to start looking for this API call. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to basically import a couple of things. So I'm going to say import from, and here we are importing for the file system or from the file system. I'm going to import read file sync and write file sync. Then I'm going to specify a path for this memes file, and also I'm going to add resolve, or actually resolve comes from path, so I can say import from path, and here I can say resolve. Now what this would do is that this would basically say assets/meme JSON. When the application is running, it basically is running from the dist folder. So it runs from this apps API folder. So all I need to say is I need to see the memes JSON here in this file. If it doesn't exist, then I'm going to call the rapid API, fetch the data, and then create this file. So I don't have to do it all the time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement a try catch here. So I'm going to say try, and here we are going to have a catch error. So I want to say something like read file sync meme file path, and once we get that, we also need to say UTF-8, which is coding, and then I'm going to use something like this. I'm going to say something like this dot, or actually we are going to create a memes array. This should be actually equals, and this is of type string, So you saw that the data that we get from the Rapid API right here from this endpoint is essentially an array of items or an array of strings. So here I'm going to specify this. Then I'm going to say this dot memes equals, and here we are going to use JSON.stringify. So JSON.stringify, and here we can specify this and this. So we are checking if this file basically exists or not, right? All right, I see an error here. So this should rather be JSON.parse rather than string. Now we get it right. Now, in case that this file doesn't exist, which we are going to get some errors on now, we're just going to do a console.log error. So if I save this now, you will see that we should get some errors. So if I scroll up now, you see that here it says, hey, no such file or directory. We cannot see dist apps API assets meme.json. All right, so you see this error. Now what I want to do is that I want to just create a function that I could call. I could say something like generate memes file, and here I need to call this function and then generate this file. Now GitHub Copilot is helping me with this, so I'm going to just say this, and I can say something like first meme, and here second meme, right? So this would mean that once I do this dot generate memes file, then a file would be created inside this assets folder if this fails, and this would fail again because the file right now doesn't exist. So if I save this now, you will see that now we got a new file created here called memes.json. Yay! And if I open this file, you can see that we got the first meme and second meme here in this file, which is super cool because now we can start using it. So if I go back to my API call, which is meme service here, you can see that we also logged the error, but also just use this. So I'm gonna remove this because this would only happen one time. Now, if I save this and run this a couple of times, for example, if I hit enter, or I cannot hit enter, but if I just save this, you will see that if I scroll up, this is the time where it was refreshed, and now we don't get any error. And that is because first we have removed this error, so I can probably put it back. For example, something like this. So if I refresh this, you will see that we won't get any error, no errors here. But if I delete this file, and if I now refresh or save this file, which automatically refreshes it, you will see that we would get an error now. Here you can see that no memes file found, creating one. So whenever there's no file, only then will this generate memes file would be executed. For now, I'm just running it on hard-coded data, but we actually want this to be served or to be retrieved from the memes API. And now is the right time to make the HTTP call to get the memes from the Rapid API or the memes generator API. So let's try it out. First of all, I'm going to show you how to work on it on Insomnia. So I'm going to go to my env, or actually I'm going to go to the Rapid API documentation. And here, when we have this get images, here I'm going to basically copy all of this. So just the headers. So first of all, I'm going to get the endpoint, which is this. So what you could do is that you could go to Insomnia and then create another file or another request here. So we can say get memes from memes generator API. So this is going to be a get call, and then I'm going to paste the URL. Now, if I just run this without these headers, you will see that it would not allow it. You can see that it says invalid API key, go to the docs and find a key, blah, blah, blah. Now what I can do is I can provide these headers. So I'm going to copy the first header and then go to header, then paste this, and then copy this one, and then go here and paste its value. Then I'm going to copy the key, which is this one, or the header name, and then the header's value here. So I'm going to say value here. If I now hit send here, you will see that we got the data, right? So one of the things I could do is I could just copy paste it, but I want to do this programmatically. So I'm going to use a package for this called Nest Axios. So the package that we want to use, we can install it using npm install save nestjs/axios. And once we install this, we can import the dependencies as per the documentation. So I'm going to go and find Nest.js Axios and the documentation. So if I go here, you will notice that in the documentation, it says you basically need to install it. Then you need to import the HTTP module into your app module. And then you need to import the service just like this. So if you have used Angular, this is quite the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my code, and here I'm going to go to app module, just like here. And then I'm going to use the HTTP module from Nest.js HTTP or Nest.js Axios. So I'm going to say add Nest.js Axios, and here I'm going to import this HTTP module, right? So I just need to import this into the imports just like this. Or actually, I don't have to import this into app module because this will not be available into memes module. So I need to remove it from here and import it into the meme module itself, because we are implementing the code in meme service, which is part of meme module, not app module. So this has to be here. So I'm going to import this using the imports and use HTTP module here. Then I'm going to go to the service here and I'm going to import the HTTP service. So I'm going to say import here HTTP service from NestJS Axios. This is accurate. Then in the constructor, I'm going to say private HTTP service. So we have imported an instance of this HTTP service. And now I can use this into the generate memes file. So instead of just writing it directly, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say something like this dot http dot request. Here I have to pass a data object. So I'm going to say, first of all, the URL is going to be the Rapid API call. So I'm going to copy it from Insomnia just like this. So URL is going to be this. Then we also have the headers, but also the method. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. And then we have the headers, and here we have to specify the headers both. So it says X Rapid API host, which is quite accurate. So I can basically copy this header from here, and then I'm going to make sure that the value is correctly. I believe this is getting it from my other project, which is okay. And then we got X Rapid API key. Is it getting my correct key? No, it's not. Thank God. So here you can see that it doesn't copy the key. So I'm going to use the correct key here. Right, and I think this looks good. So now that we have mentioned those things, we can go ahead and say something like subscribe. And then we are going to do two things. First of all, we are going to specify the response. So the response here is of type response is of type Axios response, and we are going to import this from Nest Axios as well. So let me quickly go ahead and get it from Axios, or actually this should come from Axios package itself. So import from Axios, and this should be Axios response. There we go. And now that we have got this, or we have mentioned this, we need to say this dot memes equals resp.data. So the data that we get is an array of a string, so we can directly assign to this. And then what we need to do is we need to just put it here, and then we are going to use this dot memes instead of this hard-coded memes, and that would basically generate it. We can also add a log here that would say file written for memes, and that would be it. Now that we have saved this, let's try this out. So here I already have the file created, so it will not generate it automatically. So I have to remove this file. So I'm going to delete this, and then I have to just hide blooper. And then I have to just hit save here. And now I will see this message, file written for memes, super cool. And if I go to dist and assets meme.json, you can see that we got all of the data because we got it from the API. So we got the data and we ran it, and it is now saved into the memes.json. Now if I save the file again, we will not see this message again. So if I save this, you will see that this doesn't run again. So we are good to go here. Now that we have this, this only happens when we start the server. We have not called anything, or we have not included any API call from our front end so far. Now what would happen is that if I have to call blooper. Now what I want to do is that once we type searching, or once we start searching into this input into our front-end application, this will send an API call to Nest.js in this case, and it will return all the names of all of those memes that we could use, or the images that we could use for this generation of meme. So here I need to type something, and then the Nest.js API will return those memes back to me. So far, these memes are only in a file. How does my front-end application get it? How can I go to Insomnia and call this function, get all memes, or call this API endpoint and return all those memes? That's what we are going to implement now. So this find all, you can see that here we have this string that says this action returns all memes. But you also notice that when we start this server, if the file already exists, we read that file and we assign that into the memes variable, or this memes string array here. So all I need to do is, instead of just returning this string, I could say return this dot memes, and that is it. So if I just save this now, go to Insomnia and run this again, you see we get all these array. Yay! Now what I want to do is I want to make sure that we are not sending back all of the data at once, because this is going to be used within a search. So as we know, if I get those data back here and I start to show 100 images here, the user would be so confused. And since you are searching, you can always refine your search to get the exact data. So I think it makes sense to just return things like 4 or 5 or actually 10 items at once and not 100, for example. So what I'm going to do is that right now we only have a way to return all of those. So we are going to introduce a query parameter. So I'm going to go to my meme controller, and here just around this get, inside this find all, we are going to introduce a query, and this comes from NestJS common. So here I'm going to say query, here I'm going to say queue, and then I will name this queue, and this is going to be of type string. So this queue is going to be passed all the way into the find all. So here I'm going to pass this, and here I'm going to say this queue is going to be a string, right? So this is a query that the user would type, and we have to return only the memes or the name of the memes which match this. So now that we have got this queue, we need to use it. So I'm going to create a new function here. We are going to call this search, right? And this search will essentially take the query. So we are going to say query string and the list of memes. So memes list, which is going to be a string array, right? And then what would happen is that we would say something like, we could basically use this as well, which is doing a filter. So we could do this as well, or we could also use the lowercase scenario, but I think this looks much better. So what it's doing here is that it's using the query, it's creating a regex around it, and it's saying that this is case insensitive. So even if I, for example, capital letters written, this will basically convert them into smaller, and then, or basically ignore the case sensitivity of this one and just search it, and then I think this should be good. So it's going to return this. So that means I could now use this dot search, and here I can say queue and this dot memes. Now that I do this, and if I save this now, we got an error. Let's see what this error is. Oh, I have not saved a file. So I need to save this file. Now we don't have any errors. So now if I try to just click send here, you will see that I got all of the data back. But if I try to do something like question mark query or queue equals to matrix, and if it's send, you see that we only got one back, and that is because we have the functions in place. So it is now based on the data that we are asking. For example, if I say Drake and if I hit send, I only get these ones. Or even if I say something like MA, then it will only return the values which have MA involved in that. And that is really cool because now I can search based on the queries that we have. Now that we have our get API or the names API done, the next step is to understand how do we make sure that when we generate a particular meme or want to generate a meme, that flow works fine, because we have not worked on that. So far what we have done is that a user comes to this page, types in the search, gets the grid of the memes that we already saw in the beginning of this video, and once the user gets it, the user can choose which meme to use or which meme image to use. Now we're talking about finally filling all of this form, clicking the generate button and generating the meme using the meme generator API. So for that, we need to utilize the second call that we have, which is a post call. Right now it's dummy, it's complete dummy that we are using. So we're going to do a couple of things. First of all, we are going to share the interface or the type of data that we want to use among the backend and the front end, and we can do that in a really good manner in Nest.js or in this NX monorepo. If you go to libs API interfaces, this is where the API interfaces can be found. So here we have lib API interface, and here we have this export interface message. We are going to change this to call this meme to generate, for example. And then here we need to specify what values do we want to pass. So we can say top, this is going to be a string, then bottom, a string. Now both of these things are optional, so I'm going to mark them optional. Then we also have something called meme. This is not optional, so we need to provide this. Now that we have this interface, we need to go to our meme controller and click this, control click this create meme DTO, or just go to the DTO file in general, and now implement this using implement, and then here we can say meme to generate, something like this, and we need to import this, or it should be actually implements meme to generate. And now you can see that it imports itself from sigma memer / API interfaces, which means that this class should contain a couple of things. It should contain the top, the bottom, and the name. So all of these things should be there. And now that I have this, I can save this. Now what I want to do is inside this meme controller TS, we have this post, we get the create meme DTO, which means that we need to pass the top, bottom, and meme from wherever we are calling this from. So if we are calling this API from front end, we need to do it there. If I want to do it from Insomnia, I need to do that here. So I'm going to create a new request. This is going to be generate meme using Rapid API. And then here, this is going to be of the type post. And then the body would be of type JSON. Then I'm going to say create, right? And here I can specify the end URL. So first of all, I'm going to use localhost API meme, which is the URL of this post. So if I go here and show you the code here, it's meme controller, and here it says meme, and it's just a post call. So it's again /API/meme. So here we are using the same thing, localhost 4200 /API/meme. And the body here is going to be a JSON body. So we need to specify the top, right? The top, the bottom, and we also need to specify the meme. And since this is JSON, we need to use double quotation always to make this nice and happy. Otherwise it will throw errors for us just like this. Now you can see that we have this correctly. So if I choose not to pass meme in this case, what would happen? If I save this, if I just try to run this, what would happen? If I hit send, so if I don't send the meme here, what would happen? You will notice that it will still return the data back. So you have to make sure that you are putting some validations there. We're going to look at that in later stage. But right now I can pass these values and it will have to return those values back. So if I do something like top text here, bottom text, and meme could be any one of those. So what I'm going to use is actually, let's see something from the disk. So I'm going to use, let's say metrics Morpheus. So I'm going to use this as the meme. And if I hit send, it returns back the data. Now I'm going to modify this post call and I'm passing this create meme DTO. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to just return back the create meme DTO. So I'm going to return this back. So if I save this now, go here and hit send, you see that I get the data that I sent from the front end. So from Insomnia, it went to the backend. It first went to the controller here from the controller. Then it was passed from the controller to the service, and from service, it just got returned back. I could also do something like this and then create meme DTO, and that would exactly be the same thing. So if I do this and if I hit send, you see now it's inside this data property. So that means we are getting the data that we're passing from here. If I put something else, send it here, you will see that it returns back. So I think we are good in this case. Now that we see this data, we need to pass this data to Rapid API. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use the same HTTP call interface. I'm going to copy paste this inside here. So I'm going to return this from here, and the endpoint is a bit different. So I'm going to go to Rapid API just to see what that is. So for generate meme, the endpoint is /meme. So I'm going to go here and then use /meme. And then this is also a get type. So here you can see that the method is get. The params are these ones. So I'm going to use the same params. So I'm going to pass the params, top text, bottom text. And apart from these, I'm going to remove this. And here I can say something like create meme DTO, or we could just rename this to DTO to be simpler. So we can say something like DTO.top. And here this would be DTO.bottom. And here this would be DTO.meme. And now that we see that it basically maps directly one-to-one, I can just say something like DTO, and that is good. But that also means that someone could pass something weird and that would be sent to Rapid API. So I'm rather going to use this in this case. So now that we have this, the Rapid API headers, these shouldn't be like this. These should come from the environment variables. So right now here we are using this from here, but rather we should be using them from the env, which is from here. So I'm going to copy paste and use these into the service. So I'm going to do something like process.env.rapidAPI-host. And here we are going to call process.env.rapidAPI-key. And I'm going to copy paste these things for the other call as well. So we are not using hard-coded data, but rather from the process. Now that we have this set, I think it's time for us to test this out. But before we do so, we need to do something. First of all, once we get back the image from Rapid API, as we saw in the example response of generate meme, once we get back that data, we need to return that data back to the front end. And this took me quite a time to understand how this works, and I did it on a live stream as well. But since this API returns back an image, we cannot just send back an image and convert it into a URL, because this API sends us an image, the backend, which means our backend is calling Rapid API. The Rapid API returns back an image, so our backend has the image. Now, if I return this image back to the front end, that would mean that the user has an image right there just in the code. They cannot interact with it unless we make that image visible to the UI or give them a URL that they can download. So first of all, we want to make sure that we are returning the right data. So we are specifying response type to array buffer in this call. So we get array buffer. Then instead of the subscribe, we are going to do this. Notice that we are using some operators from RxJS, which is map and catch error. So we are using these, and let me explain to you what we are talking about here. First of all, once we get the array buffer from Axios, we convert that response data into a base 64 string. So first of all, we are saying that, hey, the response that we expect or our backend expects from Rapid API is a buffer. Then we, in this code, we say convert this buffer or the response.data, convert this from a buffer to a string, and the string would be a base 64 string. That means once we get the data, we convert the image or the array buffer to a base 64 string. Then we combine it with this data. So this can be forwarded to front end, and then this becomes a complete URL that the front end can use or anyone can use. If you just copy paste this URL into even a browser on top of the address bar, you will see the image being rendered there. So that's what we are doing here. So we are returning this from this map function. And finally, if this fails for some reason, we are going to just return the error if this fails, for example. So now that we have posted this, I think our backend is ready to make a call. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to test this from Insomnia since our front end is not ready. So we are going to pass all of this. And now if I just hit send, let's see what happens. It says invalid header value, which means that we are not getting the env somehow. And that would mean that our env is not loaded. So I need to restart the server. So let's quickly do that. And one more thing that I need to do is to double check the, this is key, K-E-Y. But in the service, we are using a capital K-E-Y. So that's not accurate, which means that this is not accurate here as well. So I can save this. And now let's try this. So if I hit send now, there we go. We got the URL with this data URL. So I'm going to copy paste all of this from here. And now if I go to my browser, and if I go into a new tab and paste this URL and hit enter, woohoo, we get our image generated or a meme generated with the text that we provided, which means that I could change it for here, for example, top text 123, and here we could say something like the CWA community rocks. And if I hit send here, we are going to get another data URL or another image that we have converted from our backend to this base 64 URL. And if I try to use it here, hit enter, there you go. We get the image from the meme generator API to our backend to this browser, which is the front end. Now that we have got this one, we need to do one more thing, and that is to stop or prevent anyone from misusing our API. For example, what happens if someone gets a hold of all of this generation, or if they start hitting our API or our backend API like every 2 seconds, which would mean that my 1,000 API calls per month would go like in 5 minutes maybe. So what we want to implement is something called rate limiting, and we want to make sure that we can say something like, hey, you can only generate 3 memes in 5 minutes, for example. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to NodeJS, and here we have something called rate limiting. So I can search this rate limiting, and here we have to install a package for rate limiting, which is called NodeJS throttler. So I'm going to save this, or actually install this. I'm going to open a new one, and there we are going to just set this. And now that we have installed this package, I need to just restart my server so I can use the package. So I can quickly copy this, go to my app module here, and then we are going to import this from NodeJS throttler, and this is going to be called throttler module. So we are going to just use this throttler module inside here, just add this, and then we are going to also, do we have to use for root? Yeah, we can use for root here. And then in the providers, we are going to use something like app or provide app guard. So app guard is a Nest.js core thing that we want to add, which means that this is going to provide this rate limiter route guard on every endpoint. So we can simply go ahead and say use class, and this is going to be throttle guard, something like this. Yeah, throttle guard. So we are saying that, hey, every API call now would have to use the throttle for this one. Now, when we say it like this, that means that for root can have some properties that we can pass. So here we can provide a config. Here we are going to provide TTL, which is time to live. And here I can say in seconds, how many requests can I allow? So let's say if I say 60 seconds, and if I can say max and 10, that would mean, or actually is it max or is it something else? So let me quickly check. Throttle module option should have a limit. So the limit is the one. So here I'm going to say something like limit, and here 10. Now this means that I'm saying in 60 seconds, which means in 1 minute, I'm allowing 10 requests from the same IP address. If that doesn't work, then it would basically start saying or throwing error called too many requests. Now what I want to say is that in not just 60 seconds, but I want to be a bit conservative. I'm going to say 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you can only generate 3 memes, for example. Now, when I apply this into for root and use it like this into providers, that means that this is now applied to every call that we have in the server. That doesn't only involve the post call, which creates a meme, but rather also the find call, which returns back the data. So if I go to my code right now here, you will notice that this insomnia, if I use the get all memes call, if I send this once, twice, thrice, and if I do it one more, too many requests, throttler exception. So this is working. One more thing that I just looked at is that we talked about just providing about 10 responses in this call, but right now we get 100. So we also need to fix that. But let's first make sure that this call, the get call, is not affected by throttler. So in order to do so, I can just put another decorator here called skip throttle, and that would make sure that this call doesn't have this throttling problem or doesn't apply the throttle to this one. So if I start calling it now again, you will see that it doesn't matter how many times I call this, it just generates it. But if I start using the post call, that's where it would start blocking me. So I'm not going to use it for now, but let's talk about just this get all memes call. As I mentioned, we shouldn't be responding to 100 items. We should only send back 10. So I'm going to go to find all, and from here we have the search, and from the search we basically have this. So after this filter, I'm going to just use a slice here. So the slice would be from 0 to 10, and that's it. So I'm going to just save this and make the call again, and here you can see that I only get 10 back now. If I search, for example, something else like A, you would also see that it would just return 10. So whatever I do, it would just return 10. If I don't send anything, it would still return 10. So I think this is good. Now that we have the throttling also implemented, the only thing that is remaining is how do we hook this with the front end? And that is essentially the last piece of our puzzle, which is quite a big piece. So if I kind of summarize what we have done so far is that we have implemented this Nest.js based backend, which can talk to the Rapid API, or actually the meme generator API via the Rapid API gateway or Rapid API hub. And it can first get me the memes, and we can generate the file from it to cache it. And secondly, I can call the generate memes API for the meme generators API or towards the meme generator API, and I can generate memes without any watermarks, which is super cool. Now that we have the backend ready, it's time to do the fun part, which is the front end. So now we are going to implement the Angular application. Let's get started. So if you look at the front end right now, you will see that we already have an error that we need to take care of, and that is because we changed some of the API interfaces. So first of all, we can see that this error shows inside where the Angular application was running. So the console tab, which runs Angular, you will see it here. Then you can just control click here
and then it takes us to the app component TypeScript file. So we can remove this message from here. We can remove this API call as well. We can remove this HTTP client as well because we are not going to use it. And we finally need to remove this import. We can also remove the constructor per se. And we also need to go to the HTML to remove this call here. The fact is, we also need to remove all of this text as well. But before that, let me show you what the app looks like right now, just as a refresher. So this is how the app looks right now. We have this welcome message, we have the annex logo, and all of this is coming from this app component HTML, which is this one. So we need to remove this. And what we are going to do is that we are going to create a new module here called the generator module. And that generator module will have a generator page, and we'll show that page out of the box. Now, when the application scales, you could have multiple modules. You could, for example, have events, organizations module, feed module. Let's take an example of Facebook. So you have photos module, videos module, you have your pages module. So modules in Angular are basically how you combine things or separate things from one another. For example, as I talked about, if you have an events module, that would mean that you could have a component that has the events list. Then you could also have a component that has the event detail when you click on any item from the list. So you go from one page to another. So all of that could be enclosed within a separate module. And the way to structure is that you could basically take that module and use in another application as well. So we are going with a modular approach within Angular, which is the recommended approach, of course. Now that we have talked about it, we are going to implement something called the generator module. So let's first create those modules right now. So to create a module in NX, what you do is that you can say NX generate, and then you need to run narwhal, and here you can say /Angular, and then you say module. So here, when we actually specify the name of the module, it automatically goes inside this app folder and generates it inside. So if I just say generator here, that means that it is going to create a folder called generator within the app folder, and then we'll also create a module in there. Now I want to do one more thing, that apart from just creating this module, I also want to create a routing file, because that will contain which component to show on which route. So that is important. And then finally, I need to run just the dry run flag. So all of this is just executed in the memory and no files are written on the disk, just to make sure that this is being generated correctly. So here you can see that it goes inside apps, Sigma Beamer, source, app generator. So inside app generator, and here it should create 2 files. Now I'm just going to run it without the dry run flag. So these files are actually created. And as I do so, you can see that we got this folder generator created, and we have these 2 files inside here as well. Now what I want to do is that I want to create a folder inside here, or a component inside here called generator, and I want to use that as a default route. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first change this module to component, and the name of the component will exactly be the same. I'm not sure what's happening exactly here, but let's say we got Angular /component and we got generator, and then we just need to hit enter, and these files would be created within the generator folder. What you could also do is that you could also say generator /components/generator, which means that there would be a components folder here inside, and then you would have a generator inside as well. So that would basically mean that if you had more components within this module, you could just enclose them within this components folder. So I'm going to just create this in this way, so we have a good hierarchy per se. So now you can see that it created a components folder here, and then it has generator, and we have this generator component right here. Now what I want you to understand is the way it would work is that we have this app module, which is the entry point of this application, and it would work something like this. So the app module is the entry, then we import the generator module within the app module. The generator component is part of the generator module, so that is then imported within here. So similarly, if you had, for example, multiple modules like events module, organization module, they would be structured accordingly. But here is a catch. The app module itself cannot lazily import generator module in this situation. For example, if you do it like this, that means that if we had 10 components, then as soon as the application starts, all of these modules are imported directly into app module, which means that even if you are not on the events page, its module would be loaded. So there is no lazy loading in this case. So in order to fix that, we need something called a routing module at app level, where we can specify the lazy loaded routes. So how do we do that? We basically say app module would have an app routing module, and in app routing module, we would have this generator module, which would be lazily loaded, right? And then we have the generator component, and the other things are exactly the same. So this would then go along with the implementation as I mentioned. So if I just copy paste it a couple of times, you would understand what we are talking about. So here now you could have, for example, a feed module, and you could have an event module. So it really depends on how you want to structure your code. So the benefit of this is that if the user directly goes to the feed page or the feed component link, let's say I sent this feed component link or this feed link to my friend, and the friend directly goes from his browser or her browser to this feed component, that would mean that when the page loads, the generator module will not be loaded unless the user goes to the generator page. Similarly, if someone goes to the generator page, then the feed module will not be loaded unless the user goes to the feed page. This drastically improves the performance of the Angular application because you're lazily loading routes which are not being utilized until the user goes there. So for this, we need this app routing module. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to be lazy and I'm just going to copy this generator module or the generator routing module from here, and then I'm going to paste it in the app folder. So I'm going to paste it inside app, and then I'm going to just rename this. So I can basically call this app routing module. I'm going to change some of the names here as well. For example, this generator routing module now should be app routing module because I'm using the app routing module TS here. Now that I have this, I need to specify the routes within these files. So I'm going to actually remove this comment from here, and then I'm also going to close other files. And now within this app routing module, I need to specify the route. But before even doing that, I need to import this app routing module into app module. So if I bring back the comment, as I mentioned, this app routing module should be imported inside app module. So I'm going to just go to the imports here and say app routing module, and this is the first step. Now that we have specified this, we need to go to app routing module and we specify the routes here. So here we are going to say the default path, which is empty. When this happens, we need to redirect to generator. Okay, now this generator route doesn't exist at the moment, so we need to specify another path here for generator. So this generator module or this generator path has to lazy load components. So we are going to use exactly what the GitHub Copilot is suggesting, that we use this load children method, or this load children method basically uses an import statement. This import statement specifies where is the generator module. So here you can see that we are saying /generator. So from this routing module, we are saying /generator, and then we have the generator module. This way we can import the module, and once the module is imported, we just say then m.generator module. So this generator module is basically pointing to this generator modules class, which is this one. So it is directly importing this generator module as lazy loaded. Now that we have specified this, the second part of our equation, which is importing generator module into app routing module, is finished. The final part that is remaining is using the generator component within the generator module. Now, the fun part here is that there is also one step added here. As you can see here, the generator module also has a routing. That's what comes between here. So here we would have the generator routing module, and then we need the generator module within it, or the generator component within it. So I'm going to just save this for the sake of explanation. And here now you would see that generator module automatically imports the generator routing module. And now we need to do the same thing as we did in app routing, specify routes. So if I go to generator routing module here, in the routes, I'm going to just specify path empty, and then we are going to say component, and here we can say something like generator component, just like this. Now it is important to understand what this slash means. If we go towards the complete hierarchy, you would notice that the first route or the topmost route is this app routing module where we have the route specified. So here we are saying that, hey, whenever it is slash, go to generator, which means that if the user tries to go to localhost, or let me make this a comment. So if someone goes to localhost 4200, that would mean they will be redirected to generator. Okay, this is what it means. Now, when the user is redirected to the generator route, that means we load this, and then this generator module will decide where to route or which component to show. So this whole declaration is saying use the generator module and see where it routes. So far the URL is this generator. Now if we go inside this generator routing module, there it says the path empty and component is generator component. Now what happens is that Angular combines all of these routes together and concatenate. So here we already had something like localhost 4200 generator. Why? Because it is here. slash generator that we discussed. And then when it goes inside the generator routing module, it basically adds this empty string on top of it, which is exactly the same route. Now, if I had something like here, for example, generate like blah, then that would mean that we are talking about this blah route. But that's not what we want. We want right now that just on this empty string, which means that on this route, we use the generator component. Now, if I save this and go back to the browser, refresh, you see that nothing gets shown here. And that is because we are missing a really important piece of the puzzle, and that is the router outlet. The router outlet is something that lives on the template side, on the HTML side, and shows the appropriate template or the HTML in the view, and that is what's missing right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to app component, and here inside the app component we need to use something called router outlet. And when I save it and go to my browser, you still see that we got nothing on the view. That means we are missing something. So let's reevaluate quickly what's missing. The app module itself, it imports the app routing module, which is good. Then the app routing module itself is being imported from the app routing module file, which is here. Then we have the path here, redirect to here as well. And we also need to mention path match full here, so it redirects. So if I go back to my URL here, it still doesn't do that, and that is baffling. So let me see what's happening here. So we are using router module for child routes. This is what's missing. Since I copy pasted this file from generator routing module, I forgot to change this for child to for root. That's what's missing. So if I change this to for root, because app routing module should be using for root, not for child. So if I save this now, go back to my page, boom. Now it works. So first of all, notice what happens. If I just use this localhost 4200 without any generator URL and hit enter, you will see it still takes me to the generator page. And that is because it's redirecting via the first part declaration, which is right here, which is this one. And as soon as it goes inside the generator route, it goes all the way to the routing module and sees, hey, by default on this slash or this empty string, we have generator component. And if I go to generator components template, this is where it says generator works, and this is what you see here on the screen. So we have absolutely all the things that we needed here. So now we need to do two things. One, we need to include the font, and second, we need to use Tailwind CSS. So first, let's talk about the font. So for this, we are going to use fonts, and we are going to use the font called Nunito. So here you're going to select a couple of things. You need to select regular 400, which is this one. You need to click this button here that would say select this style. Similarly, you need to select medium 500, semi-bold 600, and bold 700. Once you have selected all of these from these buttons, then you need to copy the link from here. Then you copy this link, you go back to your code, and then you go to source index.html, and inside here, just after this link tag, you add those. Once you have added this, we need to use this font or this font family. So what you're going to do is that you're going to go to style.css, and here you can copy the code from Google. So here you're gonna just copy this font family, Nunitos and Serif, and then here you can specify HTML body, and here you can just paste this. Once you paste this, you will notice that the app right now shows this font, which is now Nunito. So you can compare this with the Google font, and you can see that it's exactly the same font being used there. Now what I want you to do is to copy the template, the Tailwind template that we have. So you're going to go to gist.github.com. So gist.github.com/snias, and then from there you will find this template that we need to use. So here you can find this Sigma Memer Tailwind template HTML. So you click that, then you click the raw, and then you press Ctrl A, copy all of this, and then go to your code, and inside source app generator components, generator component.html, instead of generator works, you can just paste this and save it. Once you now go back to your application, you will see this. You can see that this has a bit more HTML there, although it still looks ugly. So this is not correct. And that is because right now we have Tailwind CSS classes in the HTML, but we don't have that setup or Tailwind CSS setup for our Angular application. So there is a way to use Narwhal or NX, and NX already has a generator that we can use to set up Tailwind automatically. So we are basically kind of skipping the things that we would have to do manually if this was not there. So all you need to do is just run this NX generate setup Tailwind command. So you go to your code,
and here you open the terminal, which is not the Angular application or the Nest.js application, but another terminal. And here you can basically say nx generate setup tailwind. This will do a couple of things. This will ask you which project, so I can say sigma dash mimer, and this will basically create a tailwind config.js inside the sigma mimer folder. It will also update the style.css, and it will also install the packages required. So if I go to this particular view where I can see my changes, I can look at package.json and see auto prefixer was installed, post css was installed, and also tailwind css, and we also got this tailwind config.js created. Now that we have this, we want to include a couple of styles, so I'm just going to add the default style.scss for our project. So I'm going to go to my styles.scss, and here we need to just add these styles. HTML body, margin 0, padding 0, width 100%, and body has margin 0, padding 0, but min height as well. Now that we have specified this, I can actually remove these now that I realize about it. Now that we have these mentioned, we can move this Nunito from here to the tailwind CSS config. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically cut this from here, and then in the tailwind CSS config here, inside the theme, I can say font family, and here this object would have a property called sans, and then a bracket, and here we would have Nunito and then sans serif, and this is fine. Now I'm just going to save this, and we need to restart our server to see the tailwind CSS in action. Awesome. So if I go to my browser now, you can see that it started looking really good already. So here, by default, when you are on a desktop view, it looks something like this. It also has some animations. It also has the forms that you could use. And you can also see that when you go to a mobile view, then it is also responsive. So here, this is the desktop view. And if I go further down, you will see that we also got the mobile view as well. We are going to have a quick look at the classes as well, but for the most part, we are going to implement the Angular view. And if you're interested in looking at this HTML, CSS part of it, let me know in the comments and I might create another video for this. Now, what I also want you to do is go to github.com/snias/sigma -mimer, which is the repository for this project, and I want you to download the asset file. So go to apps, sigma mimer, inside source, and then assets, and here inside the images folder you will find this bg.png. so just click it and click download. Once you download this file, you can save it inside the project. So you are going to click save as, apps, sigma mimer, source, assets. You need to create a folder inside the source assets folder, and you'll call it images, and then you're going to just save it with the name of bg with the extension of png. Once you have saved it, go back from this page and then go to source, and then you need to go to generator and then go inside the generator SCSS. This is what I want you to copy. So you can basically select all of this, and once you have selected this, just copy this, go back to your code and go to the generator component CSS or SCSS file and just paste this. Once done, you can just save this. So now we have copied the image file and also the SCSS file for the generator component. And if you now go back to the application, you will see that the background is already implemented there, and we have some really nice SCSS here as well. Now the only thing that is remaining is to hook this front end with the back end. We already have covered a lot of things when it comes to SCSS, like the background itself and the form itself. Now it's just about the implementation point of view. So the first thing that we need to do is to have a way of this front end to talk to our back end, and in Angular we do it via something called a service. So we need to create a generator service in order to establish this connection. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to my code in the terminal, which is empty right now, and I can say something like nx generate narwhal angular service, and I can say something like services/generator. This means that here in our project, it is going to basically go inside the app folder, create a new folder called services, and will create a generator service within that. So I'm going to just run this and create those files. You can see that we got this services folder created, and we got the generator service here as well. Now that we have got this service, we need to use the HTTP client or the HTTP module to make some calls. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to service.ts here, and then in this constructor, I'm going to use private HTTP client, and this HTTP client is coming from Angular common HTTP. This is important to know. Now that we've got this HTTP client, we can create a function to get just the meme names that we already have an API for. So if we open Insomnia, we already saw that we have this API, which is localhost 4200/API. And if I hit this, I get some data. And this data, as we already discussed, is coming from the dist/API, and we have this memes JSON. This is where the data is coming from. So we need to basically call this API. For this, we are basically going to say get memes, which is a function, and this should use the HTTP call and get the memes from our backend. So what we are going to use is return this.http.get, and then for the URL, we are going to specify /API/meme. And that's pretty much it. Now we can also specify what kind of data do we get out of this HTTP call. We already know that the data memes JSON is basically an array of strings. So whatever we do, we are going to get back an array of strings. So we can specify it here just like this. So we can say this get would return a string array, and we can also specify this function's return value, which now becomes an observable of a string array. This is good to have, so the component now understands what we are talking about here. So now that we have done this, we can basically use this get memes function to just do a console log inside the generator component. So now we are combining, or we are hooking, this generator service with the generator page or generator component. So I'm going to close this generator service and close other files as well. And now I'm going to go and open the generator component. So here we have got the generator component TypeScript file. In here, we need to import this generator service. So we are going to say private gen service generator service, and you can see that it imports it from the correct folder. Then when we have ng on in it, all I need to do is do this dot, or actually something like this, dot gen service dot get memes, and you can see we call this function, and then I just need to subscribe to it and just console log the data that comes back from the HTTP call. So here I'm just going to call memes, and here we'll get back the data. So memes array, and here I can just do this. So once I do this, let's see what happens in the actual application. So if I open the console log here, go to inspect, do this, and go to console, I can refresh now and see that we get the memes here with the API call. And I can also check this into the network tab. So here, if I refresh, you can see that we send this meme call to our backend. And if I hover, you will also see the URL here, or actually I can just click this and see in the headers. So this is the request URL. This is the API call that we make. We call the API/meme endpoint, which returns this response, of an array of 10 different memes that we could choose from. Now what we need to do is we need to basically use these memes and show them here in this view, or in this form, just below this input. And in order to do that, we are going to have to create some properties. So I'm going to go to our generator component TS, and where we are just console logging it, we rather should assign this to a property. So here we would have a memes array, and which is going to be a string array. By default, it's going to be empty. But then once we get the data back from the API, then we need to just say this dot memes equals to memes array. And once we do so, we can now use this into our HTML. So now we are assigning this to this memes variable. So I'm going to go into my HTML, and if you go to the HTML, you will notice that we already have some content here, or some HTML here that we can use. Not that one, but rather we have this memes choice grid. So what we are going to do is that first I'm going to just copy paste some code from here, and I'm going to go ahead and just above this selected meme comment, I'm going to just paste that, and in here we are going to use the ng4. So just on this div, we can basically say here, or actually not on this div, but on this one, we can say ng4, and then we are running a loop over this memes array. So we are going to say let meme of memes. And when we do so and we save this, you will see that now we get all of these memes in the view. Yay! So you can see that these are the 10 memes that come from the API. The first one is 10 guy. The last one is Admiral Akbar that you could see. And then we have other memes as well that we can see right here. Now the thing is that this is not quite right. And that is because when we search, we should also get the searched memes. And we don't have that functionality right there, which is a problem at the moment. But even before implementing that, I want to implement something specific. And that is when I click a particular meme, it should become the selected meme for me. So we are not implementing the query at the moment, but rather what happens when I need to select a meme, because the idea for this application is that you need to select a top text or specify a top text, specify a bottom text or either of those, but you need to pick a meme, and that meme image will be used for dit meme. So what I need to do now is to implement a functionality that when I click a particular meme, it becomes the selected meme and shows only on the view rather than this whole grid. So for that we need to implement another variable. I'm going to go into component TS and add a new variable. We're going to call this variable selected meme. This will be of type either string because we are selecting from a string array, or it would be null. So by default we are going to assign null to it just like this, and it could also be string. Now when we click a particular item, that is when it would become a selected meme. So what I'm going to do now is that I'm going to create a new function called select meme, and here I'm going to basically pass a meme string, and here I'm going to say this dot selected meme equals to meme, and that's pretty much it. I could also say something like a string or null because they both are valid options in this one. And then what I need to do is that when I click a particular meme, that is when that would become a selected meme. So here I can specify a click handler and just say select meme, and then we are going to just pass this meme variable from the iteration. So for every item when clicked, it will basically select the clicked meme, which is right now running in the loop here. So now that we have this, let's try this out. So I'm going to go to my HTML and I'm going to go to my sources, and here we can call generator.component.ts, and I'm going to put a breakpoint inside the select meme function. Now when I click any of these, you see that the breakpoint comes inside with the selected meme. So the meme is first world problems, and you can see that right now the selected meme was null, but now we are assigning this meme to the selected meme, and now it got this variable. Now when that happens, I want to show the selected meme instead of all this grid. So if I go to my HTML, I already have this ng container, and this is what I want to use. So I'm going to uncomment this, and here I want to do some magic. I want to show this only when we have a selected meme, but not when we don't have one. And I want to show this grid only when we don't have a selected meme. So it would be either the selected meme or this whole grid. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this whole div, the one above the selected meme with the ng for and with the select meme handler. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go all the way here where it says meme choices grid, and I'm going to replace the content inside the ng template just like this. Okay, so it's exactly the same with some little modification. So I'm going to basically just style a bit. Then I'm going to uncomment this. Okay, if we have a selected meme, then I need to show this div. If we don't have a selected meme, then I want to show this memes choices element. So I can say if selected meme, then semicolon, and then I can say else meme choices. Once I do so, then it becomes really fun. Right now you can see that we got two of these, so I need to remove the top one. Just above this one, this ng for on let meme of memes, we can remove this because now we are using this one. So I can remove this one above selected meme, and now we have only one of the grids being shown. So I'm gonna remove this, and now you can see we got one grid. Now as soon as I select this element, you will notice something. Here you go, we now only show the selected meme, and you can also inspect this in here as well in the element inspector. You can right click, see inspect, and now you will notice what happens in here. So right now if I kind of scroll this down, you will notice that if I refresh and if I see this grid here, and if I go to the top where it says form, notice that right here just inside this div where it says memes flags, you can see that this is the relative one, or this is the search input. If I click on any element, you see that this whole container changed because it switched, and now we got this particular selected meme. Now the only thing here remaining is if I wanted to unselect a meme, what happens then? And we don't have a way of doing that now, but we need to implement that. For this we are going to use a font library called Font Awesome. But before that, I want to kind of revisit what we did just here. In our template, just below the search input, we said that if we have a selected meme, which we get by clicking on a particular meme, if you have a selected meme, then show this div, which is a single div with the selected image. If we have a selected meme, then show the selected meme. Else show the template called meme choices. And if I click here, and if I click here or control click here, you can see that it takes us to this template inside which we have the loop running on all the memes. So it's either the selected meme or the grid of all memes. And when the grid of all memes is shown, then we can click on any particular meme to select it or mark it as the selected meme. That's what we just did. Now let's talk about how can we unselect a meme to select something else. So we are going to use the Font Awesome library for that. So I'm going to save this and install the Font Awesome library. To install it, I'm going to go and search Font Awesome Angular because there was a documentation that we could use. So it's called Angular Font Awesome Docs. And what we need to do is install a couple of packages. So if I go to the GitHub project here, I can see the further documentation. So I need to install a couple of packages here. First of all, you can see that here we can say yarn add Font Awesome SVG core. So I'm going to go to my terminal, say npm install -- save, paste the first one, then I'm going to copy, paste the second one, and then I'm going to copy the third one and paste that within this terminal. So basically I'm saying npm install these 3 packages that I've just pasted. So I'm going to just paste them and let it install. And then you can also see that here we have the usage. So first of all, I need to import the Font Awesome module into the module that I'm using the icons in. So I'm going to copy this line, which is Font Awesome module from Font Awesome. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go to the generator module, and here I'm going to just paste this line and import this inside the imports array. Now that we have this, we can basically use the component just like this. So I'm going to copy this code here, and then I'm going to go to my generator component TypeScript file, paste this here, and I'm going to use the f8 times icon. So I'm going to use the f8 times from free SolidJS SVG icons. I'm going to create a property so I can use this property inside the template. Remember, you cannot use this variable from outside the component class into the template. If you need to have a property being used into the template, you need to use it. You need to declare a property in the class first, because only the class properties are available in the HTML. So now that I have this element here, f8 times, I can use it as a font icon. So I'm going to go to my HTML here, and inside the selected meme here, just inside this div, we are going to create a new element called FA icon. Then we are going to use the icon. So we are going to say icon equals, and here we can say FA times, and save this. I'm also going to save this component TS as well. And now let's see if it compiles fine. Yes, it does. So we are going to go to our app here. And once I've selected a meme, you will notice that here we have this icon available now. Now we just need to position it and make it clickable so we can unselect this image as we just discussed. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to first make it normal, and then I'm going to go into my HTML here and also specify a couple of things. So inside the HTML where we have this FA icon, we can specify the size here. The size is going to be 3x, or actually we can use 2x. Then we are going to also specify a couple of classes. First of all, this needs to be absolute. Then it needs to be top 4 and right 4. Then it needs to have cursor pointer. And finally, it also needs to have a hover, but let's try this first. So now if I select a particular element, you can see that here we got this times. So now if I refresh, you can see that we got this times icon right here. And we just need to implement the click and the hover functionality. So if I implement something like hover, opacity, and I can say opacity to something like 50. And if I do this, you will notice that now if I select this and if I mouse over, you can see that it basically kind of hides it just like this. So this is a cool effect that we can use out of the box. Now let's implement the click feature when it needs to clear the meme. So when we click this icon, we need to call a function that we can call something like clear meme. And that would basically mean that we are clearing the selected meme from our variables. So here I'm going to go to my component TS, create this function, or we could also use the select meme function or rename this actually. So set selected meme. For example, let's rename this just like this. Then we need to update this here and also here as well in the memes choice grid. So I'm going to set this here. And now on the top one, when we are using clear meme, when we click this cross button, we are going to just pass null from here which means that this is going to pass the value null inside this function, and then it would assign it to selected meme, which will clear it. So if I save this, let's run it. So now if I select a particular meme and if I click this cross, you can see that we go back, and this is what we wanted. And if I go to my particular source here, I can also check this right in the component file. So if I put the breakpoint here, if I click this one, you can see that the meme we got is first world Canadian problems. If I play this, very good. If I now click this again, we get null. And since we get null, then we show the grid again. Now that we have this selection implemented, let's talk about the query and how to search using basically characters. So for that, we are going to first implement the form itself. So we are going to first have to use the reactive form module. So we are going to import this here, reactive form module. And here we are going to import this from the forms module. So here we can say import from Angular/forms. And here we are going to say something like reactive forms module. So we are basically importing reactive forms module inside. Then we are going to go to our generator component. And then inside here, we are going to go and say in the constructor, we can say private form builder and form builder. Then we need to create a form here. So we can simply say form, which is going to be of type form group. Okay. And form group is also imported now from Angular forms. So both form builder and form group have to be imported from Angular forms. Now that we have got this inside the constructor, we are going to create the form. So we are going to say this dot form equals this dot form builder, and here dot group, and then we can say something like top text and then bottom text, and then we can say something like search text, which is basically the meme that we want to select. So now that we have done this, we can use this form in the HTML. So we need to use that. And then we are going to listen to the search text change. So first, let's apply these. So I'm going to go to my HTML here. And then on the top where we have this form in this HTML. So we have the form right here. In this form, we are going to say form group. And then here we can specify the name of the form called form. And this form is basically this variable that we just created. You could also rename this or could say something like generator form. And we can use that here if that makes sense. So we are using generator form here, replacing this generator form. This actually sounds better, so I'm going to keep this. Now we also need to have this form control name attribute on each input because this is bound to reactive forms. We already have that since we copied the template. So this form control name is top text. This form control name is meme search. So instead of meme search, we are going to call search text. So here we are going to say, or actually let's use meme search because that sounds a bit better. So here it's called meme search. And then we have the bottom text input as well. So top text, meme search, then we got the selected meme, and then we got this input called bottom text. Now that we have this, what happens when we click the button, generate? That has to go into this form and we need to implement something called ng submit. This is going to call a function that will show us the value of the form itself altogether. So even before using this, I'm just going to use and see what happens if I change the value of the search input. So what happens if I go inside here and start typing something? So in order to change that, we need to do some magic in the TypeScript file. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to do a couple of things. In the ng on init, instead of doing this here, I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to say this dot generator form dot get meme search as GitHub Copilot is suggesting. And then we are going to use value changes dot subscribe. Now the thing is that if I do this, that would mean that I would just get a console log on every text input. So if I just do this, let's see. And I also need to put a question mark here because this could exist or not. So I'm just going to save this. Now if I go to my console and just start typing, you will see that if I say A, B, C, I got 3 different logs there. That would mean that if I have a user searching for matrix, that would result in 5 or actually 6 different calls to my backend, and we already are using freemium package. So I don't think that's a great idea to send a call on every particular input to the backend, and also there should be rate limiting as well. So what we are going to do is that we are going to implement a procedure in which when the user stops typing, we only then send the call. So we are going to use a couple of operators. So we are going to just use after the value changes, we are going to use a pipe before the subscribe here. So in this pipe, we are going to use a couple of things. First of all, we are going to use something called debounce time. We are going to use 500 milliseconds. So the user stops typing and then we do something. And then we also use something called distinct until changed. And here we need to basically say whenever this input changes, only then we send the call. Now let's try this out. So I'm going to go and try the same thing here. If I say matrix, wait, now you see the input. Now if I remove this and bring it back, then you see those different values. But if I do it really quickly, something like this, now you see that nothing happens. So if I remove it, bring it back, within the 500 milliseconds, it doesn't send any other call, or it doesn't even show the console log here, which means that we are good. For example, I could say something like ASD, and then if I remove and say ASD again, no further calls or no new log here. But if I change the input, then it would make it much better, or then it would go and process it. And this is good for us because now we can send better calls to the backend. Now that we have got this, all we need to do is use this get memes function. But even so, what we can do is that we can basically implement another function here called the switch map. So here we can say switch map, and inside here we can basically use this. So we can say return, or actually this should be this.genservice.getMemes. So I can simply do this. Now when we use switch map, we basically get the value of meme search right here. So we could say something like search text. So we get the search tag, we have to pass it to the get memes function, just like this. Then when the get memes function return the data back, then we are going to get the data here instead of the search tag. So we are going to say memes, and here we do the same thing, something like this. So here we can also call it memes array, and here you can see what happens. Now our services get memes function does not accept a text at the moment. If I go to my generator service, you can see that it doesn't accept anything. So we need to specify here a parameter search text. We are going to default it with an empty string. So when we don't use it, it's fine. When we use it, it also passes it here. So I'm going to go to my component again and just save this. Now you can see we don't have any error. So it is going to pass whatever we are searching to the get memes. Then it comes here, and then we need to send this to the API call. And the way to do that is to provide this Q parameter that we already saw in Insomnia. So in Insomnia, we can see it says meme question mark Q equals, and then whatever the value is. So here we can use this backtick, and then here we can do something like this. So here we can say search text, and now we are sending the text to the API call. We are going to try it now. So I'm going to go to my HTML now, and here I can say something like matrix. And you can see that we got only the matrix data here. Let's go to the network tab and see the calls that we are sending. First of all, if I remove everything, you see we now send another call without any search tag. So we get everything back. Now if I type something like dr, you can see that we got the dr sent to the server. We got this data back. And then if I say something like Drake, then you can see we got the Drake sent to the server. And then we only got back these two. And those two are being shown here, and I can now select any of those and then just use it, as you can see. One of the corner cases is that what happens if I select something and then I start searching something. So if I say something like matrix, then the call goes to the server, the data comes back as well, but it doesn't show right now unless I remove this or unselect the selected meme. So what should actually happen is that if I start searching something, my selection should go away. So that means that when we basically get this triggered, or when we get this meme search change or the text changes and the data comes back from the backend, then we also should do something like this.set selected meme and just use null there. So if I do this, then this corner case would be fixed. So if I, for example, search something like matrix, and if I click this, and now if I start searching Drake, then you can see that the selection is gone, and we got the value of the new data, and we are now showing them. Again, it is important to understand that this data is coming from our backend. It's not coming from the API calls or from the meme generator API. That is because we are kind of caching it into our server. Another problem right now is that previously it used to fetch the grid automatically even without searching to show the default 10 values or the initial 10 values the user could pick from. But right now it doesn't do that, and that is because we moved our code from ng-on-init from here to actually the change of value in the form. And unless someone changes that value, this doesn't trigger. So how do we change this or set this once? All you need to do is right after this whole code, we can basically say this dot gen form or generator form dot get meme search dot set value, and then we just set it to an empty string. Once we do so, it will trigger this change and it will basically send the value. So one of the things that we would have as a problem in this case, as I can think, is if I do this empty here, it will basically go into distinct until change and will not trigger it. Let's try this. So here you can see that it actually did change it, and that is because by default the value here is empty. I don't know why it did that. That's super funny. If I assign this to null by default, that would have made sense because it changed it. But if initial value is empty and I'm running this set value, even then it shows it for some reason. That's a bit weird, but I'll let it pass. Okay, so now that we've got this, I can remove this code from here. We have got some default values. We can choose a value and we can also unselect a value. The only thing that is remaining is generating this meme. How do we generate this? And that actually has some pieces that we need to put together. First of all, we need to know when this button was clicked so we can show the value. So if I just say generate, nothing happens right now. So we need to create a function called form submit, or we could call it generate meme, something like this. And this should basically just log the values of generator form. So we are going to do a couple of things. First of all, the only values we need from here is top text and bottom text, because the selected meme is in the selected meme variable. Okay, so we are just going to take const here and we are going to take it from the generator form. This should be const, and then here we can say something like top text and bottom text. So we are going to get those values out from here. Then we are also going to combine it with the selected meme, right? So what we need to do is something like what GitHub Copilot is suggesting, but I'm going to first console log the values. So console.log, and here we can say something like top text, bottom text, and then meme this dot selected meme, right? So I'm going to just use that. There should be an E here, generate meme, and now I just need to hook up with the form. So I'm going to go to my template, and in the form I need to use something like ng submit and generate meme. Now, one important thing for this to be triggered is that the button that we have has to be of type submit, otherwise this would not work. So it's already submit. So if I'm going to go to here, and even if I just press generate here, you can see the value. Top text is empty, bottom text is empty, there's no meme. If I select a meme and if I hit generate, now we got the meme, but both of these values are empty. So I could say something like top text, bottom text, and hit generate. Now we get all of the values. One of the things that we need to make sure is that if the meme is not selected, then we don't even have to click this button, or this button should be disabled in general. So what we are going to do is we are going to have this situation where we have this generating value. So first of all, we could say something like this should be disabled if we have not selected meme. So if I go and check it now, you can see that this is now disabled. You cannot click it unless we select a meme. There you go, because the meme is the only thing that really matters. And you could either have the top text or the bottom text. So the meme image is the most important thing. Now that we have this, we also want to make sure that when we are generating the meme, that duration, or in that duration, the button should be disabled so the user cannot just randomly click it multiple times. So for that, we are going to introduce another variable. So we are going to go to our code, and just below the selected meme, we are going to say something like is generating, and we're going to assign it with false. Once we click the button or submit it, then we would have this set to true. So this dot is generating set to true. Then let's just assume that after a couple of time, we would have, for example, after 2 seconds, we are going to say this dot is generating to false, which means that we have got the data back from the API. I'm just mocking it as a dummy value so we can show that. Now that you have set these, you could go to your HTML and instead of this text, you can just uncomment this value and see what is happening here. First of all, we are seeing if it is generating, which means that there's an API call sent to the backend. Then we show a spinner. We don't have this spinner yet, so we are going to use that. Otherwise, if it's not generating, then just show the generate text. So we are going to use this FA spinner now. So go to your component TS, go to the top where it says FA times. Just use the FA spinner as well. Then just after this FA times from the component property, you can also introduce FA spinner. Just save this, save the HTML as well. And now we can see this working. So now if I select a meme and click generate, we see this spinner. And then after 2 seconds, it becomes normal. We also need to make sure that while this spinner shows, I cannot click it multiple times, because right now I can click it multiple times. You can see it. So instead of having that, we need to go to our HTML, and where we have this button, we can introduce a new value here that, hey, if it's generating, then we also need to disable this. So if it's generating, we also need to disable it. So now if I try to select a meme and click generate, you can see that I cannot click it anymore unless it becomes normal. So unless 2 seconds, I cannot do it. So during the API call, this will be disabled. After that, it should work. Now that we have this setup as well, we can talk about the API call in general, or the actual API call to generate all of this. So in this generator service, we are going to create a new function for generating this meme. So we are going to call this create meme function, and this will accept a couple of things. Now I could actually use what GitHub Copilot is suggesting, but I don't really want to, because Nest.js and actually NX has a really nice way of using the same classes or entities or API interfaces together, or like the same in the front end and the back end. So if I close apps and go to libs, there we have this API interfaces, we have lib API interfaces right here, and also we have this index.ts. So what I'm going to do is, in this API interfaces, we already have this meme to generate, and I'm going to use the same interface here, and I'm going to use it inside the generator service. So here I could say something like params, and here I could say meme to generate, and I can import this from @sigma-memer API interfaces. And now that I have this is really easy for me to handle now. So I can use this, and then I can say return this.http.post, because this is a post call. And if I go to my Insomnia, this is the post call that we have. So it's localhost 4200/API/meme, and we have to pass this object called top, bottom, and meme. So I'm gonna go and see this params here. So this meme to generate should be top, bottom, and meme. And here I would basically expect in return that it returns me back this object, which essentially has this URL. So an object with a URL property having a string. So this is what I'm going to expect, that this will return a URL or an object with URL having a string. And then this is going to be observable of the URL string. And then I can basically call this and API/meme and params. Now this looks okay. So I'm going to repeat what I just did. This is going to be an HTTP post call, which is going to pass the params, which are basically this. So the meme to generate has a top, bottom, and a meme. This is what we basically send using the Insomnia. Then the expected result or the response is an object with the URL property. So this is going to get an object with the URL property. And this function itself, since this is an HTTP post, it returns back an observable of URL object or an object with URL property. Now that we have this, we can call this function from our component. So right after this, or instead of this set timeout here, we can say something like this dot gen service, which is a variable that we have created here, generator service, gen service. So we are going to say gen service dot create meme, and here we need to pass these values. So we are going to pass the params. The top will be top text, the bottom will be bottom text, the meme would be this dot selected meme. Okay, so here it says that the selected meme could have been null or could be a string, and the meme is supposed to be a string. So how can we make sure that this selected meme is always a string? So we can basically have a check here at the top, and we can say if the selected meme is null, or you could say not selected meme, we could just say return. And now this error doesn't show anymore. Now we need to do one more thing, and that is we need to subscribe to this. So we can also do pipe because we want to also catch error in case something goes wrong. So we can say catch error, and this catch error is basically imported from RxJS. So this catch error would basically have a function inside here which will get the error. So we can say something like error, and then we just need to say return throw error, and then this takes a function and then new error. So once we do this, we don't see any syntax errors, so cool. And then here we can say subscribe. In the subscription, we are going to get back the object with the URL, as you can see here. So all we need to do here is just log that URL so we can see that working. So what I'm going to do right now is that to avoid any additional API calls, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this dummy data. So what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to say this dot is generating is going to be false, and we also can say window.open res.url blank. But here I'm also going to say generating is false. So if there's an error, we need to stop the spinner. If there's a success, we also need to stop the spinner. So here you can see that we start the spinner here and then we stop in either the case of error or success. Now that we have this, I'm going to just copy this dummy URL code and I'm going to paste this in the backend just to be a bit sneaky. So I'm going to go to my backend, and for temporary reason, I'm going to go to the meme service, and where it does all this magic inside this create function, I'm just going to return from here off and just this data, okay? Off URL and blah, blah, blah. Just do this. And I think the backend shouldn't share any error, which is good. So that means if I call this create API call, this will send back this data. Just to have a double check, we can say dummy true, just to see that this works in Insomnia. So I'm going to just go to my Insomnia, and here I can basically run this call again. And here you can see that the dummy data is coming. So I'm not hitting the meme generator API. I'm just returning this data, this dummy data from here. So you can just do one call and then you can copy this data and then use it from Insomnia. So now that I have this dummy data, I can check this on the front end. So now if I go ahead and go to my Sigma memer, selected the values here, for example, this one, and then do bottom text. And if I hit generate, what would happen? So I'm going to go to sources and put breakpoints so I can see the entire process. So I'm going to put a breakpoint inside generate meme. And now if I hit generate, you can see that it comes here. It checks the selected meme. It goes forward, extracts out the value from the generator form value. So we got bottom text, meme search is empty, and top text is this one. So if I move forward, you will see that now we got the value from here. We are passing the value top text, bottom text, and selected meme into the generate service. I'm going to put a breakpoint right here. And if I go forward, you will see that now we get the spinner running here. Okay. And we also got the data back with the dummy true and the URL. Now it goes forward, and if I just do this, you see that it opens into a new URL. And this is the problem here. On the front end, we cannot use a data URL with this window.open. The URL that we get is a data URL. You need to understand that. If I go to the network, and if I copy this URL like this, it's going to be fine. There's not going to be any issue. So if I do this, something like, and if I do this, and if I just go and paste it here, we get the image, no issues. But programmatically, you cannot do that. We're gonna handle that separately. But for now, what you need to understand is we cannot use this in window open, but we're getting the data, which is good. So now that we have done all of this, let's try out if we try something which is wrong or we get an error. So if I go to my service, which is this service, and if I change the API name completely, instead of API memes, I say memes and save it. And then we try this now. So top text, selected meme, bottom text, and then if I hit generate, then it comes here, it goes forward, it goes to gen service, and in gen service, I'm going to go inside just to show you. So in the service, it is now doing a post request to API/memes. And once it comes back from here, it gets the error. So here we have got the error that says 404 because that API does not exist. In that case, you can see the spinner here is running. So if we did not have this code, it would have kept running and running and running. So we need to make it false. Once we do so, it becomes normal. Okay. So in any error case, we are now kind of foolproof. So it doesn't break the UI. Now that we have this, let's talk about how we can implement a way for the user to download this, because the user should be able to download this meme that was generated, right? So how do we do that? In order to do so, we are going to create a new variable called download URL, and we are going to use that. So we are going to show a toast with the download URL so the user can click on it and see it working. So we are going to call this download URL. We are going to initiate that with an empty string. And then once we get the data from the server, then we just need to say here this dot download URL equals to res.url, and we can remove this window dot open from here. Now that we have got this URL, we need to show this in the UI. So if you go to the template now, at the very bottom you will see this toast element. So you need to uncomment this, and now you will use the URL, the download URL here. And in order to do so, we need to do something special. We need to implement a logic where we could get that download URL and we can basically use it to download it. For that, we need to create a custom directive, and this is going to probably be your first directive. So let's quickly do that. So we are going to go and say something like nx generate or nxg narwhal, and here we can say angular directive, and then we are going to specify this to be inside this generator folder. So we can say something like generator slash directives slash download dash file. Now let's quickly dry run this. So make sure that we are running this correctly. So here you can see that this would be executed and created inside generator slash directives, which is good. So I'm going to run it without dry run now. And now what we need to do is that we need to pass this download link that we have, this download URL, and we need to pass it into this this directive so we can use it to download it. What would happen is that when we click this span, it will basically make some magic to download this blob of image using the data URL, which is not possible out of the box. So we are doing some magic, some crazy magic here, some crazy JavaScript magic here. So now that we have this directive created, what we are going to do is we are going to go inside, and here we are going to create an input. So we are going to create an input inside here, and we'll call it something like download or file URL, even file URL string. Then we are going to also say it or use the bang sign here. And then we also need to specify the file name. So we can say input file name, which is also going to be a string. Then inside the constructor, we are going to use element. So we are going to say element ref, which means that wherever this directive is going to be applied on whichever HTML, we are going to apply it basically on this label or on this entire toast basically. So when the user clicks the toast, we download it. As simple as that. So when we do this, we need to add a custom listener here. So we can say something like this. So we have element dot blooper. So we have something like element dot native element dot add event listener click, and then we can create a function here. So we can say something like download file, and we can put the logic inside here. Now you can see that we are actually doing a couple of things here as GitHub Copilot suggests. We create an element, an A tag. We basically assign the href to that. We also assign the download. We also should say something like link dot target, and here we could say self, and then we just need to click this. So once we do so, it will basically click the data URL and make it download because we are assigning this attribute to that particular link. So we are creating a link on runtime and applying to it. Now that we have specified this, let's use this directive. It's called sigma memer download file, and it requires file URL and file name. So I'm going to go to my HTML, and just on this particular element, we are going to specify a couple of things. First of all, we are going to apply this directive sigma memer download file. Then we are going to say file URL. This is going to be the download URL, and then we also need to specify the file name, and the file name would be selected meme. Whatever meme we have selected, we'll just call it selected meme, and then we are going to assign the PNG later on in there. Now you will notice that it says string null not assignable to type string. That means that we are going to have to go into file name and change that. So inside the directive, this would be rather string null, and that would means that we have to do some magic here. So we can say something like if there's a file name, then use it. Otherwise, we could use something like file and then plus.png, or we could also do something like date.now. It's really up to us. So we could probably just say file png. And once we have this, now we should be good. So we are assigning the file URL. We are also assigning the file name. I think we are pretty good. There's one issue though. If I go to the app, you see that we automatically get this toast, and that is because we don't have any logic to wait for this generation. Right now this toast is in the HTML, so it shows all the time. So we need to make sure this only shows when we have a download URL, because even though if I click now, it would not have anything to work with. If I go to file png, if I open it, you can see nothing happens, but you can see that this actually works. So if I go to, for example, my directive, and if I put a breakpoint here, you will notice that as soon as I click, it comes inside because the directive is applied to this HTML. So if I show you the HTML right now, this is the HTML where we have the Sigma Mima download file, which means that when I click this, it basically gets this element, the div, the complete div itself. So it clicks and comes inside, or basically calls this download file function, which is this one. It creates a new element, assigns the href, assigns the download. So href is this one, download is this, and then the download is basically filename.png or file.png, and the target is self, and then we click it, so it downloads another file. Okay, now we only need to show this when we have a download URL. So I'm going to just put an ngif here, ngif, and then download URL. Okay, now if I save this and go back, now you don't see the toast anymore unless we create a particular meme. So if I select this, if I hit generate, it goes inside, goes forward, it comes here. Once the meme is generated, or right now it is in the cache. No, it is not in the cache. If I go here, you can see that we get the URL, the data URL itself. Now it's going to assign this to download URL, which means that it is going to be assigning it to here. So if I just hit play, you can see that we got the toast. And if I click now, you can see that this file URL now and the file name is there. So the file URL now is the data URL that we need to download, and the file name is 10 guy, the meme that we have selected. So if I now hit play, you will see that we got 10 guy, and if I open it, there we go. You can see that we got the file. Actually, this feels a bit weird. This doesn't seem right. So we have top text 123 CW community doc. Oh, that is because we are using the dummy URL. So it's always going to return the same thing. It doesn't matter what meme I'm choosing. So we are good. We don't have any issue at the moment. Now the final thing to do is, before I actually use the final API, when we click this download button, you see that we get the file downloaded, but this does not go away. This message is still there. So we need to have a way of this to be gone. So for that, what we are going to do is that we are going to go to our directive and create an output. So we are going to say output, and we are going to say downloaded equals new event emitter from Angular core. And now all I need to do is, just after this click, I can say this dot downloaded dot emit, and then I need to listen to this image. So what we are doing is that we are passing a message from this directive to the generator component upwards, and this generator component can now reset this download URL, make it empty. So this toast goes away because we have an ngif here. So as soon as the file is downloaded, the directive passes a message back to this component, and the component resets this. So right now we have created this output download, and now we are going to basically use that here. Just here we can say downloaded, and once that happens, we just need to say something like download URL equals to null. We could do that, or what we could do is that we could call a function. So we could say clear download URL, and then we are going to create this function here. So we are going to say something like just around here, clear download URL, and this would basically reset it to an empty string. So I'm going to save this. I'm also going to save the HTML, and now let's test this flow out. Also, I'm going to close all the other files apart from the generator component TS file, so I can put a breakpoint there. Generate meme is going to be here, clear download URL is here, and selected meme is here as well. If I click here, then I click here, then I click a particular meme, it doesn't really matter. Now you can see that it goes forward. Now if I click generate, then it comes here, it goes forward. We get this download your meme, and then if I click here, now you see that it came inside, it went all the way forward. It will click this, so we get this download. Then it will emit this downloaded variable, which will basically come here in this clear download URL. So if I hit play here, you can see that we get the breakpoint inside. Where did we come from? So if you want to check it out, you can see this call stack. So in the call stack, you can see that this clear download URL is called from this HTML. So this was listening to this downloaded message, and then it called the clear download URL. And now that it has done this, it will mark this particular variable false or empty string. And then as soon as it does it, the HTML will not be shown anymore. there you see it is now gone. So now that we have done this, I just want to style this in a bit that we can basically make it go away. But there's also one thing that we also need to consider, and that is what happens if the user doesn't want to download this. So little crazy corner cases that we as engineers have to solve. So in that case, we need to have a button here that could be clicked and could be used for just dismissing the toast. So for that, I'm going to quickly add a new element here. I'm going to use this FA icon, and I'm using the FA times here, and we are going to have a particular function that we can use for clicking this. We are going to call this close download toast. So I'm going to copy this, go to my code and create this function. And then what I want to do is just do this dot download URL, or just basically call this function instead, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. This dot clear download URL. Okay. The only thing that I'm concerned about is in the HTML, when we have got this when we have the situation where you have a click handler on an icon and then another click handler up top, which is this Sigma Beamer download file, which is inside this directive. What happens is that the first click is triggered on this FA icon, but then also the click triggered on the parent icon. So what blooper? But then also the click is triggered on the parent element as well. So in order to stop that propagation of the click event, we need to pass the $event from here, which will pass this mouse event into this function. So I can call this something like event mouse event. And then what I can do here is that I can say something like event dot stop immediate propagation. And that's pretty much it. So this will make sure that the top or the above click handler is not triggered. Now that we have this, let's try this out. So I'm going to go and try generating a meme. So let's have a top text, let's have a bottom text. And now I can simply go ahead and select a meme here. And then I can go and generate this. It goes ahead, brings back the data, assigns the download URL from here. And if I go forward, you can see the toast. Now that we have got this toast there, we can essentially just click this close button that you can see and just assign it. So here, I'm going to just put a breakpoint here. So if I click this close button, you will see that it gets the mouse event, pointer event, and then it has this stop immediate propagation function. So it calls it, clears the download URL, and then you can see that it assigns empty string to it and nothing has been downloaded. What would happen if we didn't have this line? Let's try it out. So if I go to this function and remove this line, then let's see what happens. So I'm gonna go through the entire flow without having a breakpoint. So it's exactly the same thing. So if I go here, bottom text, generate, we got this link here, and if I click this download, you see that this download is still got triggered. And that is because, as I mentioned before, first of all, the click triggers here on this FA icon, but then it bubbles up to the document actually, and in the way it also comes here and gets the element triggered. So I can try this again. So let's generate. Oh, we got another error here. It says too many requests. Aha, because I have a rate limiter. This is super cool because I wanted to have that. Alrighty. Now that we have this, I can probably go ahead and remove the limitation for now, just for debugging. So meme service, and we can go to actually meme controller, put the skip throttle for now. And here we got this. So we are going to try this once again. Top text, bottom text, select a meme, hit generate, and here we got this now. So now I'm going to put the breakpoints back and show you what happens. So in this component, we got this, and I'm going to use also the directive and here. So now if I click this cross button, it first comes into download toast, clears the download, and then it also goes into this download file because of this click handler. So in order to stop this, we need to use the stop propagation method, as I mentioned before. So this is not downloaded. So I'm going to put this back. I'm going to go to my directive, or not the directive, but the component, and enable this. So this is stopped at the level of the font icon, the cross icon, and doesn't go up top. Now, the final thing to do here is just to make sure that when we get an error from the API that there are too many requests, we are able to show an error to the user saying that this was something that is wrong here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and just create another property inside this class generator component, and we can say something like error, and or actually call this generation error. This is not the best way of having this, but I'm still going to use this. So what I do want to do now is if there is an error, then we need to just use that error and show it. So what would happen in this case is that if we get an error, we are going to say this dot generation error equals to error.message. And once we have that set, we are going to also unset it after a while. So we are going to say set timeout, and then here we are going to say something like after 3 seconds we say this dot generation error equals to an empty string, just for the sake of simplicity. And then we are going to use that in the HTML. So we are going to copy the same toast just like this, but this one will not have the download attributes, nothing like this, okay? And it will also not have this font icon, or actually this will have a font icon, but we are going to see how we can fix that. So for clicking, we can say something like generate, or actually error, generation error equals to empty string. So we can just do it right here. Then the final thing that we need to show here is the generation error, just like this, or not like this, but like this. So we are showing that message. And the final thing is this should be bg red, right? And I think we are good. We just need to change the IDs or remove this for from here. And I think we are good. So I'm going to just save this and try this out. So right now you see that we still get this message, even though we don't have an error message to show. We're gonna see this ngIf statement. So we need to implement this ngIf at the top. ngIf the generation error exists, and now this won't be shown unless we have an error. So we go, we search something, we set this, we hit generate, and we got the download resume. If I do generate again, we still should get it. If I hit generate again, we get it. We keep getting it because we have the meme service skipping the throttle. So we need to set it back. And now let's try this again. So I'm going to refresh this, do this, do this, do this, generate one time. I'm going to close this, generate another time, generate the third time, generate the fourth time, and we got an error like HTTP failure response for blah, blah, blah. So generate it again, and you can see that it says too many requests. So I'm going to quickly see this object here, and here we got this error. So in here, I'm just going to put a breakpoint just to see the error. So here we got this error. The error message says HTTP failure response. So what I can do is, instead of doing this, I can just see the status code and have a custom message there. So I could say something like in the generator component TypeScript file, I could say something like switch, and we can say something like error.status. In case the status is 249 or 429, actually, we can say this dot generation error equals to too many requests. You can only generate 3 memes in a span of 5 minutes, for example. If that's accurate, I believe it should be. So if I go to the app module here, we have time to live 60 into 5. Yeah, so in 5 minutes we can only generate 3. And in the default case, we can just say this dot generation, something went wrong, please try again later. So we don't have to do this, and I can save this now. So if I try this again now, we should get a new or good error message. So I'm going to try this, hit this, generate too many requests. You can only generate 3 memes in a span of 5 minutes. I'm going to increase the timer to 5 so we can read the message, because it seems like it's too long. So do this, generate. So here you can see that we got a message, right? Or we could make it so that this never disappears unless someone clicks it. So I think that's probably better. So do this, generate. And now if I click this, it goes away. If I hit generate again, we see the message again. Super cool. Now what I also want to do is to basically have a success message as well. Now one thing that I also want to do is just to make sure that the success message looks like a success message. So this shouldn't be indigo, this should rather be green. So we can use a green 500, and we can also perhaps have some padding from top and bottom just to have it a bit more. So maybe use something like py of 6 maybe. What is 6 exactly? Is it 24 pixel? Yeah, we could use it. So let's try this out now. So I'm going to use the script throttle for now. So I'm going to go to meme service, or not generator controller. So meme controller, put the script throttle for now. Try this out with a random generator, and here you can see that click to download your meme. Super cool, looks good. Now that I have this one, I can hit close. It closes itself. I can generate, click this, it generates and gets the data out of it. Right now still we have the dummy API call, so that's good. But if there are errors, they are shown correctly. So I'm going to try this once again. Generate, 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 and now you can see that it says too many requests, right? One more thing that we need to do is that if we are clicking the generate button again, we should clear out the current download URL. So in the generator component TS, you would see that once we click this generate meme, we should do two things. One, clear out any error that we have, and then also clear out any download URL. So in this generate meme, we would do this dot generation error equals to empty, this dot clear download URL as well. And now this should be good. So if I do, for example, something like this, select a meme, hit generate, we get this error. But if I generate again, it goes away and then it sends the call and then it shows another toast. So here you can see those toast. Now if I go to my meme service or meme controller and put back, or actually there is, oh, now it should be good. So now if I hit generate, you will see that now it's successful. If I generate again, successful. So this shows that now this is a new URL that is coming in. If there's a script throttle, so this should be like 1, 2, 3, error, right? There we go. So now this looks overall good to me. Awesome. Now I think we have everything that we needed to do. So I'm just gonna double check my code and then we are going to push this on my GitHub. So one thing that I now realize is that in the meme service, we are not using the real API. So let's finally use that. So I'm going to remove this return of the dummy code. Now we are using the actual URL. So this looks good to me. All right, I'm happy with the files. So I'm going to go to my app now and here, let's try this out. So I'm going to first choose a particular meme from here. Let's say we use angry and we get this angry one here. And then here I could say something like, how dare you say? And here we could say something like, HTML is the best programming language. So if I generate now, we get the URL, we click it, the name is angrybaby.png. And if I open it, there you go. You can see the image with the text that we just set. Super cool. So now this is working perfectly fine. One of the things that we could do is also reset the entire meme, but I would also imagine that people would want to create multiple memes within the same style. So I'm not resetting it right now. One more thing to check is in the meme controller, we have the script throttle removed from the post. So these are limited for just 3 usages within 5 minutes. So we are good. Now that we are done with this, I'm just going to make sure that I'm pushing the code to the correct repository. Awesome. So now you can see that our code is now pushed to GitHub. So it is right now on my GitHub profile. Now that we have our front end and back end application both done, it's time to deploy our application so we can share this with our friends and start using it. For this, we are going to use a package from NodeJS called serve static because we want to first build our Angular application, then build the API, and then serve our Angular application via the API project or the backend project. So in order to do so, I'm going to just copy this code or this statement from here. Then I'm going to go to my code here and I'm going to just install the NestJS serve static. Then we are going to copy these 2 imports from the documentation. And then I'm going to go to my app module, which is inside API. So I'm going to go to my app module and paste these imports. Then I'm going to copy this serve static module for root and I'm going to paste it here. Now, one thing to understand is that the configuration for this one says that, hey, look in the directory that we are in right now, go 1 folder above and find the client folder. Now this client folder is where the index.html should be. Now in our project, when we build our application, it goes inside dist/apps, and inside here, this API folder is where this backend is running. So this main.js is the file that would execute this. So from the main.js, we are supposed to go 1 folder up, which means we are now out of the API folder inside the apps folder. And then we need to provide the folder Sigma Memer because that's where the index.html is. So we are going to say Sigma Memer here, and this is good. So now that we have done this, we can just try this out. So we can run a command, or actually we need to add a command. So we are going to go into package.json, and here we can say something like start prod, and here we need to specify the command. So we are going to say something like nx run, and here we can say Sigma Memer. So first, as I mentioned, we build the Angular application, then we say nx run API build, and then we run node, and here we say dist/apps/API/main.js. So we are essentially targeting this API main.js file to run it. Now that we have done this, we can simply try running this. So we can say something like npm run start prod,
And now you can see that here we are first running front-end application, the build of it, then we'll run the backend build, and then finally it would just start the server up. Awesome, there we go. You can see that our backend is now starting. Notice that my front end is not running at this point. So all I need to do is to go to localhost 3333. So if I copy this and if I open another tab and just paste it there, you can see that we have the application running, and this is being served from the backend project now. And you can see that all of our things would work as well. So if I say metrics, we get the result back. So our API and the front end is working. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to stop the server and push this code. So we can say git commit, and here we can say build production, and here added a script for production deployment. And then we obviously need to do git add dot, do commit again, and then we can say git push, and this would push the code to my GitHub project. Now I can go and double check my project here, and you can see that we should have this new commit from 10 seconds ago. And now that we have this, let's talk about how we deploy this to somewhere. So for deploying this, we are going to use Heroku application for this one. So I'm going to log into my Heroku. So you need to click new here, create a new app, call this Sigma Mimer backend, and then you can basically select a particular UI, or actually this would be Sigma Mimer rather. And now you can click create app. Once you're done with that, you can actually see some of the options. For example, you can connect to your GitHub, or you could use Heroku Git CLI. I'm going to go ahead with the Heroku CLI, so I have to deploy this on my own. So first of all, you need to install Heroku CLI. So you go to Heroku CLI and install it from this URL. So we have Windows, we have macOS. So install this into your machine. Once you're done with that, you need to do Heroku login into your terminal. So you are going to copy this link, Heroku login, and then go into your terminal and then run Heroku login. Once you do so, it will basically say press any key to open up the browser. So you hit enter, and then it comes here, and now you click login, and then this should log you in to the CLI as well. So if I go back now, you can see that it says logged in as sn.ubatian, and now I'm logged in. Now the next step in this here is to not do any of these, but rather this one. So Heroku git remote add sigma mimer. This is the important part. Once this is done, you need to basically push to Heroku, right? But even before doing that, for a Node.js project, we need to have a way for deploying this. So all I need to do is just create this proc file in my code. So I'm going to go ahead, create a new file just like this, called this proc file, and then inside I just need to say npm start prod, and that would basically build the application and also run it, or it should be actually npm run start prod, and this should be good. All I need to do is just do git add dot, git commit, and here we can say setup Heroku, and then we can say add proc file, and then all I need to do is git push Heroku master. Now what happens is that we have to specify from which branch we are pushing. Right now if I just do master, I believe it wouldn't work, but if I do main master, I think it takes my local main and then pushes it to the master branch on Heroku. Now you can see that it is starting to do some stuff. It's basically using Node.js scripts, it is installing the dependencies, and then it is going to start running the process via the proc file. While this is building, I realized one important thing, that we have not added our env variables. So you're gonna have to copy these values. So rapid API host, then you go to your Node.js dashboard inside the Sigma Mimer project, then you go to settings, and inside here we have the config vars, and this is where you are going to add environment variables. So we are going to say rapid API host, copy this value, paste it here, click add, and then rapid API key, paste it, and copy this one, paste it as well, and just hit add. Now as this is running right now, you will notice that it says nx successfully ran the target build. So it ran the whole process. It built the front end project, the API project, and then it served it. And now you can see that it says compressing, release version 5. So I need to just go to this page to see this working. Now that we have deployed this, if I have a look at the logs, we have a problem, and this doesn't work because we got some problems here. It says cannot find module angular dev kit build angular package JSON, and that is because if I see this project or this package, and if I go to my package JSON, I can see that this is part of the dev dependency, and this is not an actual dependency in the code. One thing that I think we can do is, instead of using this dev dependency, what we could do is that we could add a post install or update the post install script to also generate these files. So instead of start production, we can basically remove this from here and then add it to here, something like
this, which means that once we have pushed this to Heroku, that would also run these build commands. And once that's done, then you could see that it would start production and then just run it beforehand. So this would be a good idea to do once we have the install taking place. So this is one of the tips that you could do. We could also have something like a pre-start production, and that could also be used for building, but I would go with post-install for now. So once we are done with that, we can say git add, and then we can say git commit, and here we could say something like fix Heroku, and in this case we can say fix Heroku build that use dev dependencies. And once we are done with that, we can just say git push Heroku main master. Now what I assume is that once this is going to run it, this will also do a post install, and then it would also build the application beforehand. All right, now that is about to be finished, let's have a look at what happened. Once we started this build or pushed to Heroku, it went inside, installed the node modules, and then in the post install, you can see that it is about to execute front end build and the API build as well. So it did generate the front end app, then it generated the backend application or the API, and once it was done, it basically released it. So I'm going to go to my logs now, and here now you can see that it says release v7 deploy, and this time we actually don't have any errors unlike the last time. So I'm hoping that this would work fine now. So if I go to open app and see, there we go, yay, we have our application deployed to Heroku, and we should be able to actually get it working. So I'm going to try creating a meme now. So let's say we say something like, what if I told you, and we use metrics. So the get call is working, and then I'm going to say something like HTML is the best programming language, and I'm going to, by the way, post this on my Facebook page. So if I hit generate now, there you go, we got the URL, and if I click this and open this, you can see that we got the meme created. Yay! And now I can create two more just to see the throttling. So I'm gonna basically go ahead and say something like Sigma Memer is the best memes creation app. So we're going to create this one now, generate, got the URL, downloaded, and there you go, we see the message here. And finally we are going to use a Chuck Norris, or actually it should be right here, or let's use an angry one. So something like this, and we can say something like when the third link or when the third answer from Stack Overflow, and here we can say something like does not work. And if I hit generate now, this is our third meme. So here we got the third one, and here we got the output. It doesn't look so great because of the color scheme, but if I hit another one for this one, and let's say we just change some values, let's say question mark, and hit generate, there you go, you see too many requests, and we see the message because we can only generate 3 memes in a time span of 5 minutes, but I would probably change it to 15. But here we go, we have our application deployed on Heroku without any issues, or actually we found some issues and we fixed them. So there we go, we have our application deployed. Before we finalize our application, there are a couple of things that I would like to do. First of all, I want to take out these commands from here and then kind of just use them into a separate command. So I'm going to cut this nx run sigma memer build, so all the way from here, and then I can remove this and from here, and then just add here something like build prod, and then add the commands here. And then also what I can do is now I can basically go ahead and here I can say npm run build prod, and this would essentially build the front end and the back end for us, and that should be ready for start production. So now we've just changed some commands. So now I'm going to just add this, push this, and also push this to our GitHub repository so we can finalize the code. So I'm going to quickly do git add dot, and here we can say git commit, here we can say chore build, and here we can say separated out build command for production. And I'm just going to first push it to Heroku via git push Heroku main master, and then I'm going to essentially just do a git push to my GitHub project. So I'm just gonna add another terminal here and just push it while the other one is running. So I can say git push, and that should just push all of these commits that we have, like these 3 commits, to GitHub. So now you can see it pushed to GitHub here. And now if I go to my GitHub project, I can see that we should have this code push. So if I refresh here, we should have this 1 minute ago that you can see here in the package JSON. And finally, what we can do is that we can also add URL, the Sigma memer, and kind of just paste the link here. So I'm going to copy this and then go to my GitHub project and then just add it into the about right here, and there we go. And I'm also going to just add a bunch of tags here, so this is ready for you. Alright, so I hope you liked the video. If you did, press the thumbs up button and also subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and let me know in the comments which part did you like the most and what you want me to work on next. Till the next time, take care, and I'm gonna see you in the next one.